In an age of darkness, the world cried out for a hero. But what it truly needed was not a hero. It was a dark mage. The goddess of this world summoned a man from Earth with a natural talent for magic. His name was Kim Minjun. His mission was to save this realm, and she would do whatever was necessary. Minjun was dragged into this world against his will and had no choice but to obey. But the girl offered him any reward. In exchange for the Demon King's head, the goddess promised wealth, power, and even her own body, if Minjun succeeded. Driven by the one thing that moves men in all worlds, Minjun fought. He nearly died in battle, but after years, he finally succeeded. The people worshipped the hero, but it was the Shadow Mage who had truly saved the world. The goddess had promised everything, but the truth was, this world didn't have what Minjun truly wanted, and that's why he longed to return to Earth. The goddess disliked the idea and threatened to take his powers if he returned. Minjun said he was willing to lose his powers, to return to his world. But as the restriction was lifted from his body, he revealed his true intention. The woman may be a goddess, but she was a fool to think he would just hand them over. He made it clear that his powers were earned through blood and sweat, and if she really wanted to steal them, she could try chasing him in the other world. Minjun took a step toward the portal and warned that if he ever found her in his world, she wouldn't leave alive. And just like that, he vanished, leaving the furious blonde to seethe in silence. He then reappears in his room, immediately grabbing his phone after escaping what he considered a dungeon, a hellish one at that. The feeling of holding it again brings him joy, but something is wrong. There's no signal, no internet connection. Meanwhile, a military unit is preparing for an incursion. The team questions Corporal Choi, In, about the reason why. Regular soldiers are being sent on a mission like this. In-ho, as uninformed as they are, tells them to ask their superiors, reminding them that a corporal doesn't have access to classified information. He then gives the signal, and the troops move out in perfect formation. It has been 2 years since Minjun was summoned, and that memory still infuriates him. Thanks to autosync, his phone still works, but there's no one left to contact. As he steps out onto the empty streets, the lack of Wi-Fi and the closed shops seem strange to him. The army unit spots a man walking casually, taking them completely by surprise, while Minjun is too busy, complaining about how awful Isgard was. The soldiers, convinced this area is restricted, begin to wonder why. The security team isn't doing their job. They call out to Minjun, who is caught by surprise at first, but then assumes they're just a bunch of recruits. He calmly tells them he's just passing through, but then the soldiers start screaming as a terrifying beast charges at him. Mindium casually turns his head and sees a grotesque wolf charging straight for him. Even as the soldiers scream for him to move, he doesn't budge. That savage creature is going straight for the attack. He's visibly annoyed, wondering why this stupid mutt, which wouldn't survive a single punch, is showing up now of all times. But the second he tries to summon his powers, that arrogant vibe quickly vanishes. He can't access a single spark of his demonic energy. Left with no other choice, he faces the beast head-on, grabbing it with his bare hands and smashing it into the ground as if it were nothing. The soldiers are stunned, watching the ground crack under the impact of Mindium's blow. The sheer force of it leaves them pale with disbelief. Staring into the wolf's eyes, Mindium declares that even without his dark magic, he is not weak. Sure, he might be weaker now, but there's no way some low-level beast could take him down. That's when a memory surfaces of that warrior who trained him like a madman, making him lift massive boulders as if his life depended on it. The memory stirs a strange sense of nostalgia for the brutal training days under Isgard. Even so, he can't understand what a monster like that is doing here, in the first place. When he looks back at the soldiers, they're already frozen in fear. Later, inside the jeep, the soldiers can't figure out why that lunatic was so rough with the wolf, smashing it like it owed him rent. One of them mutters that something like that could land him in jail, but their superior tells them to let it go. That's when one of the guys looks at Mindium and asks if he really has no idea what's going on. The so-called world traveler plays dumb, acting like he knows nothing, and keeps his otherworld story to himself. Deep down, however, he's not even sure if this is still Korea that he remembers. He has no idea what happened during those 2 lost years. He recalls that dungeons first appeared when he was about 7 years old, along with waves of terrifying monsters. He remembers how the soldiers fought with everything they had, but amidst this chaos, something new emerged. Superhumans, known as the Awakened. These powers weren't just superhuman, they were beyond comprehension. The Awakened joined a new military division, called the Hunter Corps, and together, they exterminated the monster hordes with ease. So, before Mindium was taken away by that manipulative goddess, there were no major threats. significant enough to endanger civilian areas. Suddenly, he gets a strange feeling about Dungeon Power Fighter, so he checks his phone signal again. That's when he realizes the game server isn't completely offline yet, and this realization infuriates him after going through hell. This is the nonsense he comes back to. To make matters worse, Spark is dying to play again, or at least confirm if the game is still active. But all he can do is scream in frustration at the network in the meantime. One soldier isn't buying the act. He doubts that Mindium is really that naive, especially with the world clearly falling apart. Still, after witnessing the kind of power this guy has, he starts to think that, maybe, there's much more to him than meets the eye at that moment. Spark speaks up, asking the soldier if the game developers are still around these days. Out of nowhere, he asks another bizarre question if people are still evacuating safely and getting jobs at game studios or something like that. He even wants to know if all the buildings have been destroyed, including the servers that store the game data. He's trying to get some answers. Asking why everything turned into chaos, the soldier says he'll explain, and mentions, proudly, that he got an A+ in monster theory and dungeoneering in college. Mindium is baffled that universities offer courses like that now, but the soldier confirms that it's hard to find decent instructors in that field. He continues to explain that the real crisis began about 2 years ago with a strange outbreak of dungeons out of nowhere. Dungeons started appearing more frequently and expanding rapidly. The worst part, giant monsters started invading the human world non-stop. Eventually, the army couldn't hold things back anymore, and they had to close off some civilian areas. Since then, the army has been throwing everything it can at the problem, using every possible method, but they are seriously short-staffed throughout the entire explanation. Mindium couldn't care less. The only thing on his mind is whether the game companies are still in business. All this guy wants is to play Dungeon Power Fighter. Again, when someone asks his age, Mindium casually says, 21. This immediately reminds the soldier that he's at the right age for enlistment, warning him that half of his 20s are about to disappear just like that. Spark is surprised, saying that the Hunter Corps serve for 5 years while regular troops only serve for 3, but the soldier quickly shuts down that conversation. Under the current conditions, every soldier serves for 5 years. No exceptions. If Mindium is really 21 years old, he should have already received his draft notice. The clueless loser feels like the universe just punched him. In the gut, he was hoping for some peace and time to play games, but life throws him straight into a blender. He's still trying to process all of this. And now the idea of losing 5 whole years, without even logging in, on the server even once is making his head spin. Suddenly, he receives an official notification from military personnel assigning Minjun Kim to report to the Spark Recruit Training Center. He's completely bewildered, especially because the enlistment date is, literally, tomorrow. He starts to wonder if the army just spams these things out now. The timing is just too perfect. This makes the soldier laugh. He said that Gangnam is infamous for pulling this kind of stunt. At this point, Minjun is losing his patience, shouting how this could happen without a medical exam. The soldier explains the issue. They're so short-staffed that physical exams are now done directly at the training site. As for the notice, he probably just saw it late. Even so, the guy suggests checking out the PC Bang near the evacuation center, just to be sure. Then something clicks. When Minjun's parents disappeared, games were the only thing that filled the void. And it was during his senior year of high school that he was summoned to Isgard, that paradise forgotten by humanity. Now sitting in a PC Bang, Minjun sheds tears of joy playing Dungeon Power Fighter. Again, he's completely immersed in the comfort of the small gaming booths. Everything still works, just as he remembers. Minjun feels the urge to bow to the shop owner for keeping it alive in the middle of an apocalypse. Out of nowhere, he orders a hot dog. The waitress just stares at him, wondering how much this guy can eat. After fully enjoying his gaming session, Minjun slowly returns to reality, questioning if any of this is actually real. He opens a browser and starts digging through news articles, trying to understand the current situation. It's then that he sees the report. Monster-related damages have increased by 48% compared to the previous year. Meanwhile, the Hunter Corps is doing its best to protect civilians as the attacks continue to escalate, and the government searches for solutions. Minjun starts to believe every word the soldier said, including the part about being drafted by the Military Manpower Administration. The message clearly stated that his enlistment was scheduled for tomorrow. Minjun can't help but think that if he still had his powers from Isgard, he could have cleared all the dungeons by himself without breaking a sweat. But for some reason, his body is completely depleted of demonic energy. It feels drained of its main source of dark magic. Even so, with the raw power he has left, he believes he can take down those dungeons all by himself anyway. His intense aura floods the room, taking everyone by surprise as they stare at this madman. With a wicked laugh, Minjun decides to take it all on himself. The next day, this world walker casually strolls into the training center, snack in hand. He's strangely excited to see so many people enlisting today, even though everyone else looks grim, hugging their loved ones goodbye. Then suddenly, an announcement calls for all new soldiers to gather in the auditorium. Minjun raises an eyebrow, wondering if this is really going to be tougher than life in Isgard. Inside the auditorium, the soldiers are downright nasty, screaming at the new recruits to stand straight and yelling at them for moving like slugs. One is yelling to keep their posture straight and not look back, while another demands they push the person in front as if their lives depended on it. Minjun can't help but find these instructors strangely polite compared to that complete jerk he trained with back in Isgard. After a while, the battalion commander steps forward and calls for everyone's attention, asking anyone who applied for the Hunter Corps but wasn't selected to raise their hand. He explains that the treatment differs greatly between the Hunter Corps and the regular troops. The Hunters start with a base pay of 3 million won, which makes a few people turn their heads. When no one moves, the commander says, "That's fine," until he spots one volunteer. Minjun is called to step forward, and he decides this is his moment to shine. Without hesitation, he leaps into the air, punching a dent into the floor. From the sheer force of his takeoff, he lands right beside the commander, smooth as ever, leaving everyone speechless, their jaws practically on the floor. It's at this moment he confidently introduces himself, saying, "Kim Minjun," applying for the Hunter Corps. Back in Isgard, deep in the forgotten gorge of the northern region, the mountains are riddled with caves, each one darker and more twisted than the last. It's there that Minjun fully accepts the brutal reality, that being a dark magician is a path of endless torment, a fate worse than any other. Sure, dark magicians come with insane abilities, but once they run out of fuel, they're finished. All that's left is a body barely holding itself together, trapped in a role that grinds you down until nothing is left. It's not like their mana restores itself naturally over time, like it does for ordinary mages. For dark mages, the only way to get it back is by taking down monsters using demonic energy. But even then, replenishing dark energy while actively using it is incredibly laborious. It is super inefficient and hardly worth the trouble. Besides, Minjun could never find reliable teammates, since the reputation of a dark mage was so terrible. So, if Minjun runs out of dark energy, he is basically as good as dead down there. Now he asks himself what the best method is for a dark mage to recover demonic energy. But unfortunately, this guy is so lonely that there is no one around to answer his pop quiz, or to listen to his tragic monologue, except for a pile of monster corpses. He begins to wonder if it is because everyone is already dead. Suddenly, he hears something approaching from behind him. It turns out to be the hidden boss of the Forgotten Canyon dungeon, Arachnest. This terrifying and oversized spider creature crawls into view, while Minjun casually thinks that perhaps the dungeon boss could have answered his question. He even said the creature should have appeared sooner because he was dying of boredom, waiting. When Arachnest notices her crushed babies scattered across the floor, she lets out a bone-chilling shriek. Minjun just ignores it. He cracks a joke about her foul breath, saying there is no need for an answer. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he smashes a fist right into her face and says the answer is wrong as his demonic energy flows from him. Minjun said the answer is quite simple, which is to just defeat the monster with maximum force. That day, Minjun, who was in fact Kim Minjun, was at the pinnacle of dark magic in Isgard, and that was 645 days before he returned to Earth. Back in the present, the commander confirms his name, Kim Minjun, and tells him to wait. He must wait there until the hunter unit arrives. Minjun is just enjoying the moment, somewhat excited to see a commander, casually making coffee for him. The commander then asks if there is any special reason why he wants to join the hunters. He is clearly bothered by this kid, especially since many members of the Hunter Corps are quitting and returning to the regular army, even with their powers. Now that things are getting worse out there. With a slight smile, Minjun simply says he has some business to settle in the dungeons, leaving the commander completely speechless. A second later, the commander starts laughing, thinking that Minjun's comment about the dungeon was just a joke. He even reassures him, saying he will not be charged for ruining the auditorium floor. Little did he know, this wanderer of the world was not joking in the slightest. In Korea, all dungeons are managed by the military, and the Hunter Corps, a highly skilled elite unit, has top priority to investigate these dungeons and handle the subjugation of monsters. The members of this unit can rise in rank based on their skill, which means there's no limit to how quickly someone can climb the ranks if they have the power. Upon enlisting in the Hunter Corps, Minjun obtains his license to enter dungeons and eliminate the trash lurking inside. Using his demonic energy from that point on, he begins to daydream about climbing the ranks, recovering his lost powers along the way. Just thinking about it, this sly schemer laughs, imagining himself reaching 10 stars within 5 years, clearing every dungeon in sight. This would buy enough time for the dungeon fighter to finally achieve his fourth awakening while he enjoys the glory and the hefty paycheck of a public hero. At that moment, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho of the Hunter Corps introduces himself to the commander. The commander greets him warmly and introduces Minjun as the new recruit. Minjun is surprised to see a battalion commander speaking so formally to a sergeant. Rose turns to Minjun and asks directly if he truly possesses special powers. If he's a natural-born hunter, he must have access to a status window, so the sergeant insists that Spark read out all of his stats. Minjun can't help but wonder if all the members of the Hunter Corps are this pushy, but it's fine. He gives in and does as they ask. Come to think of it, he remembers having a status window in Isgard too, but he barely ever used the thing, which only showed numerical values and statistics. Now the young man is genuinely curious to see how the status window works in this world. But the second it appears, he's left completely confused. Sung-ho immediately presses him, asking what he's seeing, but Minjun just gives him a nervous smile and an awkward laugh. He says that the window is showing an error. Sung-ho's expression goes stiff as if his brain froze trying to process what he just heard. Somewhere in Gwangju at the Hunter Corps Training Center, the commander starts with some small talk, saying that he last saw her in Hwachun. It's been 10 years. He admits he never imagined finding her here of all places. She quickly corrects him, saying she isn't a hunter yet, just a new recruit who enlisted today. Even so, she wants to know if she's being called in, just because of her father's status, making it clear she has no interest in receiving special treatment during training. The commander laughs at this, assuring her it has nothing to do with General Sohn, and that she won't be getting any kind of pass either. Special. He also reminds her that the Hunter Corps is not an easy organization, something her father must have already mentioned. With such a renowned rookie enlisting, the commander thinks about sharing a few words of encouragement before the girl gets super busy. He knows it couldn't have been easy for her to enlist as a regular soldier instead of joining as an executive. He says there's always a shortage of people like her, so he thanks her both as a citizen and as a soldier of the nation. Meanwhile, Yuna is clearly embarrassed, but she politely thanks the commander. Just then, a van arrives, and the commander informs her that she might be about to meet an interesting colleague on board. He asks if she'd like to go greet him together, which catches her completely by surprise. Meanwhile, Minjun is excited to finally enter the Hunter Corps Training Center. The building is enormous, and he can't even imagine how much taxpayer money was invested in it, so the first thing he asks is if there's a computer room. Sung-ho mocks the weirdo, telling him not to get too excited, since he's not officially in the Hunter Corps yet. Just because he's a special case, Sung-ho has been tasked with testing him. That arrogant tone irritates Spark, and he's ready to curse this idiot out. According to Sung-ho, he would have already sent Minjun back to Yongchang if the central office hadn't specifically requested to test him. Besides, Sung-ho adds that once he proves Minjun is nothing but a fraud, he'll be handed over to the military police without a second's delay. Minjun isn't liking this guy's attitude. He's too petty and full of himself, but our guy keeps his cool and demands to know the details of the test. That's when Sung-ho reveals a huge red crystal and says that if he can move it, even just 1 inch within 10 minutes, he'll pass. The soldier says he's ready to see if this talent, as they say, is worth the hype to join the Hunter Corps. The red stone is no ordinary rock. It's a byproduct formed inside dungeons, known for being incredibly dense, hard, and heavy, making it practically impossible for any ordinary recruit to even budget. Minjun walks past Sung-ho, casually saying he's glad the test is so simple, which definitely hurts Sung-ho's ego. Sung-ho knows this is all a silly way to measure someone's status window, but he understands there have probably been many fraudsters with mediocre abilities trying to get into the Hunter Corps, so this kind of test weeds out the fakes. Meanwhile, Sung-ho heard rumors about this guy jumping 5 meters straight onto the podium, but the whole status window error still doesn't make sense. There are a few others watching Minjun's test now, including Commander Choi and Yuna. She just imagines that this guy probably showed off some incredible physical abilities to the battalion commander at the training center just to get here so quickly. He also tells him that Marius's status window showed an error. The old man has never heard of anything like it before, but he has high hopes for this new recruit. Marius looks at the red stone. He instantly recognizes it from his time in Isgard. That ridiculously heavy stone was scattered all over the dungeons there. But a piece this size, he could move it without breaking a sweat. He got excited. He lands a hard punch, wondering if maybe this thing also stores some demonic energy. Then the brute braces himself and shatters the entire stone to pieces with a single blow. What a shame, however, they discover it's empty. Commander Cross and Shane are left gaping in pure shock. Even Sergeant Miles looks like his eyes are going to pop out, calling Marius a true mad monster. Later, Nathaniel is completely out of breath and drenched in sweat as he drags himself up the stairs. With the other recruits, even before joining the Hunter Corps, he knew the training wouldn't be normal. But now he truly feels that something is wrong. As soon as the training period ends, they will go into real combat. But before that, they're stuck with 4 weeks of absolute hell. This means putting on sandbags from the very first session and climbing the infamous 6,000 steps. As if things weren't brutal enough, there's this hellish instructor, Sergeant Miles. Constantly on their case, he checks their completion times, which was expected. But this kind of raw physical training only improves their stats a little, and it's pushing most of the recruits to the brink of collapse. Nathaniel always thought that the Hunter Corps recruits had to endure a lot and just bear it, but now he's not so sure about this lunatic running the show. Meanwhile, Marius is having the time of his life, running around like some kind of free elf. Nathaniel is starting to question if they're the problem, not him. Marius feels as if his body is floating on air, and if he still had his demonic energy, he swears he'd be flying. Marius finds this so-called hellish Hunter Corps training kind of cool. The military uniforms look stylish compared to the rags he wore in Isgard, and the food is much better than he expected. Even the schedule is a win. As soon as the evening roll call is done, they get free time for real and can rest for the night. Plus, he's heard there's a PC room inside the facility, and apparently it's as good as anything in the city as long as he follows the rules. No one will bother him during his free time, although Marius had every intention of ditching the place. If it turned out to be a bore, it turns out the Hunter Corps has everything he could ask for, including strenuous exercises, delicious meals, a solid salary, and even time to play games. He runs up the stairs, shouting that the Hunter Corps is the best thing ever. Still trying to catch his breath, he can't understand what kind of fuel this insane monster runs on to move like that. In the blink of an eye, Sergeant Cole is completely stunned to see Aiden reach the top much faster than expected. Normally, it takes about 1 hour for the average recruit to finish the climb, but this guy shattered the record. Aiden is up there admiring the view, dancing around Sergeant Cole, and reminding him of the promise that whoever finished in under 30 minutes would get a leave pass. With no choice, Sergeant Cole hands it over, while Aiden starts planning where he should use it. Sergeant Cole cracks a smile, wondering if there's ever been a recruit who managed to get a leave pass. Even so, he knows that high stats or brute force alone aren't enough, since the real test is how quickly someone can react to monsters. That's what really matters in the Hunter Corps, and because of that, he vows to keep a close eye on Aiden. Meanwhile, the rest of the recruits are complaining, grumbling about how it's impossible to keep up with this kind of training every day. Then suddenly, Eric shouts that his stats went up by 1 point, and the others quickly gather around to congratulate him as if it's the biggest victory of the day. Now everyone is checking their stats, and Aiden is completely shocked to see how excited the recruits are over just 1 extra stat point. He can't help but remember his brutal training as a guard under that insane warrior, who forced him to gain 10 stat points a day like it was nothing. Meanwhile, one of the guys asks if Aiden is planning to use his leave pass, but Aiden isn't sure yet. The others look at him with envy, saying they heard from another instructor that no one has ever managed to win a leave pass from Sergeant Cole until now. Suddenly, everyone starts crowding around him, asking questions about his workout routine and how he got so strong. Aiden is surprised by the whole scene, realizing that people are actually talking and laughing with him. It's completely new. Before, as a dark mage's guard, everyone avoided him like the plague. Just walking past him was considered bad luck, but here, it's different, and communication isn't as bad as he thought. These guys are already making plans to go to the PC room later, and this gets Aiden all excited. He's even more surprised to learn that the computer room is open at this hour. Now that's a win. As he enjoys his time in the computer room, the clock strikes 9, and Pinky thinks it's time to sleep for 2 hours before he's back on guard. Even getting 1 hour was considered a luxury, so 2 hours felt like a full, deep sleep with this kind of rest. He's confident he can recover enough energy to keep playing every single day. The others in the room are stunned watching this absolute maniac still playing that game. Next, the recruits face another brutal exercise, this time with no extra distance, but they have to maintain a constant speed. Anyone who doesn't complete 40 kilometers in 2 hours won't get breakfast later. Pinky casually brags about hitting 10 max levels yesterday, which pisses off Ryuk, who is struggling to catch his breath after the exercise. He's annoyed because Pinky isn't even sweating. What bothers him even more is knowing the guy played all night and has only slept 2 hours in the last 4 weeks. When someone asks how he's still standing, Pinky just smiles and gets everyone's attention, saying he brought enough water to share with all his comrades. The guy goes crazy, praising his insane stamina and calling him their dear comrade. They're practically dying for a sip. of what now seems like some kind of mythical elixir. The boys line up like little chicks ready for Pinky to pour a sip of water into their mouths. In the middle of their conversation, someone suddenly calls for attention, and it's Lee, dropping the bomb that the lieutenant is seriously disappointed in all of them. It's the last week of training, and only half of the recruits have managed to meet the standard. He straight up calls them the most pathetic squad of all time. Pinky can't help but wonder why this older guy is speaking in the third person like some ancient sage. Lee doesn't stop there, however. He criticizes everyone, saying that if they are deployed after training ends, half of them are walking straight to their deathbeds. That kind of mindset, according to him, is basically a one-way ticket to the afterlife. He boldly claims that there's no way any of them will survive the final phase of training, something called dungeon evaluation training. Normally, when all the monsters inside a dungeon are eliminated, it disappears. But some don't vanish, they transform into what we call mutant dungeons. These dungeons constantly change their internal structure, altering layouts and environments regularly. This makes them the perfect place to train trainees. Will get a real dungeon experience, and this intense simulation is what they call the dungeon evaluation training. Just hearing the name already makes the recruits feel a chill down their spines, so they already know they're about to face something brutal, with Lee hyping up the tension. He seems to enjoy it, saying that recruits need to be treated like racehorses. For true discipline, you need one heavy whip to keep them in line, and then you toss them a carrot. He then sweetens the deal, guaranteeing they'll pass if they just use their heads. He announces that the recruit with the highest score will win a 2-night, 3-day vacation pass, believing this small reward will motivate them. He encourages them to work harder, asking if the news excites them, but the recruits just stare back at him, completely expressionless. They watch him pound the stage as if he's lost his mind, but no one responds. He's trying so hard to hype them up, but it's like talking to a brick wall, until he spots one guy who actually seems interested, excited by the news, which only makes the rest of them more nervous for the next day. The entire group arrives with their jaws on the floor, stunned by how massive the dungeon truly is. Minjun, on the other hand, couldn't care less on the day of the dungeon assessment training. The recruits are on edge, wondering what kind of nightmare awaits them inside. Suddenly, a jeep rolls onto the scene, startling everyone. They're all wondering why a military truck would be here of all places, and their panic escalates when they realize the jeep is loaded. It's carrying cages, and inside those cages are real monsters, with terrifying noises echoing from within. The recruits quickly realize they're filled with hounds, sending shivers down their spines. One of them even faints from the shock, while another is already scouting for an escape route. Meanwhile, Minjun just sees them as big dogs, mentally comparing them to Chihuahuas or a Maltese, while Lee is enraged as he watches the recruits. They're trembling at the sight of the very monsters they're supposed to be training to fight, so he orders them to form teams of 4 and head out. They must go to the shifting dungeon, defeat one hound within 1 hour, and return. He barks his instructions, saying if they get hurt, they better work on their grit, and if they're scared, they must use their heads and fight with spirit. He announces that they will enter one by one. So it's time to gear up and move out. Next up is the exclusive safety suit from the Hunter Corps, the Mid-2, designed to protect the physical body during battle. As soon as they all don the gear, they begin to tremble like frightened chickens, wondering if there's anything in the world stiffer than this armor. Meanwhile, Minjun is silently judging the suit. He thinks it's incredibly uncomfortable and clearly built purely for defense, and he can't believe that something so stiff and clumsy costs around 50 million. And just from the smell alone, he deduces that these suits have been used to death, soaked in the passion and sweat of everyone who came before. That's when Spike asks a bold question, wondering if they can get rid of these suits once they've taken down the hounds. At first, Lieutenant Lee seems bewildered by the idea, but then his eyes fall on Minjun, the #1 recruit, so he relents and grants permission anyway. Lee doesn't let him get away that easily. He reminds Sparky that he's not allowed to steal the spotlight. He's expected to show true teamwork. And now everyone will be watching how the top-ranked recruit handles things when it comes to looking out for others and defeating a hound. Sparky acts like it's all a piece of cake, claiming that all he needs to do is tell his teammates what to do. Out of nowhere, Sparky shouts that he has the perfect plan. 2 guys even lean in, curious to hear it, but then this weirdo casually gives the most brutal advice ever. Just grab the hound by its legs and break its back in half. That should do the trick if it jumps at them. And if the beast somehow survives that, he said they should bend its back and rip it in half. After presenting this horrifying strategy, Sparky demands to know if they understood. The recruits just stand there, staring at him in stunned silence, completely speechless. Then Lee yells for the sergeants to release the hounds, and a sergeant opens the cage gates, unleashing the beasts. But, instead of attacking the recruits, the creatures menacingly run straight back into the dungeon, Kevin casually points out that the wolves probably saw the door to their home and headed there. Surprisingly, his logic makes sense to everyone, and the recruits start praising his sharp mind for understanding the dog's psychology so quickly. Out of nowhere, Lee appears and demands to know if they really have the nerve to just stand around and laugh on these hallowed training grounds. His roar takes everyone's breath away. Lee then drops the bombshell that they've been selected as the first team to enter. It doesn't matter to Sparky, but the other three are mentally short-circuiting from the shock, completely stunned at being thrown in first. With no time to process, they march towards the dungeon gate. Among them, Sparky's only real motivation is to take off this annoying suit the second he finishes the mission. With that, Lee announces the start of the training, alerting the instructor team to be on standby and monitor everything closely. Their job is to control the situation if things get out of hand, and the instructor team keeps a close watch on the training from their hiding spot. One of them calmly reports to Corporal Rogers that there's only one team of 4 going in, with no other parties involved. It's then that he spots a familiar face, none other than Kevin Miller, the recruit marked for special attention. He's the one who's been showing some seriously promising powers lately, with top-tier scores for the last 4 weeks. But the real question is whether this kid can live up to those numbers in the chaos of a dungeon. There's no doubt about it. The first team is excited and eager to go, already showing signs of impatience as they prepare to attack. Finn feels like this is all a piece of cake, thinking he could easily knock out the hounds with one quick blow to the head. But on the other hand, if he defeats them all, the others wouldn't gain any experience. And that wouldn't be fair. He thinks he's being super considerate in that moment. He warns the group that the hounds are on their way, and sure enough, a pack of them appears. His teammates are already starting to panic, but Minjun tells them to stay calm since they're wearing extremely durable suits. He decides to take the lead, perhaps to set an example. Just as a hound lunges at him, he lands a brutal punch that takes the beast down instantly, while another hound goes straight for one of the other recruits. It bites into his arm as the poor guy begs for help, and without wasting a second, Minjun kicks the hound away from him, killing it as well. Then, like a coach, in the middle of the game, he starts to instruct them, telling the group they need to fight back. When the hounds bite, if they act scared, the monsters will take advantage and treat them like prey. Easy prey. He also tells them to drop the honorifics, since they are comrades now. Honestly, he knows that 2 guys would have died if this wasn't just a training exercise. But since they have the numbers, they need to use it to their advantage and counterattack with force. This will confuse the hunting hounds and turn the fight in their favor. Now the team is taking the lead, with Minjun calling the shots. He instructs them to corner the hound and wait for the right moment when it lowers its guard. Meanwhile, the team of instructors is watching all this unfold in disbelief. They question if this guy is really just a recruit. They never expected to see new recruits throwing themselves at hounds and choking out beasts as if it were nothing special, all thanks to Minjun. The team is overcoming their fear and actually fighting back. The instructors even begin to wonder if this lunatic might be one of those rare cases, like a sergeant from the Hunter Corps, who somehow returned to the day before his enlistment, the kind of story they usually only hear in rumors. But what stands out more than his strength is how Minjun leads the team. He's encouraging his squad, keeping them focused and coordinating the fight with actual strategy. This leadership earns him the highest score in the group. While the rest settle for average grades, Corporal Roden appears with his partner and officially declares that the first team has passed the test. On the way out, Minjun keeps pestering Roden about whether he earned the vacation pass, but Roden quickly tells him to shut up. Minjun jokes that they were probably worried about the team, calling the instructors tsundere, which irritates Roden right then and there. Something feels strange, the ground begins to tremble, and Rodium feels it too. He immediately orders contact with the outside team, but Mindium is completely unfazed, casually pointing out that this isn't an earthquake, it's the dungeon itself, transforming. That's when the others realize that the exit is sealing itself shut right before their very eyes as the exit closes. The recruits are terrified, screaming, and asking what's happening. Even Rodium's expression turns grim. They're in serious trouble, but Mindium already knows it's too late to leave now. The exit gate vanishes completely into thin air, leaving Rodium utterly shocked. They had ensured the transformation process only happened on a monthly cycle. So this sudden change makes no sense. The entire internal structure of the dungeon is beginning to shift. To make matters worse, the radio is dead, cutting off all communication. It seems the dungeon transformed far too quickly for now. The team of instructors has decided to focus on getting the recruits to a safe location after finding a corner. Relatively free from danger, Rodium gathers everyone and explains that there has been an unexpected incident inside the dungeon, while his colleague remains on high alert, watching their surroundings. He tells the group not to worry, stating they will wait in their current position for an hour to see if the dungeon entrance reopens. Just as the manual says, the recruits completely buy Rhodium's speech. Relieved at the thought that this ordeal will be over soon, they are just happy they won't be trapped here forever. To add to their comfort, Rhodium adds that the people outside are probably already assessing the situation and preparing to send help. He also reassures them that the lieutenant will take appropriate action, so all they have to do is remain calm and wait instead of panicking. But Mindium silently judges the corporal, not believing a single word of it. He's certain that they chose this place for training only after thoroughly confirming there would be no surprises. Unexpected ones like this. What's even more suspicious is how the dungeon entrance, which is always open, simply vanished suddenly out of thin air. Corporal Rhodium gestures for him to have a private word, and Mindium calmly realizes that these guys know full well the situation looks bleak. There's no manual for something like this, and if the dungeon has truly transformed into a sealed dungeon, then it will be much harder to clear, the ill-mannered guy thinks to himself. He still remembers seeing something like this at Isgard, but it's not so bad, especially with him being here now. Meanwhile, Rhodium admits this is the worst-case scenario. They're definitely in a sealed dungeon. His friend has no idea and is freaking out, clearly not trained for this kind of situation. So, Rhodium. He explains the two special cases when a dungeon's entrance disappears. The first is when the dungeon naturally dissipates after being cleared, and the second is when it transforms into a sealed dungeon where the gate vanishes the moment someone enters from the outside. Just like that, this one here is sealed, which also means that more than one monster will appear. The only way to escape now is by defeating every single monster trapped inside. Furthermore, Rodin makes it clear to his teammate that no outside help is coming. They are on their own, and they need to overcome this mess together with 4 recruits who have no real battle experience, and only 2 instructors. They will have to clear the dungeon by themselves. After Rodin updates everyone on the current situation, the recruits are visibly shaken as expected. Furthermore, Rodin has no idea what kind of monsters are crawling through this place, so things could turn deadly very quickly. Still, they can't afford to stand still. They need to keep moving while they have the strength. He laments that the instructors weren't prepared before diving in. They just jumped in wearing sweatsuits to monitor the kids. At this rate, even a few goblins could defeat them. Considering it takes Rodin about 10 minutes just to kill one, he looks back and remembers that the recruits are still wearing the Hunter Corps safety suits. He thinks they can use the defensive capabilities of these suits as part of the most realistic strategy right now. Put the recruits in the front to absorb the hits while the instructors attack from behind. It's a solid plan. But the idea of using these kids as human shields makes Rodin sick to his stomach. They endured so much brutal training and trusted the instructors to protect them, and now, his pride and self-respect won't let him turn these same kids into bait while Mason acts casually, as if he doesn't care. His teammates are freaking out, especially since this whole disaster is happening right when they're in their final week of training. Out of nowhere, the ill-mannered stranger senses something is wrong, and the instructor asks what's going on. That's when Rodin suddenly starts screaming as if something is choking him from the inside. His partner rushes over, ignoring Mason's warning not to approach, saying there's nothing he can do now. But the guy goes anyway to check on Rodin, only to feel the same thing happening to him, and he collapses to the ground. From this point on, Mason takes control, telling the rest of the team to stay back, or they'll end up like the instructors. As he checks on the 2 of them, he realizes they've just passed out, and are in no serious danger for now. Meanwhile, Spark had a premonition, having smelled a familiar scent earlier. At that moment, Mason throws the instructors towards the recruits, telling them to catch them and keep them safe. Near the exit, he firmly tells them not to follow him under any circumstances. One of the recruits tries to reason with him, asking what he plans to do when even the instructors have passed out, clearly shaken, pleading for him not to go alone. But Mindium pushes deeper into the dungeon without hesitation, fully aware that the risk of death excites him, especially since this time it's real here on Earth. Yet he's confident that the real reason behind the instructor's collapse is the presence of demonic energy. This doesn't even surprise him, knowing that even skilled instructors could pass out when exposed to something like this. Even in Isgard, people are always protected with a JOF, special ward, before facing monsters with demonic energy. That's because these things are far more fatal to normal humans, but for dark mages, dark energy is like plugging in a dead phone. It's their lifeblood. After running through the dungeon for a while, Mindium finally reaches the place from where this overwhelming demonic energy is emanating. The place is completely silent and not a single monster is in sight, but this only makes him smirk. He glances up at the ceiling, knowing full well that something so foul and steeped in darkness could never hide from the senses of a dark mage. And there it is. He can feel it. He never thought that he would encounter a beast like the Dark Hound here of all places, but make no mistake, this is not just some other version of a normal hound. Despite the similar names, the Dark Hound is a completely different and far more dangerous breed. The first time Mindium encountered one in Isgard was about 1 year after he was summoned. Back then, he barely made it out alive. Even the monster guides on Earth wouldn't dare get near this thing. It's that brutal. The Dark Hound leaps straight down from the ceiling, but Mindium doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, almost relieved to see a familiar face. With a smile, he thanks the beast for the meal, and in the next second, he lands a devastating punch right in its face, sending the monster flying back like a rag doll. The Dark Hound slams into the ground, its face bleeding and teeth shattered, while Mindium's eyes glow with hunger for its demonic energy. Despite the satisfying blow, the stench of blood in the air is thick and nauseating. But he doesn't care. It just means the recharge is about to begin. Although the smell of blood is still sickening, the insane amount of demonic energy that spreads after the Dark Hound's death is the real prize. That's exactly why taking down a beast like this isn't easy. Its poisonous blood is no joke. If an ordinary human came into contact with it, their skin would begin to rot on the spot. But none of that applies to the Dark Mage, as the demonic energy flows from the Dark Hound. Aiden absorbs it all, with a smug look on his face. As he soaks up the demonic energy essence, he knows that all the crazy side effects that come with it won't affect the Dark Mage one bit. The guy is thrilled to finally absorb demonic energy after so long, feeling about 5% charged now. Even so, he can't understand why something like a Shadow Hound from Isgard would appear in a place like this. He figured that monsters on Earth might contain some demonic energy, but seeing the instructors pass out like that raises serious questions. But he doubts they've ever encountered anything like this before. There was never any mention of demonic energy or shadow hounds during the monster education at the training center, and the possibility of a shadow hound performing dimensional travel is out of the question. Only someone like him, who has reached the pinnacle of black magic, could accomplish something like that. Or perhaps it's something that only a saint, who can wield the power of God, could perform, since it's not a skill just anyone can access. Aiden wonders if he's just overthinking it, or if this is really the first time a shadow hound has appeared in Korea. Either way, he decides to find the battalion and file a report, and eventually, he does. Meanwhile, Roger slowly opens his eyes, and the recruits are all buzzing with relief. Upon seeing him regain consciousness, they crowd around, asking if he's okay. But both instructors suddenly straighten up, startling the rookies. One of them immediately demands a full update, checking if anyone is hurt or if anything happened while they were out. The younger ones confess they thought the two of them had turned into zombies for a moment, but they assure them everyone is fine. Then, they mention that Aiden ran deeper into the dungeon alone. This news leaves Roger completely shaken, and when the recruits explain what happened after he and his partner passed out, Roger's face twists with rage. He's furious that Aiden acted alone in such a dangerous situation, grinding his teeth at the thought. This kind of stunt is more than enough to get someone expelled from the program. He feels he's in no position to criticize anyone, especially after passing out, instead of protecting the freshman. But then he snaps back to reality, realizing he needs to go after Aiden and bring him back. Just as he's about to move, one of the juniors suddenly calls out, pointing ahead. To everyone's surprise, Aiden strolls in, as if nothing ever happened, casually carrying the dead Dark Hound over his shoulder. The guy even asks if everyone is okay, as if it were just another Tuesday. The instructors are frozen solid, their jaws practically on the floor, their minds short-circuiting at the sheer size of the monster. They can't even begin to comprehend how on Earth this kid took it down all by himself without a second thought. Spark throws the enormous hound in front of them and tells the instructors to take a look. They take a closer look and instantly realize that this beast is the real reason they fainted earlier. The recruits now understand that the hounds they fought were just the baby versions, and this was the real deal. No one can believe that Spark took down such a massive creature all by himself. Then, as if on cue, the dungeon gate flickers and reappears in the same spot. Still trying to process what just happened, Roden turns to Spark and asks if he really defeated it alone. Spark just nods with that same calmly infuriating smile. Roden tells his partner to escort the recruits out first, promising that he'll follow right behind. Then pulling Spark aside, he asks, firmly, that he report every detail of what happened to the lieutenant. This includes how both instructors passed out and left the recruits, completely alone. Roden knows he has no excuses, even if it means being thrown in a military prison, but thanks to Spark, everyone made it back alive and without a scratch. Spark smiles, saying that Roden is being a bit embarrassing now, but Roden insists that a real man admits his mistakes. With that, he says it's time to leave this cursed place. Still, Roden can't figure out what made him lose consciousness, already dreading a sleepless night, trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, Spark is still hung up on the fact that he received a huge compliment during his last week of training. Just as he turns to leave a system, Windows suddenly appears in front of him, with a message that the error has been resolved. Spark stares at the screen completely stunned, muttering how he has no idea what it means. He curses under his breath, calling it a piece of junk, just like the one back in Isgard. But then the screen updates officially, labeling him as the founder of the sect, stating that Luminara is his favorite character, followed by his stats, strength, agility, and stamina are all at 60, and demonic energy at 10. His only listed skill is corruption, ranked as E, and the numbers don't bother him much, but something about this whole setup feels incredibly wrong, especially the Luminara part on his status window. Luminara is a character from Dungeon Power Fighter, the same game he played to pass the time back in Isgard when he reached the peak of his magical powers, dark powers. And he grew tired of the crazy fanatics following him everywhere. He created this joke of a cult around Loom just to get rid of them. Yet somehow, the jokes followed him here. Everyone had once begged Mingo to take over the world, but to get rid of them, he ended up forming the Luminuna fan club, and the plan completely backfired. It only created more lunatics who worshipped him. Now, as he looks at his current stats, Mindium realizes just how much weaker he's become. When he first returned without any demonic energy, he figured there would be a penalty for traveling between dimensions. Still, from the endless list of skills he used to have, only one remains, and it's corruption at a super low level. At this point, he's convinced the skill's effect might as well be an upset stomach. This isn't some third-rate novel, but the sheer absurdity of it all makes him want to puke. There's no way he can achieve any of his goals like this. But then again, he has already climbed to the top of the black magic hierarchy once before. Back in Einegade, if he did it once, he can do it again. This time, he has a good reason. He needs to regain his power quickly to help the game company that's stuck in development hell thanks to the monsters. But one thing is certain, this isn't like that time in Isgard, when he had no choice but to endure. Now, he has the game company waiting for him. That day, the entire training center was thrown into chaos when news broke that a training dungeon had sealed itself while a session was in progress. On top of that, the lieutenant hadn't issued clear orders, and a mere recruit took down a newly discovered species of monster. All while the instructors were caught off guard by a series of unexpected events. The recruits, who were supposed to receive their private ranks and enjoy some freedom until deployment, suddenly found themselves at the center of a storm. The juniors feel like they're cursed, with no idea when their standby status will end, and all this during their final week of training. At this point, they wouldn't even mind just sitting around, watching TV. Lee Ho-chan turns to Park Jung-won and asks if Mindium really took down that enormous hound by himself. Jung-won is still hyped, saying he first thought it was a cow, because of its size. But yeah, Mindium finished it off. So they start to wonder if Mindium could reach the rank of sergeant within 2 years. But someone points out that the Hunter Corps' advanced exams are no joke. Apparently, most guys are discharged as corporals even after serving the full 5 years. There are even some who leave with the rank of private first class. After Mindium salutes, upon meeting Commander Choi, he notices Lieutenant Lim in a strange position. Choi casually asks him to leave, and as soon as he does, Choi bursts into laughter, saying the lieutenant was punished for not inspecting the dungeons correctly, but getting straight to the point. Choi said that since Minjun received the highest score, there is something important they need to discuss. He has a special proposal in store and asks if he is interested in hearing it. A crane among chickens. It is a saying used to describe someone who stands out above the rest. Commander Choi firmly believes that Kim Minjun is anything but ordinary, and he is sincerely grateful to have witnessed someone like him in his lifetime. He never imagined he would find one crane so exceptional that makes even the above average seem like chickens in comparison. Choi said it would be a national loss to assign this kind of talent to the regular ranks when they are in desperate need of qualified personnel. He also mentions that he heard Minjun wants to advance quickly. Normally, there is a rule that prevents private soldiers from taking the promotion exam for at least 1 year, but when it comes to exceptions, it is a completely different story. And this part leaves Minjun a little stunned. That is when Commander Choi drops the bombshell. He has the authority as the training commander to grant Minjun this exception on one condition. He wants him to volunteer as a volunteer for the Hunter Corps stationed in Cheorwan, Gangwon-do. The old man even slams the table, shouting that Minjun would not have to wait a whole year for a promotion if he went there. An awkward silence settles between them. Choi starts to wonder if he might be laying it on too thick. Even for someone desperate to advance, perhaps this exception is not a big enough carrot. Meanwhile, Minjun shows no concern or interest. He is deep in thought. He remembers that Chorwon is home to the 104th Division of the Invincible Hunter Squad, the same place his comrades warned him to avoid like the plague. The weather is brutal, the snow piles up endlessly, and dungeons, along with monsters, appear whenever they please. It is labeled as one of the most extreme posts, but Minjun does not care where he ends up, as long as he advances quickly. This promotion exception is a golden opportunity. Besides, the place reeks of dungeons, which is actually perfect. For his plan to succeed, he needs to climb the ranks as fast as possible. The higher the rank, the wider his scope of action. Besides, there is no better way to earn a promotion than by proving himself inside the dungeons. With that, Kim Minjun gives a direct and firm answer. Yes, he is in. Commander Choi is deeply shocked that this guy simply agreed to go straight to Chorwon, the land of brutal cold, and did so with such an audacious spirit. Later, in the parking lot, a crowd of people is gathered near the vans. Commander Choi is crying like a baby as he says goodbye to Kevin Kim, begging him to keep in touch. As soon as he reaches his base, Kevin thinks this old man is being dramatic. Thinking that he's the one who'll ghost him, Choi swears he won't, but Kevin clearly doesn't care. Still, the commander asks if he's really going to Chorwon, wondering why he chose the one place everyone avoids. Kevin says it's a plan too grand for the old man to understand, adding that he has an insane goal to achieve. Choi jokes if it's reaching max level 100 times, but Kevin casually says he just hit his 13th max level yesterday, so 100 isn't even a challenge. Choi and Kevin part ways on the road. Kevin watches the loudest guy head to his base and starts to wonder why he's suddenly alone. Out of nowhere, an army jeep pulls up, calling for Kevin Kim, catching him completely by surprise. Behind the wheel is a guy in sunglasses, asking Kevin casually if the kid waited long, saying the snow delayed him. Kevin is surprised, not even realizing it had started snowing. The guy tells him to hop in the back, so they can head to the squad. The reality hits that he's about to start his life as a soldier. But one thing bothers him, and that's the hazing. He remembers all those TV shows where the senior forces the rookie to do insane things, like finding the Dragon Balls, or running useless errands. Kevin knows he doesn't have the patience to deal with that kind of stuff, but figures he'll have to endure it somehow on the way. Kevin realizes how dangerous things could get if he loses his cool and punches a superior. That would be the end of his goals, and he'd be sent to the military brig like a common soldier. As they approach their destination, a light snow begins to fall over the Invincible Hunter Corps. Arriving in Gangwon-do, Chorwon, at the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division of the Hunter Corps, Matthew and Kevin enter. Matthew opens a door and shoves the rookie inside, ordering the guys in there to feed him and teach him how things work. The soldiers inside are surprised, since they didn't get any notice. But when they see the rookie, they burst out laughing and cheering, excited to have fresh meat around. When Kevin introduces himself, the group realizes this is the guy from the rumors, the psycho who single-handedly took on the giant hound. One guy tosses Kevin's backpack at a bald guy, making him responsible for unpacking his stuff. Kevin quickly realizes that the loudmouth jerks are the alphas of the dorm, standing there with big, goofy grins. It's like they've just discovered a new toy or something, and they're dying of curiosity to know why he chose this place when his high scores could have easily landed him a rearguard post. Kevin simply thinks that being on the front lines offers better hands-on experience and the fastest path to progression. The guys look at him like he's insane, calling him a madman. They ask if he has a brother or a girlfriend, but Mindium said he's been on his own since birth. Curious to see what he's capable of, they pester him to show his talent. Mindium figures showing off will shut them up, so it's worth it. He gets down to do one-finger push-ups, but this irritates one of the alphas, who boasts that he could do that all day long. The other one tells the sergeant to relax and let the kid show off. So Mindium switches positions and starts doing vertical push-ups on his fingers, which leaves the room stunned. No one thought they would ever see something so wild in real life, and they begin to wonder if anyone in their platoon can do it. That's when they remember there is a certain sergeant who can. Suddenly, a fierce-looking soldier enters and orders Spark to get out of the way. The alphas turn pale and point towards Mindium, revealing that he's the one doing the vertical push-ups. That voice hits Mindium like a shockwave, and he recognizes it instantly. It's Lee Song-ho. Sergeant Lee Song-ho's jaw drops upon seeing Kim Minjun there in that place. Mindium is also surprised, not expecting to encounter this guy. Immediately, Sergeant Cho starts loudly teasing Song-ho, asking why he's acting so tired, since he was just sent out as an instructor. The other guy chimes in, mentioning his so-called vacation to intimidate newbies, asking how many days off he got this time. Their warrior doesn't even bother to respond, just giving a nonchalant look and saying he got 4 days. This only adds more fuel to the fire, and the two start complaining about how he ruined their runtime. Cho gives him the middle finger, calling him a buzzkill. Meanwhile, Mindium is in the background, completely lost about what's happening, watching this chaos unfold. Song-ho, clearly tired of them, lies down as if he's finished his work for the day, and starts watching a live stream of a volcanic dungeon. The broadcast shows a scorching terrain, with naturally high temperatures that cause constant damage. Now it's clear to Mindium that there's a huge difference in rank and experience between them. Out of nowhere, Seong-ho calls over Private First Class Lee Dong-jin and tells him to properly instruct his subordinate, his direct subordinate, who is none other than Mindium. Dong-jin approaches, introducing himself in a friendly manner, and suggests they talk more while eating, as he has a special pass to the post's retail store. Mindium is a bit shocked, not even realizing they couldn't go there alone. As soon as they arrive, Dong-jin tells Mindium to go ahead, but then just makes a dismissive gesture, telling him to grab whatever he needs to eat his fill. Mindium thinks this guy is really cool, but the moment Dong-jin goes to pay and sees the bill come to 3,001, the man starts to break out in a cold sweat, as if he just saw his bank balance, crying. Even the cashier jokes, asking if he's getting cold feet, while Mindium enjoys his meal. He mentions the whole retail store situation, asking why they need special passes in the first place. That's when Dong-jin explains that privates and privates first class have restrictions. They can only use the store on weekends, and he also needs to be a private first class to go to the gym, and you need to be a corporal to use the PC rooms. Minjun almost choked on his Doritos. He was shocked to find out they have PC rooms here. Still, Dong-jin adds that's just the way it is, and he can't expect them to let a private relax in a PC room, so he had better get used to it. Minjun gets all fired up about changing this system, but Dong-jin says clearly that to even think about it, he needs to make corporal. Then he adds his own opinion, saying that a guy should be at least a sergeant, before even trying for corporal. And honestly, that path is no joke. Minjun quickly discovers that he can't just bend the rules here to suit himself. He's quite upset about the PC room restriction, and it makes him wonder if there is any shortcut to move up in rank. Dong-jin, speaking from his own difficult experience, admits he's failed the promotion exam so many times that he's been stuck as a private first class for the last 3 years. He calls himself pathetic, but Minjun tells him that he'll get it next time. In fact, Minjun likes Dong-jin's style and wants him to rise through the ranks with him, so they can go to the land house together. At that moment, a big guy enters. It's Sergeant King Gwon-sik, who sees the two of them eating and eyes their snacks. He casually asks if they're eating something good. Dong-jin invites him to join, and of course, the guy doesn't miss a chance for free food. He sits down with them. He grabs a handful of chips, cracks open a soda, and between bites, assures them that he won't say a word about their conversation to anyone. However, Gwon-sik warns them that if they are useless during the firearms training tomorrow, they might as well be dead. He makes it clear he has no intention of letting Minjun get by easily, and he bluntly asks if the kid even knows how to shoot. Dong-jin intervenes. He says he was just about to explain how the firearms training here is very different from anywhere else. But Gwon-sik isn't convinced. He raises an eyebrow and asks if Dong-jin is implying that he's being overly involved when the guy is supposedly fine. So Gwon-sik gets straight to the point. He mocks him, asking if he's so good. Why is he still stuck as a private first class? This taunt irritates Minjun, so he silently releases a bit of his demonic energy. It's just enough to mess with the guy. Gwon-sik suddenly stands up, looking like something didn't sit right in his stomach, and he starts accusing the snacks of being spoiled. Minjun tries not to laugh, watching the guy mess with the bag of chips, probably checking the expiration date. Gwon-sik now clearly regrets his choice of snack. Mindium ignores him and tells them both to get moving. Just then, the brilliant Mindium has a realization. Perhaps the corruption skill has more everyday uses than he previously thought. Meanwhile, Gwon-sik is still clueless, thinking his stomach just suddenly gave out on him. Next, Mindium gets Dong-jin's attention and asks him to explain the details of the firearms training. The nice guy, always ready to help, asks if Mindium has ever used a K2 with ICM rounds before. He explains that here, they use rounds even more powerful than ICMs. Those are like ponies, compared to what the Hunter Corps uses, which are on a completely different level, more like wild stallions, with a recoil and sound that hit like a cannon. Because of how often monsters appear, firepower is everything in this unit. Dondon warns that at first it might feel strange and even painful. And yes, he will be chewed out during training, but he assures Mindium that he'll get used to it quickly. The young man nods his head, kind of liking the pony to stallion metaphor. It fits perfectly, although he remembers seeing long-range weapons in Isgard that were on the level of an elephant. The idea of a wild stallion still excites him. That elephant weapon couldn't even be called a firearm. It was practically a siege weapon. So now, with the stallion comparison in mind, Mindium is all hyped up for tomorrow's training. Meanwhile, Dondin silently wonders what's going on with Sergeant Guanxik and if his stomach is feeling any better. The next day, at the firearms training range, loud explosions echo nonstop as soldiers take aim at dog-shaped moving targets. When it's Mindium's turn, he misses once but still lands 19 perfect shots. The announcer completely loses his mind, calling him a machine. Everyone stares in disbelief, watching this soldier put on a clinic with his marksmanship. They start whispering that he's some kind of shooting monster. Even Sergeant Chuck, whose personal record is 14, hits a score already considered excellent on the team, is stunned by what he's just witnessed. Meanwhile, two other important figures are watching from the sidelines. The commander of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Minjun, is frozen in shock seeing this kid hit 19 targets. And next to him, 1st Sergeant Tae-suk, the battalion's administration and supply officer, slowly takes in the scene, realizing the rumors about this elite soldier weren't just hype, they were deadly accurate. Now, the dorm leader wants to know how Mindium did it, but he just shrugs and says he was just following instructions. This casual response only infuriates them more. Suddenly, an officer steps in. He praises Kenji Min and tells him to keep up the good work. The officer even mentions that he's looking forward to seeing Kenji's performance this afternoon in the special firearms training. Sergeant Cho can't handle this, furious at the idea of this rookie even attempting the special training, while his friend throws shade at Kenji, accusing him of favoritism. The others begin to whisper that Kenji is so good that he probably would have earned another day off if he had hit all 20 targets. Meanwhile, the group's heavy gunner turns to Dante, demanding to know what's so special about this elite training. Dante is still reeling from how this so-called rookie turned out to be a first-class sniper. He explains that rookies usually aren't allowed in that training since it uses enhanced conventional ammunition rounds, basically heavy-caliber weapons. The guy assures them he'll explain in more detail later, and that Kenji will receive a proper briefing anyway. The program operates with two-person teams, entering a facility filled with monsters that they must eliminate on their way to the endpoint. Although the monsters aren't high-level threats, the problem is that they're fast-moving targets and they shoot back. Moreover, civilian targets pop up unexpectedly, and hitting even one of them is considered a major failure. Dante adds that everything is monitored and controlled by the higher-ups, so there's no real danger, but it simulates a real combat scenario. The mention of monster targets, real ones, makes Kenji's heart race. This is exactly the kind of action he signed up for. In the mess hall, the feast begins, and all the soldiers dive in, as if they haven't eaten in days. While devouring his plate, Kenji praises Dante for hitting 13 shots in a row, but Dante is still in disbelief that the rookie hit 19. Kenji blushes a little, brushing it off by saying he's not that good, he just has some experience. He then points out that Sergeant Lee Song-ho is the real monster around here, consistently hitting an average of 17 shots, which makes him the team's top marksman. This small detail hits Kenji. If the numbers are correct, then he is now officially the #1 shooter in the unit. Dante has no doubt that Kenji will also crush it in the special firearms training. Curious about the upcoming team configuration, for the two-person teams, Kenji asks if Dante will be his partner, but Dante explains that the teams are chosen by the higher-ups, so there's no way of knowing who will be paired with whom. When asked, he explains the criteria for assigning team members is handled through a random draw. Later, at the special firearms range, the squad is given 5 minutes to prepare before the training begins. Out of nowhere, Genki shouts that he's been paired with the rookie, claiming it's a huge mismatch, because a sergeant and a recruit are in different worlds. Minjun now sees this loudmouth as his partner, and by the looks of it, the guy hasn't learned a thing, still stuck in hazing mode. This slacker arrogantly tells Minjun that the average completion time for the team is 3 minutes. Then this intimidating guy gives a warning, saying that if Minjun doesn't finish within that time, he'll regret it. Minjun doesn't say a word, which makes Guanxik assume the rookie's confidence is shaken. He even mocks him, saying that the 19 hits from before were just beginner's luck. Minjun considers it a lost cause but still calmly says he'll do his best. Guanxik doesn't let up, saying that if the rookie finishes slower than him, he'll be in deep trouble. After that, he tells Minjun to keep an eye on the team ahead of them and learn how it all works. The first group of shooters is locked in, which includes Sergeant Kim Min-gyu from Lane 1 and Sergeant Young Hyung from Lane 2. Both are ready to start, entering their individual elevators and descending into the underground facility, officially beginning the training. The setup is supposedly for a tactical monster elimination while protecting civilians inside a closed area. But let's be real, it's basically turned into a competition between the troops. The main goal is to get through the course as fast as possible and hit that red button before the other guy. Monster icons vary in size depending on how dangerous the creature is. The scarier the monster, the bigger the icon. Kwon-shik casually tells Minjun that this should give him a clear idea of what he's up against. Each lane has 2 monsters, and since the encounters are completely random, no one knows what they'll face until they're inside. A huge toad-like creature charges at Min-gyu, trying to swallow him whole. Minjun notices that Min-gyu got a faster start in Lane 1, but with that kind of monster in his way, the poor guy might lose his lead. Meanwhile, in Lane 2, Jung Hyung starts by taking down a monster rat, thinking it'll be a smooth run, but just as he speeds up, a giant worm slides in and completely blocks his path. Mingyu, on the other hand, is losing control in a full-on rage mode, and massacres the 2 toad creatures like a beast. He figures the other guy must have finished already, since those toad creatures caused quite a bit of chaos. But it turns out to be the opposite. Mingyu runs to the red button and smashes it, declaring his victory with a time of 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Everyone around explodes in applause, as they start talking about Jung Hyung's terrible luck for drawing a desert worm. Mingyu doesn't waste any time teasing Jung Hyung, saying that at this rate, he'd better not even try to defend the nation. He also reminds him that now it's Jung Hyung's turn to pay the bill at the shop. Jung Hyung grinds his teeth and mutters that Mingyu was just lucky, but Mundi saw everything and points out that Ranium even shot a civilian plate, so he would have been disqualified anyway. As the two continue to bicker, Guanchik realizes the bet they had. This sparks an idea in his head, and he suggests making a bet as well, where the loser has to grant the winner's wish. Guanchik laughs in his face, thinking this rookie has gotten cocky, just because the seniors have been going a little easy on him. Still, the big gorilla agrees, but says he doesn't have any real wish that a simple soldier like Mindium could actually grant. Instead, he jokes that he'd rather just receive his salary for the next 3 months. Mindium sees him as a simple and greedy guy, but accepts the bet anyway. Beside him, Donnie is getting more nervous by the second. Kim Min-gui calls the next group, and Mindium prepares to face Guanchik. As they descend into the facility, Mindium is already kicking himself for falling for such a cheap provocation, knowing it's usually better to keep a low profile. Still, he just can't stand idly by when someone messes with him. Outside, the crowd is buzzing, excited to see a sergeant actually make a bet with a recruit during training. Some even joke that Guanchik will have to jump in and save the newbie from a monster. Then out of nowhere, a sudden tremor hits, shaking everyone to their very core. Heads whip around, but no one has the slightest clue what's happening. Back in the sublevels, Mindium freezes for a second, confused by the tremor. His eyes go wide when he sees a monstrous, one-eyed abomination devouring a cat like it's popcorn, and the sight instantly makes him sick. The Cyclops casually tosses the half-eaten rat aside like garbage and turns its hungry gaze to its next meal. Mindium lets out an internal sigh, thinking what a true pain this is. He remembers his plans for fried chicken tonight, which means he'd better end this mess quickly. Still, he hesitates for a second, thinking how terrible it would be to accidentally shoot the wrong target and hit a civilian plate if he were careless. Just as the monster charges forward to attack, Mindium wonders why this enraged beast is going so berserk. The fight truly begins, and Mindium gets serious, pouring his demonic energy into every attack. A solid punch to the gut stuns the monster, enough to subdue it for a moment, and Mindium thinks all that's left is to finish the job with a single shot. But then, right before his very eyes, he witnesses something incredible. The monster's shredded hand regenerates in seconds. The others nearby are losing their minds, wondering if the rookie is really out there fighting something. They're trying to figure out if there was an accident. Kevin's brain is about to collapse as he realizes exactly what is happening. The rookie is fighting a Cyclops that managed to break free from the second lane. It's not just any Cyclops. That thing is the devouring demon after absorbing energy. The Cyclops' regeneration and attack power increase insanely fast, until its digestion phase is over. But something seems very wrong. This type of monster usually doesn't attack, unless it's cornered. What's even stranger is how it went berserk after eating another monster. The whole situation makes no sense at all. This brute shouldn't be losing its mind like this. Meanwhile, Midian is in the middle of the fray, trading blows with the creature, as if it were just another Tuesday. The guy knows full well this was only supposed to be a standard shooting drill, not a live battle with the boss. Still, he doesn't hesitate. He unloads a barrage of bullets right into the relentless monster's skull. With his aim, a few well-placed shots pierce its eye, and Midian notices something. The eye regenerates much slower than the rest. This is his chance. He keeps moving like a ghost, dodging every blow with sharp reflexes. But even blinded, the Cyclops' attack speed doesn't slow down. That's the truly scary part. Midian is dodging like a pro, but the monster still tracks him, not by sight. He starts to think it might be picking up on sound or smell. Or worse, maybe it's reacting to his demonic energy. That could be the trigger. Back on the sidelines, Kim, Mandy, fully equipped and ready, watches the chaos unfold with a growing sense of guilt. He can't understand how things escalated like this, but he blames himself for the mistake. No ordinary private should be facing an energy-fueled Cyclops. Even armed, it's a suicide mission deep down. All Mandy can do is hope that Midian survives long enough. Praying the rookie can hold on, Mandy takes off running with everything he's got to support him. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Guan-shik is running towards the button, confident that he would clock in at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He's full of himself, thinking that Midian could never keep up with his speed, and had probably already failed, just as he expected. He even joked to himself about spending the brat's salary during the holidays. This idiot is laughing over here, but when Corporal Kim Guan-shik reaches his destination, his face turns deathly pale. Seeing the pest casually standing next to the button, Minjun looks at Corporal Guan-shik and laughs right in his face. Calmly pressing the red button, that move drained the color from Guan-shik's face, who was sweating like a madman for losing a bet. A bet to a mere brat. Dongjun is speechless when he finally arrives at the scene. The Cyclops is dead, and he can't understand how Minjun managed to pull it off to finish like that. Back at the base, everyone is going crazy hearing that the so-called rookie finished in less than 2 minutes. They can't believe that Minjun took down a fully powered Cyclops, all by himself, especially since everyone thought it had to be some kind of lucky break. Dongjun watches with concern, asking if he's hurt, or feeling unwell in any way, but Minjun calmly replies that he's perfectly fine. With that, Dongjun's tension eases a bit, and he asks Minjun how he managed to take down the Cyclops. Minjun smiles and says it was all thanks to his training. Meanwhile, Petty Corporal Guan-shik watches the whole scene with a burning frustration. One of the guys suddenly mentions the bet they had made, pointing out that the rookie actually won. Guan-shik slaps the guy from behind and asks if he has a death wish. He yells that the situation wasn't fair, so the bet doesn't count. There's no way the rookie could have finished faster than him. Guan-shik insists that during the special firearms training, each soldier must defeat 2 monsters before reaching the final point. And he did exactly that. According to him, the rookie defeated only 1, so the victory doesn't count. Guan-shik continues to complain about how unfair it all is, claiming that if he had only faced 1 monster, like Minjun, he would have finished much faster. He starts yelling at Dongjun, demanding to know if this isn't obviously biased. He presses even further, going as far as threatening him to make him talk. Dongjun pauses, clearly irritated, while Minjun watches the whole mess unfold. To him, Guan-shik seems to be the worst of them all. For Minjun, of course, the whole situation was unpredictable, and even though Minjun took down the monster with his own 2 hands, he hadn't planned on clinging to the victory, or rubbing it in anyone's face. He was ready to let the bet slide, but seeing how Guan-shik is acting now, he's shocked and completely disgusted. The young man had also planned to forget the bet, but he couldn't understand why this punk was taking it out on Private Dongjun instead of him. As the tension rises, Sergeant Lee Sun-woo intervenes and calms the situation. He tells the corporal, Guan-shik, to be ashamed of himself, pointing out that the rookie took the biggest risk of them all. Sun-woo explains that the Cyclops monsters, they're usually passive, but once they get furious, they're on a completely different level of danger. He makes it clear that everyone saw Minjun deal with something much more intense than what Guan-shik faced, so he calls him out for rubbing it in when everyone knows the truth. This catches the whole crowd by surprise. Nobody expected Sun-ho to get involved in this mess, Guan-shik retorts, asking if Sun-ho is just trying to show off in front of his peers. But Sun-ho shuts him down again, saying that the one looking desperate now is Guan-shik. Guan-shik tries to play it off, telling Sun-ho to stop embarrassing him in front of their colleagues, and saying he was just kidding. But Sergeant Sun-ho fires back, asking if everything that doesn't go Guan-shik's way is always just a joke. He adds with a smug look that it's funny how getting a higher rank suddenly makes all the stubborn mules who used to boss you around act so obediently. That line hits hard. Guan-shik looks visibly embarrassed, unable to think of a comeback. It certainly satisfies Minjun as Corporal Kim Guan-shik stands there ashamed. Sergeant Sun-ho, asks if he has anything else to say, as a flustered Guan-shik mutters that it's nothing. Sun-ho just agrees, saying that's for the best. Later during the night patrol, Kim Minjun and Dong-jin talk about how Sergeant Lee Sun-ho once received a rare 2-rank promotion, a special case granted to someone who got the highest score on the advancement exams. This used to be a legitimate path, but the system was abandoned after a sergeant who received the same kind of fast-track promotion caused a major accident in a dungeon. Sergeant Sun-ho ended up being one of the last people to receive this type of promotion. Min-jun asks if there's really no way to get a special advancement, and Dong-jin replies that, while there are still exceptions like rescuing a civilian during an emergency or accomplishing something remarkable during a monster hunt, these situations are extremely subjective. He explains that it's better to assume the rule doesn't exist, really, since almost no hunter has advanced through it. Min-jun takes this as a hint that, in the end, the commander probably has the final say. The guy is clearly desperate for a promotion, although he isn't wishing for civilians to end up in danger. Still, what intrigues him most is how strangely quiet this place is, considering it's supposed to be crawling with monsters causing destruction every day, the kind that decimated the entire North Korean army. Min-jun keeps thinking that 2 days are more than enough. He's already eager to advance even as a private. Dong-jin tells him he's doing great and will be promoted soon, then asks if he's paying attention. Right then, Min-jun wishes for a gate to appear out of nowhere. A sudden announcement blares over the command and control center's speaker system. It's an emergency alert that a swarm of medium-class bats is approaching the oil reserve and all hunters. All available units are ordered to respond immediately and install the protective shield without delay. The announcement keeps repeating, catching the attention of Jin and Mindy. Mindy's eyes sparkle with excitement. While Jin tells him to hurry up, medium bats are bat-type monsters the size of children. Known for living in colonies, although they aren't especially threatening one-on-one, they are extremely fast and have the ability to spit fireballs. This becomes especially dangerous near something, like an oil reserve. If they aren't controlled quickly, the entire military base could catch fire. Meanwhile, 2 hunters already stationed at the reserve are on alert, scanning the sky and counting the bats, wondering how the hell these things managed to show up here of all places. One of the hunters warns the other not to fire near the oil reserve, asking what they would do if the bats went crazy and caused an explosion. The other argues that they can't just stand by with their arms crossed, but his partner insists they should wait and monitor the situation. For now, the report has already been sent, and someone should show up soon to install the shield, protective shield. Still, both are visibly tense, unsettled by the risk. Just imagining what could happen if those bats spat fireballs before the shield went up is enough to make their blood run cold. They continue to debate what to do, still confused about why the bats appeared at the oil reserve in the first place. Just then, Mindy appears and announces, casually, that he's going to draw the bats' attention. Both hunters freeze in shock, knowing he's a rookie in the second company, and have no idea what he plans to do without any gear. But Mindy dismisses their concerns, saying he doesn't have time for gear when his precious guests, the monsters that will help him advance, are already here. He's completely ready to earn the title of the soldier who single-handedly prevents an emergency that could have destroyed the entire military camp, and best of all, he can enjoy every bit of the experience, all for himself. As expected, this conceited kid realizes the bats are reacting to his demonic energy, and now they're all his. On the other hand, the nearby hunters are rushing to set up the equipment and ensure nothing gets damaged. But as soon as they spot Mindy out in the open, they stop in surprise. Sergeant Han sees them distracted and yells for them to get a move on, and finish installing the shield. The hunters stammer, pointing at Mindy who is already out there fighting. This just makes Sergeant Han even more irritated. He complains that Mindy is doing all the heavy lifting. As they stand there just watching, the hunters quickly apologize and jump back into the action. Min-jun thinks it's taking way too long, having to rip through the bats one by one when Sergeant Song-ho comes running. He's yelling at him to get down and fall back, demanding to know what he's doing out there without even a bulletproof vest. But Min-jun isn't backing down. He's convinced this fight is his and his alone, and he's not about to give it up. Then, his eyes land on the electric fly swatter in Seong-ho's hand, and he lights up with excitement. At that moment, Seong-ho suddenly drops to his knees, clutching his stomach as he shows signs of sickness. Min-jun asks if he's alright. The sergeant can barely manage to say he is. Min-jun seizes the moment to ask for the electric fly swatter, but Seong-ho refuses, telling him again to fall back. Min-jun just smiles and tells him not to worry. He promises he'll be back in a flash after dealing with the bats. The moment he grabs the swatter, his face lights up like a kid on Christmas morning, and he dives right back into the fray. Song-ho watches in disbelief as Min-jun begins to dominate the medium-sized bats with ease, swinging the fly swatter as if it were a legendary weapon. Suddenly, one of the bats spits a fireball, and everyone nearby freezes in terror. Without hesitation, Sergeant Song-ho commands everyone to open fire, declaring he'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. But Minjun faces the bat and fries it, saying if the bat has no idea what happens when you play with fire, then it's about to get burned. Everyone is stunned by how high Minjun just jumped, wondering how he pulled off something like that. A few hunters announce that the Protective 2 shield has been activated, and they remind everyone to secure all the cables. Sergeant Seong Gi-ho salutes his superior, who responds with a nod, saying they did a good job. Next, he asks if they've figured out where the bats came from, especially since none of them showed up on the radar. The commander looks around and asks who managed to roast the bats so thoroughly, and how many there were. Seong-ho replies that there were 30 in all, and admits he's also wondering where the commander was during all the chaos. The on-duty operations officer, Captain Song Daeum-cheek, explains that the battalion commander is expected to arrive shortly. Even though the guy doesn't specialize in combat, it's still unacceptable for a high-ranking officer to be completely absent during a full-blown emergency and only show up after everything is settled. Song-ho figures he was probably just kicking back in the control center, watching the monster radar the whole time. Jun-chik asks Sergeant Seong-ho if he's the one responsible for roasting all the bats, and says he'll report it to the battalion commander. Seong-ho quickly replies that it wasn't him when the Jun-chik asks if there's anyone else in the battalion skilled enough to do this with an electric baton. Hyung-ho explains that it wasn't just about the ones who were knocked down with the baton. Every single one of the 30 bats was defeated by the same person. He tells Jun-chik to make sure this is reported. Jun-chik is stunned, asking again for clarification since all the other officers were on leave. If it wasn't Hyung-ho, then who could it be? At that moment, Min-jun approaches. He greets Hyung-ho and casually returns the electric baton he had borrowed. He then asks with a smile if that thing is expensive. The next day, in the battalion commander's office, Sergeant Song-ho is questioning Min-jun, asking if he is someone who enlisted. Again, Min-jun shakes his head and says no. Song-ho asks if he's a regressor or something, and again, Min-jun denies it. Song-ho sighs and tells him not to pull any crazy stunts, like what happened yesterday. Never again. He warns that although he might have gotten lucky, this time, a hunter can never predict what might happen next. Min-jun, thinking to himself that it wasn't luck, decides it's better to stay quiet. Sang-ho explains that, as he probably knows, the Hunter Corps is a special unit, and everything about it is different, starting with the size of the divisions, which consist of only 4 battalions, and even those battalions have far fewer troops than regular military units. Min-jun thinks to himself that this is obviously the case, since not all of the awakened go on to enlist, but he still doesn't understand why Sang-ho is mentioning this. It's then that Sang-ho asks if he knows how all of this is possible. Min-jun looks back, completely bewildered. Sergeant Sang-ho says that everyone in the Hunter Corps is an awakened. Although not all of them are in combat, many officers specialize in areas like administration, monster theory, tactics, and weapons research, but they are also awakened. He explains that in the Hunter Corps, advancement is based purely on achievements and talent. Meanwhile, Min-jun is thinking that they called him to the battalion commander's office first thing in the morning, so he thought there would be good news, but now he just feels annoyed. This is more like an information session, and he should have known not to get his hopes up. Sang-ho looks at him and asks if he was expecting something, just because he was called in. Then he tells the young man to focus, adding that today, the hunter, who has defeated the most monsters in the 104th Division, will be visiting their battalion. A car full of tough-looking men arrives at the Hunter Corps base, and Colonel Lee Daeum-byeon, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, steps forward to greet the arriving guests. Beside him are Captain Seo Deon-gun, the second in command of the 2nd Battalion, and Captain Song, the operations officer 2nd Lieutenant Kevin Kim, the commander of the 2nd Platoon, and Sergeant Ethan Lee, the leader of the 2nd Squad. All of them remain on high alert and fully focused. Stryker approaches and shakes Sergeant Ethan's hand, saying he heard about how he handled the incident yesterday calmly. He praises Ethan's work, and Ethan respectfully thanks him for the recognition. Meanwhile, Mason Kim is sizing up Stryker, thinking that he definitely emanates an imposing presence, and now he's truly curious about how strong a 2-star officer from the Hunter Corps must be. Stryker then turns his attention to Mason and asks if it's him. Mason confirms, and when Stryker shakes his hand, Mason instantly feels the insane strength in his grip, leaving him stunned. Then the big guy starts patting Mason's back, as if he were his favorite pet, telling everyone to relax and be at ease. Stryker tells everyone to stand easy and asks if they've located the gate where the mid-tier bats came from. The sergeant swallows hard. and informs him that it's on a hill approximately 1.2 kilometers north of the battalion. The man explains that the area is currently off limits and they are working to identify the gate's classification. Stryker instructs them to report directly to the division commander's office as soon as they have confirmation. Next, this officer asks if there were any problems with the radar. Captain Jenkins replies that the alarm didn't go off until the bats were practically on top of the battalion. He adds that it doesn't seem to be a mechanical failure, but they are checking for possible blind spots. Stryker says that if it's not a malfunction, then the problem might have been the sheer number of monsters passing through, and orders them to inform the divisional command office and install 2 additional radars. The officer replies with an emphatic, "Yes, sir," while the atmosphere remains tense and silent. After that, Stryker turns to Mason, acknowledging his courage and quick reaction during the incident, but reminds him to be more careful next time, and at least not to forget his equipment. Mason apologizes politely, although in his mind he's thinking that if he had brought the equipment, the entire battalion could have gone up in flames. But Stryker tells him not to apologize, saying he was just kidding, and asks if it's true that Mason faced 30 mid-tier bats alone. Mason confirms that he did. Stryker praises him, saying that if he hadn't acted so quickly, the oil reserve could have caught fire. Everyone present grows tense, not knowing what's coming next. Then, Stryker announces that Mason has a gift from the division commander and congratulates him on his promotion. He explains that normally there would be a lot of bureaucracy to overcome, but when a soldier achieves something exceptional, he deserves to be rewarded immediately. Mason thanks him sincerely. Commander Sue then orders his subordinate, Ron, to immediately grant Mason a 3-day, 2-night leave. His subordinate Ron agrees without hesitation. The boy gets excited. He expected to progress eventually, but never imagined it would happen so quickly. And now a leave of absence too. Suddenly, military life doesn't seem so bad as they walk together. Kim praises Mason for doing a great job, and mentions that he hasn't had a proper conversation with him since his recent transfer. But Mason has already made a big impact. He adds that, thanks to Mason's actions, even he ended up receiving a commendation. Mason thanks him, and Kim asks if it's his first time going home since he enlisted, and what he plans to do out there. Mason lights up with excitement and says that obviously, he's going to play Dungeon Power Fighter at the LAN house. He thinks that even if he goes home, he'll end up in a restricted area without internet, so he might as well spend the next 3 days and 2 nights gaming instead of wasting time traveling. He arrives at the LAN house where 2 guys nearby are talking intensely. The big guy asks the other guy, the grumpy one, if he went there again, and the grumpy guy groans, telling him not to even mention it. He complains that the soldiers are so stingy. It's not like he was planning to enter the cave. He just wanted to pick some pine mushrooms in the area. He said he already got permission from the mountain's owner, and even deposited the money, so he doesn't understand why they're stopping him. The big guy replies that Chung Sun went there before the area was completely restricted, and came back, saying the whole mountain smelled of something toxic. He adds that he had a headache for days afterward, so if that guy plans on going back, he's definitely asking for trouble. The jerk in the green cap says he'll just go with a mask or something. Suddenly, Mason asks where this place is, which surprises the 2 of them. They end up giving Mason a ride to Watan, and he thanks them. They say they can't go any further, or the soldiers will stop them, and they ask if he can handle what's going on that mountain. Mason tells them not to worry. The restriction will be lifted by tomorrow, so they'll be able to go back to the mountain soon. The guys tell him to be careful and not to mention their names, if anyone asks. Mason assures them he won't as he walks away. He thinks about how he ended up coming to Watan instead of spending his leave in a LAN house. That's when he smells a familiar scent. It's demonic energy, Mason realizes. The security near the mountain entrance is quite strict but surprisingly lax, closer to the dungeon itself. In that case, he thinks it's better to avoid drawing attention to himself, especially since he's still just a private. The soldiers at the cave entrance suddenly get stomach aches because of all the purple smoke that Mindium is releasing, which is enough to corrupt them. One of them says he'll try to hold on, but quickly gives up, apologizing. And admitting he simply can't control it, he tells the other soldier that no one will show up here anyway, so they can handle their business and be back in a few minutes. It'll be fine, the other guy agrees. Mindium sees the perfect opportunity and sneaks into the cave. The young man doesn't sense any monsters inside, but the demonic energy seems unusually dense. Even so, he doesn't care much. So he rushes in, and his demonic energy level starts to rise. And he is shocked by how quickly it increases. The guy keeps crawling into this toxic place once it hits the limit. His corruption ability automatically upgrades, and he even unlocks a new skill called Nightwalker. Mindium feels lucky to finally start resembling Luminuna, his favorite character, and founder of the cult he was once inspired by, with 60 strength, 60 agility, 60 stamina, and 15 demonic energy. Things are looking up now. Equipped with 2 skills, Corruption and Nightwalker, the young man is genuinely excited to gain free demonic energy and a practical mobility skill. Nightwalker summons one familiar formed from shadows, something he often relied on in Isgard. That sneaky little bastard is an expert in assassinations, thriving in the dark, and remaining hidden of course. It constantly drains his demonic energy, but it's more than worth the cost. But when he activates it, with a simple command to arise, disappointment strikes. The familiar looks pathetic, as if it could crumble if the sun just glanced in its direction. Mindium wonders if it's a side effect of the dimensional travel, or just his low demonic energy stat that's dragging things down. Still, after a moment he reconsiders. The small, withered form is not useless. In fact, its reduced size makes it perfect for hiding in the shadows and going unnoticed. It may not be flashy, but in stealth it is already proving its worth. Mindium gives a salute and says he's back from vacation. Everyone around looks surprised, asking if he is really the hunter who advanced faster than anyone in history. Another person chimes in asking if it's true that the division commander personally gave him a vacation and handed over his badge. Mindium nods his head, confirming everything. Then these people start praising him. Clearly impressed, the boy just shrugs his shoulders. Then he sees Dondon and casually hands him a bottle of moisturizer, saying he brought it. Dondon smiles and replies that he didn't need to bother. But his thanks are cut short when King Guansik approaches smiling and makes a joke about their friendship, saying it's not like Minjun was sent overseas or something. He asks if Minjun brought the Max magazine he asked for, and Spark tosses it to him. Without missing a beat, Minjun and Dondon continue chatting, and Dondon jokes that he'll have to start using honorifics if Minjun makes corporal. Spark replies with a confident smile, saying there's no doubt about it. Then, Sergeant Cho, the red-haired loudmouth, said he happened to see the list of candidates for the promotion exam when he was passing by the administration office, and Minjun's name was on it. Sergeant Kim, the guy in the blue jacket, is shocked, pointing out that the application deadline ended even before Minjun was transferred there. Cho raises an eyebrow, wondering if the division commander pulled some strings to approve him, because there's no other explanation for the date. Sergeant Kim said, there's no way that's possible, since it hasn't even been 1 year since Minjun enlisted, so technically he shouldn't even qualify. The guys around them start murmuring, surprised that the so-called rookie of the unit is about to take the advancement exams. They wonder if that's even allowed. But then someone points out that, since Spark is now a corporal, technically he's not the youngest anymore. He casually tells them that the training commander gave him a special offer. This leaves the whole group astonished. Sergeant Cho watches, narrowing his eyes, and asks if he really came to the front lines, just to start taking the advancement exams 1 year early, calling him a complete madman. The red-haired chatterbox isn't kidding either. Sergeant Kim adds that, since Minjun has already been promoted to corporal, his eyes are clearly set on Sergeant now. He shakes his head and says that if the kid actually passes, then he's completely insane. The room erupts in laughter. Sergeant Kim mentions that the candidates taking the advancement exams this Saturday have orientation and special weapons training starting tomorrow, so Spark should prepare to suffer a bit. Sergeant Cho laughs as he leaves, telling the kids to have fun. He and Sergeant Kim leave together, still chatting and laughing as they go. Sergeant Cho asks Sergeant Kim if he isn't going to take the promotion exam himself, and Kim just shrugs, saying there's no reason for him to stay in the army any longer. Meanwhile, Spark is thoughtful, wondering about the special weapons training. He's curious if it involves anything beyond standard firearms in the hunter promotion exam orientation. The officer at the front asks everyone to be quiet and pay attention. He said they're going to have a quick orientation for the exam scheduled for tomorrow, for those who have taken it before. He warns them not to slack off, just because they already know the procedure. He wants everyone to be focused. Because of the rookies, the officer then explains that the advancement exam for the Hunter Corps is composed of 2 main parts, a written test and a practical test. He reassures them that the written part is basic, even easier than a driving test. Kevin ignores this part immediately. His eyes are fixed on the practical session, which includes a stats test and specialized weapon proficiency, and monster handling skills. In his head he already considers passing a done deal, but now he's wondering if he can get perfect scores. Will there be any benefits or something? Just thinking about it makes him straighten up. Maybe it's time to stop slacking off and start taking this more seriously. The instructor announces that they will begin specialized weapons training. Everyone gathers and stands at attention on the field as he instructs the privates and corporals to choose only swords. Then he turns to the corporals and tells them to grab their personal weapons and go further down the field for a separate training, warning them that if he catches anyone slacking, they're as good as dead. Furthermore, he explains that he will teach the fundamentals of swordsmanship according to the Hunter Corps' combat manual, but he also makes it clear that blindly following the manual won't be very useful for them. Instead, He encourages them to use the core's techniques as a foundation and develop their own unique fighting style from there. Everyone shouts back, affirming they're on board. He emphasizes that the basics matter more than anything else, so they better keep their eyes on him and focus. Kevin immediately sees why this is called special weapons training, because going into battle with just a rifle would be completely stupid, as everyone starts swinging their swords. He calmly compares their movements to what he learned in Isgard. Honestly, the swordsmanship, there could be better, depending on how it's applied. Kevin starts to practice. And just like that, jaws begin to drop. His movements are sharp, clean, and precise. So much so that the others can't believe their eyes. The instructor tells everyone to stop and calls for Kevin. Kevin, to the podium facing the group, he points out that most of their sword movements still look stiff and disconnected, he tells them. To learn from Private First Class Kevin Kim, the whole platoon focuses, their eyes fixed on him, as Kevin steps forward and repeats the sword movements. Again, each strike cleaner and more precise than the last eventually. Kevin gets tired and sits down wondering why he's the only one putting on a show. Even though he's not the official trainer, he wipes the sweat from his brow, grumbling to himself about how hot it is, and wondering if it's really going to snow as the forecast promised Sura approaches. He praises him for nailing the routine and casually hands him a sealed package, telling him to eat it when he's alone. Minjun looks at him confused, wondering what kind of guy walks around with random things like that in his pocket. Just then, Donjin approaches, complimenting Minjun's stance, and asks if he can get a closer look during the break. Minjun is a little surprised. He wasn't expecting this kind of request. Donjin adds that he knows it's the first time that Minjun has officially trained with them, and it's obvious the sword is his special weapon. But for him, fighting monsters with it never felt natural, he asks politely. Again, if he can study Minjun's movements for a while. Minjun replies that if Donjin needs his help, he can watch as many times as he wants. While watching Donjin perform the sword movements, Minjun immediately realizes that this guy has been training seriously. His technique is solid, strictly following the standard form of swordsmanship from the hunter course. The problem isn't his movements. It's his confidence, which just so happens to be Minjun's specialty. He thinks to himself that it's not time yet, but when the moment is right, he will turn Donjin into a top-tier hunter. It's Saturday, the day of the advancement exam. In the area, things are still pretty quiet. Two strangers are busy watching a music video of a girl group, as if it were the highlight of their week. A group of guys is in a heated basketball game, and next to them, a guy is completely focused on a game of Go. Then suddenly, the school's loudspeakers come to life with an announcement from the administration. It summons all hunters scheduled for the advancement exams to head directly to the military training field. The message keeps repeating, becoming more urgent, and as it echoes across the area, everyone freezes, their eyes widen, and their hearts race. It's finally happening. Everyone knows what this means. It's time to try and level up. It's time to become a corporal, and Minjun smiles because the time has come. On a clear, sunny day, the hunters have gathered on the training field, and shortly after, Second Lieutenant Quint Holman from the 2nd Battalion steps forward. He introduces himself as their guide for the day, and adds with a dry smile that he hopes they would actually bother to listen to him without wasting any time. He calls for a head count and tells each company to report their numbers at once. A bus arrived, and Kim Tillman instructed everyone to board in an orderly fashion. Once on board, he reminded them of what they already knew. The entrance exams would be held at the 100th and 5th Division, which meant they were heading to Gapyeong, where the division was stationed. Before taking his seat, he gave one last piece of advice: review the practice questions while on the road. On the bus, it was pure chaos, filled with flustered weirdos and nervous hunters. Some of them were chatting about how the 4th Battalion would be joining the advancement exams today, and one guy immediately perked up, asking if that meant girls would be there. His mood improved drastically as he started boasting about how he would finally get to show off his years of practice and weapon proficiency just to impress them. They both got excited and hyped about getting phone numbers, with one guy coming fully loaded with cheesy tricks to impress girls. Even though getting their numbers was a long shot, the guys were excited and ready to risk it all. After a trip full of foolish chatter and sky-high delusions, they finally arrived at the base of the 105th Division in Gapyeong, Gyeonggi-do. Once there, they were led to written examination room number 7. The hunters sat down and prepared for the test, after which Instructor Kang stepped forward to announce the results. He announced that everyone had passed the written exam, with the sole exception of Cho Jung-wook from the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division. All the other hunters were instructed to head immediately to the practical exam room. Cho Jung-wook stood frozen. He was clearly stressed as the others filed out around him, and once the room was empty, Kang let loose, yelling at him for failing an exam that was supposedly easier than getting a driver's license. He called him a fool. His voice boomed loud enough to reverberate down the hallway outside. The hunters burst into laughter at the brutal scolding. Minjun stood there with a smug grin while the rest howled with laughter, and among them, a woman named Sumin So watched the group depart in silence. In the practical exam room, Lieutenant Colonel Lee Taeju, the officer in charge of the entire advancement process, addressed the assembled hunters. He welcomed both the candidates and the examiners. He spoke on behalf of the 105th Division and acknowledged the hard work everyone had put in to get this far, setting a serious tone for what was to come. He continued, explaining that the exam's purpose was not only to determine who deserved a promotion, but also to foster a spirit of friendly competition and fairness among the three divisions. As he spoke, the hunters began to stir, some already spacing out or fighting yawns, but the moment he mentioned that the exams, for this year's advancement included participants under a special exception, the room buzzed with excitement. He named them Private First Class Kevin Mason and Private Sean Sky of the 104th Division, both hunters who had enlisted less than a year ago. Kevin Mason blinked, wondering if there was someone else besides him, just to be sure. The colonel then asked if everyone was familiar with the 104th Division, and warned them not to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. One of the hunters muttered that it was true you could get special exceptions if you applied for the front lines with top grades. A few guys from his enlistment year also had the chance, but as far as he knew, they had all refused. Then, the moment he realized they were talking about the 104th Division, his words stopped abruptly, and his face changed to one of surprise. Everyone around him was equally shocked, as they realized that Kevin Mason had already reached the rank of corporal. Amidst the growing murmurs and sideways glances, one guy couldn't help but notice how Kevin Mason seemed unfazed by being the center of attention. While everyone else was curious or shocked, Kevin Mason just seemed to want it all to be over with. At the same time, Sean and Kevin Mason briefly exchanged glances, but only for a split second. The atmosphere between them was tense, but no one around seemed to notice. Then, the colonel reminded everyone to do their best. Next, Captain John Sanchez stepped forward, took command of the group, and announced that they would now begin the stat tests, starting with strength, agility, and endurance. Captain John Sanchez explained that the first test would be the strength test, and it was quite simple. All they had to do was push the examiner standing in front of them. He continued, saying they had 1 minute to complete the task and would be graded on a scale of 100, with a maximum score for anyone who could move the stone 10 meters. The stress in the room began to rise when he called the first participant, Private Kevin Johnson of the 103rd Division. Johnson stepped forward and gave it his all, but the examiner didn't budge an inch. He couldn't even move the stone. And so, he received a score of 0 and was instantly disqualified. He firmly reminded everyone that anyone who scored less than 40 would be out of the advancement exam completely. This caused a wave of panic through the rest of the group, and suddenly, everyone began to realize just how difficult this test would be. Then, Jack Warner was called. He tried but only managed to score 10 points, getting disqualified. Leo Miller was next and scored 20, also out. Joanna Yoon followed with a 0, and John Dawn didn't fare much better, ending with 15 points. Both were disqualified. Then came Sumi and Yu from the 104th Division. She stepped up calmly and pushed with steady force, scoring 50 points and passing the test. Everyone around her was surprised, not just because she passed, but also because she looked stunning in that moment. When they realized she was the division commander's daughter, it made sense to most of them. The strength had to be in her blood. Some even murmured that getting too close to her could be dangerous, for their pride and their ribs. Kim Minjun also took note, thinking she was just like him, someone who got in through a special exception. Then his name was called Kim Minjun of the 104th Division. As he stepped forward, he remembered not to repeat his previous mistake with the red stone. This time, he had a plan. If he could just push the examiner beyond the 10-meter mark, maybe he could even get some extra points. He positioned himself with quiet confidence, his gaze fixed on the target, and then he exploded forward with pure, raw strength. The examiner flew backward like a rag doll, crossing the full 10 meters with no chance to resist. The score was a perfect 100. Even the examiner looked shocked, as if he had been hit by a truck wrapped in a military uniform. The room fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned, even Yu. Yu, who rarely showed emotion, was visibly surprised. Then, soldier Yu Zhonghua is disqualified with only 20 points and bursts into tears. The tension in the air is palpable. Everyone is feeling the pressure, wondering why this test is so brutal. Mr. Zheng stands up and asks everyone to be silent. He announces that the strength test is over, and they will immediately begin the agility test. No break is allowed. He instructs those who were disqualified to leave in an orderly fashion through the back. under the examiner's supervision. Meanwhile, two guys enter, dragging a large net. A few others come in with a gun machine, and the recruits start freaking out, thinking they're going to be shot at. Mr. Jung reassures them, saying they aren't real bullets, but just rubber ones. Still, he warns that if they get hit, it's going to hurt. He tells everyone to prepare to dodge as if their lives depended on it. Kim Minjun finds this all rather exciting. Mr. Jung explains that the perfect score for the agility test is awarded to those who last for 1 full minute. Once the machine starts, they have to remain in the zone, or it is over. The entire squad is tense. Then Mr. Jiang adds that, since this is an agility test, they will also give credit to anyone who endures all the hits but still manages to stand for 1 minute. As for the disqualification criteria, Mr. Jung explains that anyone who leaves the area in less than 30 seconds or gets seriously injured will be disqualified, will be immediately disqualified from the advancement exam. With that, he announces the start of the agility test. Then Dongjin approaches and calls out to Minjun. The boy looks completely surprised, and Dongjin smiles, asking if Minjun really thought he would be disqualified during the strength stats test. Minjun laughs awkwardly and says of course not. Dongjin explains that all the other privates first class, except for Minjun, have already taken the advancement exam at least once before, so it's unlikely they'll be eliminated during the stats tests. However, he adds that the qualifications remain the same. It's just that the overall scoring standard has increased compared to when they were still just soldiers, which is why Dongjin has been failing the exams. He then gives Minjun a tip that the rubber bullets fly just as fast as real ones, so relying solely on sight to dodge is a bad idea instead. He should focus on the slightest movements of the gun to predict the bullet's trajectory. Suddenly, Sergeant Zhou announces that Private Yang Ki-tae has been disqualified and orders the examiners to escort him to the infirmary. Minjun starts to think about how brutal the stats tests are. So many people are being eliminated before even getting to the actual combat portions. No wonder the passing rate is so low still. Making it this difficult makes sense then. Private First Class Un-do is also disqualified, and Sergeant Zhou, clearly disappointed, comments on how disappointing this group of hunters is. He remarks that this is nothing compared to the sergeant advancement exam happening in the room next door. Asking aloud how anyone is supposed to advance like this, Private Yunseo is called up next, and the entire crowd falls silent. Everyone watches in awe as she dodges the rubber bullets with insane precision. Sergeant Zhou raises his voice telling the others that this is exactly how it should be done. When she finishes and earns a perfect score, everyone around is left speechless, clearly impressed. But instead of basking in the praise, she suddenly stops and locks eyes with Kim Minjun, now standing still. Spark is completely confused. Everyone starts whispering, wondering if they're dating or something. Spark furrows his brow, trying to figure out what she wants. He thinks to himself that maybe she wants a compliment for her performance. Well, if that's the case, she should ask her family at home for applause. When Private First Class Kim Minjun is called up, he steps forward confidently, still feeling Yoon Seo's eyes fixed on him, which makes him even more irritated. But when the bullets start flying, Spark turns into a completely different beast. Instead of just dodging in place, he surges forward, weaving between the rubber bullets as if he were taking a stroll. The crowd goes wild, laughing and shouting in disbelief as he keeps moving. He even makes funny faces to taunt her while he ducks and spins amidst the flames. She, in turn, is paralyzed, completely shocked by what she's seeing. The timer passes the 1-minute mark, and Sir Jung, driven mad, finally shouts, "Cease fire!" Even someone like him didn't expect such a smooth performance from a junior. So he proudly announces that Kim Minjun has achieved a perfect score on the agility test. Everyone gathers on the field, standing straight and focused, and Zhang praises them for their solid performance. Later, Zhang announces the start of the endurance stat test. As the final part of the stats exam, the rules are simple, as they have to enter a dungeon and march through a transforming, empty corridor with a strict time limit of 40 minutes. The instructions are broadcast over the loudspeaker system. All participants must have their hands stamped by the examiner stationed at the return point inside the dungeon, and return before time runs out. The only problem is that no one tells them how far the return point is. It's just a non-stop march. Kim Minjun wonders if everyone is really holding back. From the very beginning, this group moves so cautiously that it starts to feel suffocating. He wonders if it would be too much trouble if he just pushed ahead. It's at that moment that Yunseo suddenly surges forward in front of him. Minjun blinks, wondering what she wants now, but then excitement takes over. It totally looks like she's challenging him, and nothing gets Minjun more excited than a sudden, thrilling race. He gets into the rhythm and tries to match her speed, determined to catch her. Everyone around them finds it strange, wondering what's gotten into this guy. But in the blink of an eye, Minjun finally catches up to Unseo. He gives her a confident smile, leaving her completely surprised. Minjun casually says, "It's no big deal," as he keeps pace with her, but Yoon-seo doesn't understand what he means. He quickly dismisses it, saying he's just talking to himself. Then, without warning, the guy speeds up and shoots ahead, leaving her behind. Yoon-seo slows down and stops, catching her breath. That's when a memory flashes through her mind. She remembers the moment her friends all got excited upon, finding out she had a meeting with the battalion commander right after arriving at the training center. Blondie had confirmed that the rumors were true. Yoon-seo was indeed a general's daughter, and the rookie with sky-high stats. She was all anyone could talk about. Yoon-seo had blushed back then, and the girls were surprised to see that. Behind her tough exterior was someone really shy. They had assumed she would act like a snob, for being the daughter of a 2-star general. But it turns out, she wasn't like that at all. All the girls can't help but feel a little jealous of Yuna. Her military life seems to be going smoothly, and it's obvious she'll be the top recruit of their enlistment year. In a corner, Yuna quietly takes off her jacket, her mind flashing back to when Kevin shattered the entire red stone. That moment simply refuses to fade from her memory. Later, the white team emerges victorious, with Yuna raising the blue flag in victory. The announcer proudly declares that the white team wins, capturing the flag in a record time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. As a reward, they get a 10-minute break, while the blue team is called to assemble. In front of the coach, the white team is immediately praised for setting a new record at the training center, and is told to relax and rest. Blondie then speaks up, giving all the credit to the star player Yuna, saying that the rest of them barely did anything. When everyone is relaxing, Blondie comes in and drops the bombshell that someone broke the record. Their morning capture, the flag record in the afternoon. What irritates her most is that the new time record is just 1 minute and 2 seconds. She is speechless, wondering if anyone could really achieve a time like that. Blondie is seriously upset, while Yuna takes it all in silently, but the moment Kevin Kim's name is mentioned, it completely captures her attention, especially when Blondie yells that that guy Kevin from the 4th platoon broke the record all by himself. Yuna tenses up, recognizing the name instantly. The other girls don't hold back, saying that Kevin Kim got an almost perfect score on the shooting range, and even aced the individual and team combat training. The news spreads quickly, and now all eyes are starting to turn towards this rookie. On the rise, Yuna doesn't say a word, but something about hearing his name again bothers her. Next, Blondie continues, with the gossip saying that Kevin supposedly runs like lightning. Without even breaking a sweat, she keeps talking about how Kevin apparently hunted a dog the size of an elephant. Someone finally convinces her to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Yuna gets lost in a memory from her childhood, her father gently patting her head before leaving home. From that moment on, she made it her goal to become strong like him. Later, Commander Chow calls for her to praise her performance over the past 4 weeks. He says he wants to have a word with the daughter of his former superior. Yuna doesn't mind, so Chow asks where she plans to apply, with such exceptional grades, saying that any division would be lucky to have her. He asks if she is considering the 100th, the 7th Division, where General Thorne, her father, currently serves. It's then that Alara finally asks with quiet determination which division Kai belongs to. Back in the present, she knows she didn't sign up for this division, just for childish reasons. Still, she provoked Kai a little because she was upset, but now she understands why he's angry. Alara's face turns completely red as she thinks about all of Kai's antics, not knowing if she's jealous or just annoyed. That's when she realizes her true goal isn't to be number 1, but to become stronger on her own, without relying on her father. She decides she should probably apologize to him later after all. When someone so skilled appears right in her path, she should learn from him instead of acting childishly about it. And so Alara picks up her pace, marching with determination until she reaches the bend, only to find that lazy weirdo casually chatting with another guy. Then Kai shoves his stamped hand in front of her face, mocking that he almost fell asleep waiting for her. This infuriates her. She yells at the commander to just stamp her already. And the old man has no idea why she's so angry. It's safe to say an apology is out of the question for now. Alara's inner demon has officially awakened. She's all fired up, sprinting ahead to catch him while the other normies can barely drag themselves inside. Later, the commander announces that Private First Class Kai took first place with a record time of 29 minutes. For second place, he names Alara with her time of 32 minutes. John bursts out laughing, pointing out how Kai achieved perfect results again, which is just insane. After that, John tells the hunters who pass to go eat and then gather on the training field by 1 o'clock sharp. Later, Alara goes to get her jacket only to see Kai making a funny face at her like a complete goofball, and she's seriously weirded out by this fool. Then Spark runs to catch up with Leo, and Alara ends up smiling to herself, realizing she completely fell for his taunt and lost this round. With nothing more to say, she changes back into her uniform and moves on. At the base of the 105th Division inside the 2nd Practical Exam Center, a group of goblins with bat-like weapons is screaming menacingly at Leo, but he couldn't care less. The guy is definitely breaking a sweat, but he's taking down those goblins. Just as one of the goblins charges at him, Leo draws his sword. But there's another one approaching from behind. He easily dodges the first goblin's strike, and then spins to kick the one behind him, sending it flying. But the second goblin doesn't give up and charges again. But Leo ducks like a pro and slashes it across the chest mid-motion. Even so, the damn thing is still alive and definitely angry. Now both are ganging up on him, not giving the poor guy any chance to breathe on the platform. Medeus calmly watches the scene below. He notes that the second part of the practical exam is specialized weapon proficiency. It's much simpler than he thought. All they really need to do is show the examiners how well they've applied the techniques they've learned so far in the Hunter Corps. They just need to follow the manual, and that's enough to pass. Medeus believes he can easily stand out. As expected, most of the candidates chose swordsmanship for the test. Among them, Donovan had the highest score. Even so, Medeus can't help but notice how the guy is struggling now, trapped in a difficult situation, with those two bloodthirsty goblins in the last part of the practical exam known as Monster Combat Ability. The recruits need to defeat 4 hounds, while first-class soldiers have to take down 3 goblins, using their chosen specialized weapon. This field definitely reflects real combat, as Donovan manages to defeat the blue goblin with a stab to the chest, and that ends his round. Right then, the commander announces that Donovan took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to complete the Monster Combat Ability test. The guy is drenched in sweat, barely able to breathe, but he walks off with what little strength he has left. Meanwhile, Medeus notices that Donovan had several opportunities to finish off the goblins, but hesitated every single time, which makes him wonder if the guy doesn't fully trust his own abilities. Donovan walks off and stands beside Medeus, his head lowered and clearly disappointed. When the commander calls Medeus for his turn, he doesn't want Donovan to feel discouraged. Besides, Medeus can't help but wear a smug look, knowing he's about to become a corporal today. From now on, he plans to break Donovan of his bad habits and rebuild him from the ground up. Everyone's jaw dropped when Medeus entered, wielding a club. The commander doesn't understand why the guy who has excelled at everything chose such a simple weapon, and he knows this won't be easy. Medeus realizes that the only real requirement for this test is to land a solid hit. Nothing too complicated. At that moment, 3 goblins storm the field, growling and ready to rip him to shreds. As soon as the goblins enter, Medeus grips his club tightly, and in the blink of an eye, he strikes all 3 of them at once. The blow is so clean and brutal that they drop to the ground in pieces, eliminated in just 4 seconds. Everyone watching is frozen, their jaws on the floor, their minds paralyzed by the sheer absurdity of what just happened. No one can believe that a mere private could pull that off, especially one who already got a perfect score on the practical exam. Kim Minjun casually turns to look, his eyes locking onto hers. He flashes a smug smile just to provoke her, and Yunseo glares back, thinking that this guy is a complete lunatic. Afterwards, the commander praises everyone for their hard work on the exam, especially Kim Minjun, who is now officially, well, Commander John laughs, admitting that this guy is rising through the ranks so fast that they keep forgetting what to call him. John mentions that he was a little worried since Kim Minjun was the only one from his battalion to advance this time, but the battalion commander is absolutely delighted with the report. With that, he gives Kim Minjun a proud thumbs up, knowing full well that the battalion commander had never seen a private first class score so perfectly before. Meanwhile, the entire squad erupts in applause for him, the guy who basically saved their skins, because without him, their squad would have been wiped out before even making it back. They joke that there's no way he's allowed to become a bully, if he ever becomes a sergeant, but deep down, Kim Minjun wants to see how well everyone does, before deciding what kind of treatment they'll get from him. Besides that, he pats Dondim on the shoulder, as this guy is already thinking of ways to improve his friend. No matter what, as soon as they return, Kim Minjun plans to start training with his special weapons immediately. Then, he feels someone standing behind him, and turns to see it's Yunseo. He knows she did very well, dealing with the monsters on her own, and thinks she obviously has what it takes to pass the advancement exam too. While the bus is being loaded, Yunseo stands outside, and Kim Minjun is a little confused by this. She's thinking that this might be her chance to finally apologize for how she acted during the stats test. But just at that moment, Kim Minjun presses his face against the window, mouthing some words that leave her completely shaken. He says that if she teases him again, she's in big trouble. And with that, the bus departs, leaving Yoon-seo paralyzed with a storm of confused thoughts, convinced that that guy is a lunatic. On the bus, the entire vehicle loaded with hunters keeps asking Kim Minjun if something's going on between him and Yoon-seo. The girl has been eyeing him all day, even during the stats test, as if she's interested in him. The guys are teasing Kim Minjun for having an admirer. They're anxious for him to tell all, but Kim Minjun couldn't care less, and doesn't seem remotely interested, saying that Yoon-seo was being provocative, and that's the only reason he pushed back a little. Everyone starts to laugh, knowing that the look in her eyes was indeed a provocation. But that's not all there is to it. The guys are eager for more, anxious to know what Minjun did with the hottest recruit of the 104th Division. Meanwhile, Ranium demands to know if he just trampled on the girl of his dreams. Minjun finds this bunch super annoying, confessing that Yoon-seo is not the girl of his dreams. Ranium, who is completely infuriated, demands to know who Minjun's dream girl is. Minjun reveals that it's Lumi. Everyone is wondering if that name even rings a bell, but they haven't seen her anywhere. Someone asks if she is an idol. Minjun calls Lumi the greatest beauty among the powerful dungeon fighters. When they ask if anyone knows her, the entire hunter squad looks at Minjun with disgust. Later that night, the group devours fried chicken as if there's no tomorrow, and more boxes keep arriving from the lieutenant. Sergeant Choi is convinced that this is the first time Kim Minjun has looked so happy, and Minjun doesn't deny it. Choi thanks him aloud, saying it's all because of him. He is especially excited, because the guy already has 3 stripes, which means he's one step away from becoming a sergeant. Minjun agrees with a mouthful of chicken, chugging Pepsi like a champion. Then, Sergeant Song-ho arrives with a cart of bottles, calling all members of the second squad to gather in the lounge immediately. Everyone knows that something is up, and Song-ho confirms that it's about the report he just submitted to the administration regarding the team's second violator. But what really matters is that, thanks to a perfect score on the advancement exam, they've scored some beers. Sergeant Choi and Kim leap from their chairs in pure joy, refusing to let Minjun enjoy it all alone. Song-ho interrupts, saying the beer is actually a gift from the company commander to Minjun, so technically it has nothing to do with anyone else. This immediately irritates the entire team, with everyone grumbling that Song-ho is messing with them. Sergeant Choi calls him out, saying that Song-ho probably knew about all of this from the beginning, and that's exactly why he kept Minjun on his team from day one. Later that night, Minjun is alone, and decides to summon his Nightwalker. He talks to the little guy, asking if he's doing okay. To be honest, he was quite confused the first time this thing appeared, during a summoning, but now Minjun has a clear plan. He doesn't really need an assassin. He has the perfect job in mind. From now on, he assigns the little guy the task of gathering intelligence. Specifically, Minjun wants it to keep an eye on the high-ranking officers, follow them discreetly, and immediately report anything strange, especially if it's related to demonic energy. Suddenly, the Nightwalker raises its tiny hand, leaving Mindy Kim confused for a second until he realizes that the little one is asking for a treat. With a sigh, Mindy Kim tosses it a ball of demonic energy, and the moment it catches it, the little shadow looks absolutely delighted, zipping off as if on a divine mission. Mindy Kim warns it not to get caught, though deep down he's a little anxious seeing how excited the Nightwalker is. He knows that if anyone from the squad heard it now, it would probably trigger a full-blown emergency out of nowhere. Sergeant Kim shows up and asks what Mindy Kim is doing out here. The guy nearly jumps out of his skin, but he quickly recovers, laughing and saying he just needed some fresh air. Besides, it's been ages since he last had a drink, when Kim asks if he can't handle his liquor anymore. Mindy Kim casually explains, that's not it, apparently dark mages don't get drunk like normal people. Be it poison or alcohol, their bodies naturally detoxify everything the moment it enters. On top of that, Sergeant Kim congratulates Mindy Kim for getting ahead, but he warns him not to get too comfortable and also tells Mindy Kim not to be late again, even if his tolerance is good because the rest of the team will have emptied all the bottles. By then, after that, Mindy Kim finally catches his breath, feeling relieved that the sergeant hadn't seen anything he knows. He needs to be more careful around here still. The more Mindy Kim gets to know his sergeant, the more he feels that this guy is a totally by-the-book soldier. Not that he minds that kind of personality the next day. The commander is talking about how John Kim was practically born ready. He jokes that he was ready to eliminate the entire squad. If no one passed but one guy managed to and did it with a perfect score. Another officer adds that Corporal Mindy Kim just set a new record of 4 seconds. In the monster handling skill test, this makes the commander laugh, remembering how he once thought that Training Center Commander Choi was crazy for praising this kid so much. But Mindy Kim surpassed all expectations. He even handled the mid-club incident alone. Seo mentions how Mindy Kim was the first to step in, action during the oil reserve emergency and points out that this kid made it to corporal in just 1 month, which is already unprecedented. Everyone agrees that this guy doesn't just meet expectations, he completely surpasses them. It won't be long before the entire Hunter Corps starts watching him. This makes Seo realize that Lee is hinting at the Hunter Special Forces Brigade, and he asks if Mindy Kim can really handle something so big, but Lee is confident. He said Mindy Kim is the one, he can feel it. He's seen many hunters in his life. Some even called legends in the Hunter Corps, but this kid might be something completely different. Maybe a new monster is about to be born in the Corps. Later in the desert, a swarm of monsters appears. Lizardmen, goblins, and orcs fill the horizon. In the middle of it all stands Maiden. He casually holds his staff, waiting for them to get closer, because that's when the real show begins. Inside the dorm, the guys are drinking like there's no tomorrow. One of them can't even stand up straight. That's when Maiden walks in, spotting his comrades completely wasted in the corner. A guy, clearly on the verge of a hangover, slurs a question, asking if Maiden is feeling okay. Spark just flashes him a smug grin and says he's perfectly fine, which leaves the guy baffled. He can't believe that after drinking so much, Maiden is still on his feet without a single wobble. He calls him a straight-up monster. Just then, Sung-ho walks in from behind. Maiden casually asks if he's alright, while the drunk guy stumbles through a salute to Sergeant Lee. He says he's fine after sweating it all out. Maiden smiles, looking at Sung-ho's fit physique. He thinks to himself that this guy is the very definition of a true soldier. Sung-ho asks if the kid has visited the gym yet, and Maiden replies that he hasn't had the chance. Sung-ho tells the kid to start using it. Now that he's a corporal, he adds that the virtual device in their unit is actually really good, so Maiden should give it a try. The moment he hears about the virtual device, Maiden is hyped. It's finally time to check it out, and he's thrilled. First, he has to choose a monster. He scrolls through the list and selects the orc, but when he gets to the number of orcs, Maiden goes completely wild. He maxes it out at 30, but to him, that still seems like way too few. He's trying to get that full-on warrior game vibe, as if he were in the Dynasty Warriors series. Then it's time to choose his weapon, and Spark is completely blown away by how incredible the options are. After confirming all his selections, he enters the VR room fully geared up, holding a controller, ready to wreak some havoc. It's time for battle. Maiden finds himself dropped into a desert landscape, pumped and ready to take on some monsters. The guy is loving the CGI and the graphics, which look almost photorealistic. Orcs start spawning out of nowhere, all of them geared for destruction. But Spark isn't intimidated. He swings his staff and knocks the first one out of the park. It sends an orc flying through the air. The impact feels amazing, and Maiden is hooked from the very first swing. He picks up the pace, smashing through orcs like it's nothing, completely in the zone. The way the staff feels in his hands makes him grin as he taunts the monsters to bring it on. In just a few seconds, it's all over. There's only one survivor, Maiden, but that was way too easy. 30 orcs weren't nearly enough to be satisfying, so he cranks it up a notch. He selects 30 goblins, 30 golems, and 30 lizardmen to dial up the intensity. Now there are 90 monsters of 3 different types ready to tear him apart, but Minjun is just getting started. With a club in his hand and a wild smile on his face, he asks if they've all gathered in one place as they charge at him. He casually counts to 3 and rushes forward like a beast, ready to beat them all with pure brute force. This maniac is knocking monsters from side to side without a single break. Eating them to a pulp, the battle ends after he eliminates all the monsters and the simulation ends. Taking off his gear, Minjun is impressed with the virtual reality room system, calling it the best thing since Dungeon Power Fighter. Right at that moment, a new window appears, revealing that he has unlocked a skill called Basic Blunt Weapon Manipulation. At first he is shocked, but he checks the screen which says, "This skill increases proficiency." With blunt weapons, Minjun is thrilled to see this, especially since he didn't expect to get weapon skills so easily. This means he doesn't even need to grind in dungeons. To develop new skills, he decides to spend more time in the virtual reality room, using different weapons to up his game. Suddenly he bumps into Dongjin, whose face looks like he just saw a ghost when asked. Dongjin, pale as a sheet, points to the battle simulation results. He's in total disbelief that this guy defeated alone 30 goblins, 30 orcs, and 30 lizardmen. Minjun gets annoyed to see the VR room broadcasting his results so openly. Dongjin demands to know if he really eliminated all of them. Minjun doesn't know what to say at first, but then he gets an idea with a serious expression. As if he were Dongjin's superior, Minjun tells him that they need to talk in the gym. Dongjin, sweating profusely, nervously asks why, and Minjun gives a cunning smile, saying, "It's time to train." Without waiting for an answer, he pushes the poor guy into the gym even as Dongjin complains about being hungover. Minjun says it's perfect since sweating will help after they enter. Kim enters and is completely blown away by the results Minjun just achieved. Kim Gwang-sik enters asking where everyone is, and specifically where Kim Minjun went. One of the soldiers quickly explains that most of the team went to the storage area to get snow removal tools. But he accidentally calls Kim Minjun corporal, which he shouldn't have said in front of Gwang-sik since Minjun hasn't been officially promoted yet. Realizing his slip-up, he panics and runs to get someone to call for Minjun, saying that the platoon commander is looking for him. Meanwhile, Gwang-sik comes across a group of soldiers gathered around, clearly relaxing and having fun. Confused, he asks what's going on, and they casually greet him and explain that they're betting 1 full month's salary, while Kim Minjun will be promoted to sergeant. Everyone has their own predictions. 6 months, 8 months, more than a year. Guanchi is surprised by how seriously they are treating this and asks why they are always making bets like this. Kim Mundong laughs at John Hanjong's prediction of 6 months, calling it crazy and impossible, while the others join in teasing and enjoying the moment. John gets excited and shouts that Minjun is not just an ordinary guy. He is on a completely different level. Kim Minjun teases him for being so worked up, and John retorts saying he has no regrets, and warns everyone not to back out later. The group bursts into laughter and places their bets, each one making their guesses with total confidence. Then Guanchi jumps in and boldly bets on just 1 month, shocking everyone into silence. Meanwhile, Minjun is at the gym, feeling a bit discouraged because he has been training hard for days but has not seen any improvement in his stats. He starts to wonder if all that effort was just a waste of time. Then he remembers that even something as annoying as the Isgard incident ended up giving him a passive skill. One of his skills increases strength by 150%, and he begins to wish he had something like the returned hero's strength, a skill that scales with attribute growth. Then a notification appears, saying that he has unlocked a new skill. It is a basic skill called Power and gives him a 5-point increase in the strength attribute. Even though it is simple, he is excited and knows he can improve it later. As Minjun catches his breath, a fellow soldier appears and says that the platoon commander is looking for him. Minjun thanks him and leaves. The soldier watches him go, a bit confused, with the calm and focus of everyone around Minjun today, as if something was wrong. When Minjun arrives at the administrative office, he salutes and reports as ordered. Kim Min-chul greets him and leads him to the counseling office for an informal chat asking how life as a corporal is treating him, since it has been almost a week. Minjun replies that things are going very well. Kim Min-chul congratulates him on the promotion and thanks him again for resolving the bat incident. Minjun shrugs it off, saying it was nothing. Then Kim Min-chul gets to the real reason he called him. He hands Minjun an official certificate, a special award from the battalion commander. It is for handling the incident and for achieving a perfect result on the promotion exam. Kim Min-chul jokes that Minjun should not be disappointed with the casual way the award is being presented, explaining that in the Hunter Corps they prefer to avoid many formal events. The certificate is an award for excellence signed by Colonel Lee Jun-biom, officially recognizing Minjun's excellent service. Furthermore, Kim Min-chul mentions that the award will count towards his experience. Minjun looks to the side, wondering if this means he can receive another exception. Later, Kim Min-chul hesitantly agrees, perhaps, but he also points out that this award is rare, and not many hunters receive it this early, let alone more than once. Minjun gets excited, throwing out the idea that if he won 10 awards, maybe he could get another promotion. He says this as if it were a point card deal, joking about whether the awards are like fried chicken coupons or if there's a buy one get one free event. Kim Min-chul looks at him blankly and asks if Minjun was even listening. A few days later, the soldiers are lined up at attention with their weapons ready. They have been assigned to clear a dungeon, and this is their next real mission. The platoon commander, Kim Min-chul, reminds them that if they follow their training, they will get through this safely, without any injuries. Today's dungeon is known as the Monster Rat Nest, or more commonly, the Sewers. Minjun is with his team, Jong-hyun and Lee Jung-in, along with other team members like Jin Chul-ho. Their commanding officers are also present, including First Lieutenant Kim Chae-min, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, and the Sergeant First Class, Kim Min-gi. The Monster Rat Dungeon is not considered extremely dangerous, but it is still serious because more than 200 monster rats usually appear inside. Furthermore, the narrow tunnels make it difficult to use firearms effectively, so even though it's not a high-level dungeon, it still requires full focus and fine-tuned teamwork to be cleared safely. What makes this one more complicated is that there is only one exit, besides the path where the team entered. So the plan is to trap the rats by funneling them all through that single route. Kim Min-chul tells everyone to get ready and prepare the bait. They place it near the second entrance to attract the rats. The dungeon smells horrible, so all the soldiers wear the special gas masks, issued by the Hunter Corps. One of the soldiers, Johnson, laughs. He complains about the smell and the rats, saying the monsters feed on disgusting things like rotten bananas, which only makes the stench worse. Even though it's hard to breathe and move properly, the team continues and spreads as much bait as possible. To start the plan, the soldiers spot a huge group of monster rats advancing through the main entrance, and everyone immediately gets into position for battle. The commander shouts for the troops to form a line side by side at the entrance and instructs the lower-ranked soldiers to move to the back with the vice commander for safety. Some soldiers start joking around, making bets on who can kill the most monster rats, with the loser buying snacks. They even ask the team commander if he wants to join the bet. Despite the teasing, they remain focused, as the commander reminds them not to lose focus and to hold the formation at all costs. The plan is to face the rats head-on, without breaking their line. But up ahead, Corporal Kim Minjun, from the 2nd Platoon, 3rd Squad, fights fiercely against the rats, while beside him, Corporal John Hune of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, holds his ground. Their squad leader, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, leads them through the chaos. At the same time, Sergeant Kim Jong-tae of the 4th Squad and Sergeant Cho Tae-hok of the 3rd Squad are in the midst of the fray, cutting down rats with powerful strikes. Corporal Kim Gwon-sik of the 3rd Squad is also fighting intensely, making sure no rat gets past him. As the fight rages on, the officers begin to take notice. Sergeant Kim Min-gui, deputy commander of the 2nd Platoon, and Lieutenant Kim Tae-min, the overall commander, observe that the troops are doing well, especially a few soldiers who stand out by quickly eliminating the rats before they can breach the front line. This shows just how skilled they are, proving that their training and hard work are paying off. Even Private Lee Dongjin of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, is finally showing the results of his special training and is no longer falling behind. Suddenly, someone calls for help, and another soldier immediately responds, acting without hesitation. But just then, more monster rats appear from the rear. The soldiers quickly shout a warning that the rear is under attack. The commander orders the 1st and 4th Squads to handle the rear entrance and tells the soldiers to retreat slowly, using their shields for protection. He warns them not to overdo it or break formation, because they're almost finished, just a little more to go. But something feels strange. Through his gas mask, Gwon-sik senses that something is wrong. He realizes too late that something dangerous is coming, not from the front, but from underground. An irregular monster begins to emerge, and Gwon-sik sees that it's enormous, having fed on the other rats, and its size is absolutely terrifying. Frozen with fear, Gwon-sik can't move. Lee Dongjin tries to scream but finds himself equally paralyzed. He finally yells for Gwon-sik to get out of the way, begging him to run, to move, to do anything. But it's too late. Then, Kim Minjun looks on, and he notices something strange in the monster's eyes. They seem completely empty, devoid of any emotion. It's in that moment that Minjun realizes the truth. It's overflowing with demonic energy. Right after, Lee Dongjin is praised for acting quickly to save Gwon-sik. Soldiers from behind shout at Minjun that it's too dangerous and tell him to fall back. They also order all the corporals to follow him, while telling the rest of the squad to get ready. Kim Minjun just smiles, because while all this is happening, he is secretly absorbing the purple energy, the demonic energy through the monster's eyes, a dangerous and mysterious power. He's a little worried that someone might notice, since using or gaining demonic energy could raise suspicions, or even be considered dangerous in their world. That's why he sarcastically thanks Lee Dongjin, since Dongjin's bold move ended up distracting everyone and helped Minjun absorb the energy without being caught. Then, a message appears, informing him that he has absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy, and that his demonic energy status has increased by 1. In the end, Minjun realizes just how powerful the monster was, and vows to use this energy well for the right reasons. Meanwhile, John admits defeat, clearly impressed. Min-kyu Kim confirms that it was indeed an irregular monster, and the report comes in. All platoon members have exited the dungeon. Only one irregular monster was confirmed, and it was defeated by a single member of the platoon. Even though things have calmed down, the buzzing of mosquitoes and the lingering attention serve as a reminder that nothing on the front lines is ever truly normal. John approaches Minjun and sincerely thanks him for saving them, admitting how he felt paralyzed when he first saw that monster. Minjun brushes it off, apologizing for acting without orders, but John quickly reassures him that there's no need to apologize. It was clearly an emergency, and Minjun's quick thinking probably saved both Gwon-sik and Dong-gwin from real danger. After that, Min-kyu Kim checks in with Minjun, asking if he's hurt, and Minjun confidently replies that he's fine, standing tall and proud. As Minjun lets out a sigh, Min-kyu Kim discreetly warns him that they will need to have a conversation, in private, as soon as they get back to camp. John observes this exchange, and notices that the platoon commander doesn't seem pleased. Meanwhile, updates come in over the radio. All evacuated members have only minor injuries, and Don Kim has already completed his checkup, and is returning to camp. Guanxik, despite having some bruises on his head, is expected to make a full recovery and return tomorrow. The second platoon is called to attention in response to the unexpected events, and the dungeon clearing operation is officially cancelled. Everyone is instructed to check his gear and prepare to move out without hesitation. The squad responds in unison. Later in the administrative office, Mindium is called in regarding the official report. He receives instructions to write down exactly how he defeated the irregular monster and submit it. But Mindium hesitates, not knowing what to write, he thinks, joking about saying he tried to crush it with his shield, and when that didn't work, he just punched it. Although he doubts anyone would believe a story like that, First Lieutenant Kim admits he couldn't see everything clearly because his view was blocked, but still asks if Mindium really defeated the monster with just his fist. Mindium is unsure how to answer and says the monster was full of energy, and he didn't have time to think, changing the subject. First Lieutenant Kim asks about Mindium's stats, and Mindium replies that his strength is 65 and his agility is 60. Hearing this, Kim is shocked, observing that even as the first lieutenant, his own stats are only slightly above average. At 40, he realizes that Mindium's stats are more than double that of a typical sergeant, and mutters in disbelief, thinking that with numbers like those, Mindium could have easily entered the Hunter Military Academy. It seems like a wasted opportunity, especially since Kim remembers the record showing that Mindium dropped out of high school, which would have made it difficult to apply. Even so, he tells Mindium that if he wants to become an officer, he should consider taking the GED and applying to a university. He adds that once Mindium reaches the rank of sergeant, he'll have the option to travel for classes and also take online courses, and even offers to check the process for him. Mindium admits that he really doesn't like studying and feels it's enough to keep advancing on his achievements alone. After hearing this, First Lieutenant Kim respects his decision and says he won't pressure him, just asking Mindium to let him know if he changes his mind. Then Mindium thanks First Lieutenant Kim, who tells him he'll finish the report and suggests he get some rest, promising he won't forget what Mindium did today. Mindium salutes and prepares to leave, but before he goes, Kim calls his name again and says that by saving the platoon he prevented what could have been a much worse outcome. He even admits that he himself couldn't move during the crisis and sincerely thanks Mindium. Mindium responds firmly, saying he only did what he had to, though deep down he remembers that all of this was necessary to gain more demonic energy and prove his worth. Outside, Guanxik stands nervously in front of Mindium and asks if he can join the training sessions, the special ones that Mindium has been doing with Donggun. Mindium looks at him surprised, wondering how Guanxik found out about the secret training spot of them, and more importantly, why someone who hasn't fully recovered yet would want to push themselves like this. Guanxik struggles to explain, then suddenly points to Dongjin and says that he's improved a lot and is now somewhat decent. Guanxik admits it's probably because of their training, and that's why he also wants to join in and start training. Minjun is not impressed and asks if Guanxik really thought he could just join in like that. He reminds him that there is an order and discipline for these things, especially for someone like that punk Guanxik. Guanxik bows his head slightly and sincerely thanks Minjun for saving him. Guanxik bows his head slightly and sincerely thanks Minjun for saving him. Then he turns to Dongjin and apologizes for how he used to treat him. Dongjin is surprised and nervously tells him not to worry. But Guanxik continues in a serious tone, saying that he is truly sorry for all the teasing and doesn't know if they will forgive him. But he is being sincere. He explains that, for some personal reasons, he wants to become a non-commissioned officer, and that's why he's determined to train properly with them. Dongjin asks nervously if it would really be so bad to let Guanxik train with them. He turns to Minjun, hoping he will agree. But Minjun calmly replies that no, it's definitely not okay. Guanxik accepts the answer in silence, saying he understands if they feel uncomfortable because of the way he treated them before. He sincerely thanks Minjun and Dongjin, admitting that he is alive today because of them. Just as the air grows still, Minjun suddenly turns to Guanxik and says he will reconsider letting him join if he acts like a pigeon for the next 24 hours. Guanxik is completely surprised, shouting in disbelief, while Minjun shrugs as if to say, well, if he doesn't want to do it, that's fine too. Feeling the pressure, a flustered Guanxik starts cooing like a pigeon. Dongjin watches in stunned silence while Minjun laughs to himself. As Quan Chick awkwardly continues to pretend to be a bird, the saint praises the giant for his hard work and gently asks if he has anything to say. Although the giant seems hesitant, he eventually asks how long the saint plans to keep doing things like this. The saint replies that nobody really knows, then offers a gift, saying it's for the one who is looking to the future. The saint adds that something given from the heart is never too much. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho is annoyed that, even after returning from a difficult dungeon mission, they are already being forced to do construction work for the camps. He complains that being treated like this during his final year of service seems unfair as he works. Purple wonders aloud if these camps really make a difference in the fights against monsters, and Shaw just shrugs, saying that nobody really knows at this point. A delivery arrives and Guanxi announces that the stettel has finally arrived and explains that they call it stettel because no one is sure if it's made of stone or metal. The name comes from how confusing and ridiculously tough the material is when they start to move it. Guanxi quickly realizes it's much heavier than it looks and is solid as a rock. They struggle with the weight, and one of the soldiers explains that's exactly why the camps are built with it, because it's so tough and reliable. Guanxi adds that it's made from a rare mineral found only in specific dungeons. He starts to mention the name, but Mindy interrupts him and distracts him by asking if he said something. Guanxi quickly plays it off, saying it was nothing and just thought someone might be curious. Suddenly, Vice Commander Mindy announces a 10-minute break for everyone. Then with a serious tone, Mindy approaches the platoon commander and shares something she heard. While picking up materials at headquarters, there's a rumor that a dungeon, known as the Tin Can Dungeon, might have appeared in the area controlled by the 104th Division. This immediately gets everyone's attention. Sergeant Cho reacts in shock, asking if it's true, and Donjin starts to panic, yelling that if they're sent there again, it will be the third time he and Cho have entered that terrible dungeon. Cho complains loudly, saying the situation is getting ridiculous, but Mindy tries to calm everyone down and reminds them that an investigation is still underway and nothing has been confirmed yet. Meanwhile, Guanxi quietly mutters about the dungeons, Sardine Can, explaining that hunters use that nickname for certain types of dungeons that follow a specific pattern. First, these dungeons are much larger than normal. Second, they are filled with more monsters and a greater variety of them. Third, they don't include boss monsters or extremely high-risk enemies. Because of all this, they are considered ideal for gaining real battle experience, which is why divisions often use them for large-scale training exercises, known as hunter field maneuvers. Mindy, hearing Guanxi muttering again, asks who he's talking to, and Guanxi just shrugs, saying he thought someone might be curious. Mindy repeats the name, hunter field maneuvers, confused and clearly unenthusiastic, thinking this doesn't sound like the type of training that she wants right now. She's not interested in long, boring exercises, she just wants real fights. But Mindy reminds everyone that this is a divisional training exercise, it's mandatory, and it's a really great opportunity to rack up achievements. As soon as Aiden hears the word achievements, his eyes suddenly light up, remembering his goal of gaining recognition and getting stronger. Aiden gets excited, thinking about how being on the front lines gives him so many chances to prove himself. He feels proud of his decision to come here because it was the right choice, and everything is working out even better than he imagined. As his excitement about getting achievements builds, Aiden suddenly notices a faint purple glow on his foot. But without drawing attention, he quickly slides his shoe over it and hides it before anyone notices. Donovan and Chloe, clearly exhausted, shout in frustration. They say they don't need any more achievements because they're already being worked to the bone in their final year. Meanwhile, Aiden quietly lets out a sigh of relief, thinking how lucky he is that no one saw the glow. He brushes it off and casually shifts his focus, thinking that the current issue is something related to reinforcement requests. Meanwhile, in the command room, the female officer explains that reinforcements were requested due to an irregular monster, and the request came from the investigative team. Inside a dungeon that recently appeared in Yanggu, the commanding officer recalls that the dungeon appeared within a military zone, not near civilians, to which Ansel confirms and adds that 2 members of the investigation team suddenly collapsed without any warning or signs. She mentions that this strange occurrence has been happening more frequently, and warns that it might be a sign that the dungeon needs to be cleared immediately. The officer suggests handing over control of the area to the regular soldiers, and pulling all hunters stationed in Yanggu, redirecting all forces to a new priority, the dungeon that opened in the civilian area of Hongchan. Ansel accepts the request without hesitation, while Aiden watches all of this unfold, and smiles to himself, thinking that it looks like the perfect opportunity just fell into his lap. Feeling that everything is lining up in his favor, Aiden decides he's going to ask for a day off. Aiden checks his bag again, wondering if he has packed everything he needs as he heads out. Kevin, spots him and casually asks if he's leaving already. He also mentions that he noticed Aiden carrying way more steel than the others during the camp's construction, and now it all makes sense. Aiden wanted to finish early to use his day off. Half impressed and half annoyed, Kevin tells him he's really something special. Aiden smiles and thanks him, but Kevin quickly clarifies that it wasn't exactly a compliment. Then, pointing to the form, Kevin notes that the home address on file for Aiden is currently in a restricted area. Curious, he asks where Aiden stayed the last time he went out, and Aiden replies, honestly, that he stayed at a land house as expected. Kevin takes out a key and tells Aiden that, if he agrees, there's a place he can use, an apartment that belongs to his parents. It's currently empty while they're away on business, but it's kept clean, as the lieutenant visits it on his own days off. Minjun politely tries to refuse, saying it isn't necessary, but the lieutenant firmly interrupts him and insists that this time, it really is. Silently, Minjun reads the small note he was given earlier. It says the apartment is a bit far from the camp but still within Gangwon-do, located in Chuncheon, in the 20th village. Minjun thinks to himself that it's definitely better than staying in a noisy PC bang. Chuncheon isn't too far, so it's not a bad option at all. He also remembers what First Lieutenant Minjun said, take the key. Even if you don't use it, just get some rest. Minjun folds the note and puts it away. Meanwhile, the lieutenant looks over Minjun's information sheet. His name is Kim Minjun. His listed address is Namyangju, Gyeonggi-do. Both his parents, Choi Yun-ju and his father, are marked as missing. Meanwhile, Minjun arrives at the Yanggu County bus terminal, where nearby soldiers are talking about a dungeon that recently appeared near an abandoned school. They are instructed to maintain a distance of at least 1 kilometer and focus on securing the perimeter. Minjun stands quietly to the side, listening without drawing attention. His eyes fix on a silent building in the distance, which must be the dungeon. As he gets closer, he wonders what kind of creature he'll face this time, annoyed that the person who sent him didn't even bother to check what kind of monster it was. Classic Minjun. He tells himself that if things get too risky, he'll just turn around and leave. The moment he steps forward, a faint glow flashes in his vision, and a message confirms he has entered the dungeon. The air inside is thick and sticky, unusually humid, and the walls are cracked with the floor pockmarked, signs that something violent happened here. He sees a broken object nearby, and knows immediately that a battle took place. He also senses that someone, or something, is watching. Without hesitation, Minjun calls out, demanding it reveal itself. The monster lunges forward, and Minjun observes the massive creature, unsure if it's a goblin or a kobold. But whatever it is, it's far too large. He is, honestly, shocked that the investigation team managed to survive an encounter with something like this. Without waiting, Minjun rushes forward, taunting the monster for surviving the previous fight, and then activates his corruption skill. The monster doesn't even flinch. It doesn't block or react in any way. Mindy compares most of his previous enemies to ants, but this one looks more like a giant beetle. Still, a bug is a bug, and with his frustration growing, Mindy glares at it angrily, launching one final attack while screaming for revenge. For ruining his brand new clothes after defeating the monster, Mindy suddenly receives a system message, saying he has absorbed more demonic energy, and his stats increase again. Another message follows, and his demonic energy stat increases 3 times in a row with that. Mindy finally crosses a threshold and unlocks a new skill. Black Arrow, his Nightwalker skill, is also enhanced, and on top of that he excitedly gains basic swordsmanship skills. Mindy quickly opens his status window. His attributes are now Strength, 65, Agility, 60, Stamina, 60, and Demonic Energy, 22. He smiles upon seeing the new skill Black Arrow, which allows him to attack from a distance using demonic energy, exactly what he needed. But what catches him by surprise is the basic swordsmanship. Then he understands it must have come from landing that critical hit during the fight. Definitely a lucky moment, as Mindy thinks he remembers a strange glint he saw just before the battle. Curious, he moves closer to investigate and spots something. It seems to be the tip of an arrow, a piece of a broken sword, or maybe something the investigation team left behind. The shape and color look strangely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. As Mindy holds the object, monsters start coming from behind. Another thought occurs to him. He just unlocked a new skill and has not tested it yet, and the timing seems perfect looking at the dungeon, even though his mission is officially complete. He decides to stay a little longer because it would not hurt to clear out the remaining monsters while testing what his new power can do. After clearing the dungeon, he feels proud and relaxed. Besides that, he is excited to finally have some free time, so he decides to play his favorite game, DPE. It seems like the perfect way to end a productive day. His day off feels satisfying and well spent, but this peaceful mood does not last long. As soon as Mindy returns to the camp, he feels that something is wrong. Everyone looks serious. and the energy around the platoon is heavy. John quickly informs Mindy that it is actually a tin can dungeon, and next week they are going to conduct a large-scale training session. Called Hunter Field Maneuvers, each platoon will start from different random points and advance to the center of the dungeon. The goal is to respond to sudden emergencies, fight against monsters, and survive the pressure of real combat. Without relaxing, everyone must stay alert and ready for battle when the exercise begins. Suddenly, Caden bellows commands, ordering them to take positions on a nearby hill. Dark spheres appear, monsters that float and possess thick, durable skin. These creatures are tricky because melee weapons are ineffective against them. All troops are ordered to holster their special weapons and switch to firearms. They begin firing relentlessly to keep the dark spheres at bay, but Caden finds the whole situation thrilling, because this is exactly the kind of dangerous action he lives for. Caden warns everyone that, if those monsters get too close and start draining their blood, they will become nearly impossible to stop. If any soldier gets bitten, it's practically over for them, and Caden realizes that if too many people get injured or eliminated, the platoon's training score will plummet, something he is not willing to let happen. With a newfound seriousness, Caden calls for Sergeant Leo. While sprinting across the battlefield, Caden's foot suddenly connects with a dark monster that appears directly in his path, and the impact is so powerful that the creature is launched straight into the sky. Like a kicked ball, everyone around him freezes for a moment, watching the monster vanish into the clouds above. Afterward, Caden wishes he could use his dark arrows to take down the monsters, the floating ones, because that would make things much easier. But in the meantime, Commander Kim's voice rings out, giving the order for all troops to fire at will on the dark spheres in the air. As the battle subsides, they finally get a short break. The troops are instructed to rest for 10 minutes, check their equipment, and report any injuries on their teams. During the rest, Sergeant Shaw feels utterly exhausted and mentions how this session feels much harder than the last, wondering how many battles they've already endured. Roy replies that he isn't sure, but brings up a strange rumor. Some are saying this might not be a typical low-level dungeon after all, which surprises Sergeant Shaw. He asks what Roy means, and Roy explains the rumor is that there's a boss monster hidden inside, which shouldn't be the case for this type of dungeon, and they say the creature was captured alive and locked away, somewhere in the central assembly area. When the break ends, Caden calls everyone back to the drill. The soldiers follow his orders and advance. Suddenly, Caden spots someone in the distance, a soldier from the Hunter Corps, wearing 2 stars on his uniform. Caden recognizes him instantly and knows exactly who he is. The scene then shifts to a giant figure, returning with a broken sword in hand. Upon seeing this, an old man calmly asks the giant how he returned so quickly. The old man speculates that the mission must have been difficult, or someone erred by blindly following that woman's orders. Examining the blade, the old man frowned at the severe damage, and then asks if the giant is hunting demonic monsters again at the dungeon's central gathering point. The tension begins to mount when Lieutenant Colonel Code, one of the 3rd Battalion, realizes the number of monsters inside the dungeon is far greater than expected and hopes, silently, that things will remain under control without any major incidents. Standing beside him, Colonel Johnson of the 1st Battalion explains that the division commander believes the troops' overall combat capability has been slowly declining, but Ko Jin-hyuk worries they might be pushing the soldiers too hard, both physically and mentally. Then Colonel Lee of the 2nd Battalion appears, visibly anxious, and asks if anyone knows where the division commander has gone. Johnson just shrugs his shoulders and says, everyone knows how unpredictable the commander can be. No one can stop him once he's made up his mind. Still uneasy, Leader Bake questions why the commander would participate in this type of training himself, and his worry grows when he realizes the division commander went straight to the area where the members of his own battalion are stationed. That's when Lieutenant Colonel Code 2 reveals what the division commander said before he left, that there's a soldier he wants to see with his own eyes. Minjun Kim stares in disbelief. He knows that these exercises usually have one penalty mission where someone pretends to be injured, and that person has to be carried by their squad. What's shocking is who is playing the part of the injured soldier this time. That role is supposed to go to a regular officer from division headquarters, but somehow, the division commander himself is lying on the stretcher, participating. As Minjun tries to process the situation, the commander casually tells them to take good care of him. Minjun quickly composes himself and salutes, despite still being starstruck. Then Sergeant Kim steps forward and explains, following regulations, that the injured person must be transported properly. Trying to remain respectful, Minjun offers to carry him, but the commander cuts him off mid-sentence, reminding everyone loud and clear that they should know his personality by now. Seo Kyung, the division commander, firmly refuses to be carried. He says he won't participate in that part of the exercise, insisting they continue with the training as planned. Everyone watches in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Minjun can't help but think, to himself, that this training is absolutely insane, but also incredibly fun. The excitement and surprises don't stop there. The field is crawling with all kinds of monsters, each bringing its own peril. On top of that, the division has set up special traps and challenges, making the entire session feel like a real dungeon expedition, with something new waiting around every corner. Private Jim Taylor, from the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, struggles to keep up, breathing heavily and clearly on edge. He fails to take down a frog-like monster, and just as the creature lunges to attack him, Minjun intervenes and defeats it with a single blow, saving Taylor from serious harm. As Minjun reflects on the battle, he realizes that even his basic swordsmanship skill, though simple, is helping him strike harder and stay sharper in combat. He begins to think that this intense training might be exactly what he needs to level up even further. Siwoo, still catching his breath, quickly thanks Minjun. From afar, Sokyeon observes the battlefield and admits, to himself, that this might be the toughest round of hunter field maneuvers they've ever had. Meanwhile, Minjun Kim calls out to the troops, encouraging them to hold on until the break, and everyone pushes forward with what strength they have left, though it's clear that Minjun Kim is standing out more than ever. At the same time, in the northern section of the dungeon, Private First Class Seo Kyeon shows off her skills, taking down several monsters single-handedly. She takes a deep breath, exhausted from the effort. But when another female soldier is about to be attacked, Seo Kyeon leaps into action and saves her, keeping her safe without a moment's hesitation. All the platoon members have managed to reach this point in the training without any serious injuries. Seo Kyeon watches with pride, while Minjun Kim, who is nearby, acknowledges just how capable the platoon truly is. When Minjun humbly gives credit to the members, Seo Kyeon reminds him that recognizing and managing good soldiers is also part of a leader's strength. He encourages Minjun to do his best in the final phase of the training, and Minjun responds with gratitude. Suddenly, Seo Kyeon loses his balance, and Sergeant First Class Im Min-ji quickly reprimands him, criticizing him for relying only on his left hand and not bracing himself properly. Seo Kyeon immediately apologizes. Nearby, Corporal Lee Sung-woo is approached by a younger soldier, who is curious since it's the second time he has participated in the hunter field maneuvers. So naturally, the soldier tries to ask him a question, but Lee Sung-woo bluntly tells him not to. As the group prepares to move out and regroup, the younger soldier repeats confusedly something about the hole, which he confirms by calling it a dungeon hole. The youngest soldier stares at the large pit ahead of them. He recognizes it as a hole, but clearly doesn't understand its meaning. Lee just shrugs his shoulders and says it's obvious he must have been sleeping during the dungeon briefing. Although not much is known about how dungeons work, Lee explains that the common theory is this: a dungeon is like a space linked to another dimension through some kind of portal. Even though it's connected, it's not a perfect or infinite space, because dungeons have boundaries, and within them, there are areas where the connection becomes unstable or breaks completely. These strange, random spots are what people call dungeon holes. Another soldier, looking a bit nervous, asks what happens if someone accidentally enters one of these dungeon holes, or crosses the dungeon's edge, to which Lee admits he isn't sure, but says that people believe they'll be suddenly teleported to a random location within the dungeon, like a sudden snap. Then, something unexpected happens, and a strange noise and reaction spread through the group, because someone appears in front of them. A female soldier is lying on the ground, defenseless. Min-yuk Kim quickly approaches and reassures her, saying he has already informed the 4th Battalion of the situation and tells her to rest and not to worry. The girl, still anxious, asks if the members of her battalion are all safe, and Min-yuk gently confirms that they are. Everyone is safe, and, in fact, very worried about her too. He adds that the training has been paused to focus on recovering Private First Class Unseo. Min-yuk explains that the situation has been officially reported, so the training will likely resume soon, and Unseo thanks him silently, clearly relieved that things are under control. Min-yuk reminds her that with a fractured foot, it's best to rest, because hunters must protect their health as much as they hone their combat skills. Min-yuk adds that headquarters has already been contacted, and the transport team is on its way. He begins to say that her participation in this session is over, but before he can finish, Major General Do Sok-kyung arrives, and his sudden appearance catches Unseo by surprise because she didn't expect the division commander to be here during the training. The soldiers fall silent, fully aware of the weight his presence carries. Min-yuk Kim informs the general that, although Unseo has no serious external injuries, her left ankle is fractured, and she will be unable to continue. Do So-kyung expresses his disappointment as there was only a little training left. He turns his attention to Yoon-seo, awaiting her report, and she explains that during a fight with monsters, she slipped from a cliff and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she had already been moved, and her words make it clear that she must have fallen beyond the inner boundary of the dungeon, probably in a place the team wasn't monitoring. Whether it was a dungeon hole or not no longer matters, because what really matters is that Yuna was found in time. Commander Sojun feels a wave of relief and calmly acknowledges how lucky she was to be discovered so quickly. Then something clicks in his mind and he asks for her name again upon hearing it. His expression changes immediately upon recognizing her background. Yuna is from the 4th Company of the 4th Battalion, and more importantly, the daughter of General Sun. With this revelation about her, Commander Sojun calls for Corporal Mason Kim. Mason responds quickly, confused as to why he is being singled out. But before he can process anything else, the order is given: he must carry the injured Yuna. Mason is caught off guard and hesitates for a second, questioning it internally, but Commander Sojun's sharp voice eliminates any doubt and leaves no room for discussion despite Yuna's protests and confusion. The decision is already made for the commander. This isn't just an order, it's a task that could be considered a valuable achievement. The situation is now under control, and the mission is simple: the injured must be transported to safety without delay. Mason prepares to carry Yuna on his back. She is visibly frustrated, but eventually gives in. After Mason calmly tells her she can drop out of the training if she wants, although doing so would reset her training score. Faced with this, Yuna chooses to continue and politely asks to be taken care of. The platoon watches in stunned silence, especially John, who can't believe how Mason still has so much strength left to them. It doesn't even seem like Mason is human anymore. Commander Sojun instructs the pair to follow behind with the deputy commander and report if Mason gets tired. But Mason shows no signs of fatigue and clearly doesn't expect to be left behind either. Mason speaks quietly with Commander Sojun about her receiving special treatment just because she's the daughter of another division commander. Commander Sojun hears this and calmly replies that there's no rule saying the injured shouldn't be helped. This is also part of the training. Mason acknowledges this without further resistance, but then Major General Sojun mutters something under his breath, something harsh, personal, and clearly directed at General Sun. There's no doubt now that a deeper story is simmering just beneath the surface. Mason keeps walking with Yuna on his back, each step steady, despite the awkward weight. The position isn't comfortable, but he doesn't complain after some time. Yuna offers to drop out of the training, telling him he can put her down if he's tired. Without hesitation, Minjun says it's okay and casually adds that she's lighter than steel, the heavy material they use when building the camp. Hearing this, Ensel repeats the word in confusion, so Minjun explains it like it's nothing, comparing it to 50 kilograms. But before he can finish, Ensel cuts him off, clearly embarrassed, and tells him to stop talking. There's a brief silence before she speaks again, calmer this time, saying she'll pay him back for helping her. Minjun smiles at that, but in his mind, he thinks a reward from her father would be even better. Trying to lighten the mood, he brings up the weight comparison again, repeating that she's lighter than the steel and is She immediately yells for him to shut up, her voice echoing down the path. Meanwhile, Sergeant Sojem mutters to himself, complaining that this training seems to have gone from normal mode to hell mode, and wonders who made it so difficult. Minjun Kim checks the distance and sees there are only 2 kilometers left. He reminds everyone to stay focused and not let their guard down. The message spreads through the teams and gives them a small boost of energy. Suddenly, Corporal Leek and Sergeant Liditai, from the 2nd Platoon's 1st Squad, report spotting flying monsters ahead. Minjun hears the call and immediately orders everyone to get ready, warning that dealing with these flying monsters won't be easy. The worst part is that they're facing black rakes, nasty creatures, the size of sparrows but aggressive enough to tear through skin with their sharp claws and teeth. The hunters might not die from the wounds, but the pain is brutal, and everyone is already exhausted from the training. To make matters worse, they're still carrying someone injured, and fighting like this will be incredibly risky. The black rakes are known for being relentless. Once they attack, they don't stop. In the distance, Do So-kyung, the high-ranking officer pretending to be the injured person, watches silently. His eyes aren't as sharp as they used to be, so he can't even see the monsters clearly anymore. But he understands how difficult this moment is for the troops. He's not just watching the fight, he's seeing how they react, whether they panic or make a mistake. Their training score could drop. Visibility is low, everyone is exhausted, but none of that can be used as an excuse. They are hunters. Breaking formation to help might seem like the right thing to do, but doing so could throw the entire squad into chaos. It's better to hold the line and trust the platoon commander's judgment, no matter how hard it is. It was then that Minjun Kim notices something and suddenly rushes forward, taking everyone by surprise. The others try to stop him, confused about why he's charging ahead, while still carrying a wounded soldier. But Aiden speaks up and asks for a chance. He knows things can't go on like this. Everyone is reaching their limit. Kim, the platoon commander, is surprised, but he listens and asks how Aiden expects to accomplish anything with someone still on his back. Even so, Aiden insists. Commander Kim reminds him that if the plan fails, they will retreat immediately, and Aiden will only get one chance. Aiden refuses to hand over the wounded soldier and decides to proceed with the plan alone. The order is given. Everyone must fall back and provide cover from behind Aiden Kim. Commander Kim gives the order to prepare to open fire, leaving everyone tense, and Seok-young reacts with disbelief, questioning if they really plan to shoot down aerial monsters with rifles. Aiden quietly tells Ansel to hang on, because he has no intention of losing anyone. Hearing this, Ansel is in shock, muttering about how insane this all seems, but Aiden remains calm. As a dark mage, he's already used to moving in the shadows, and this moment feels exactly like the early levels of a game he knows by heart. He remembers his dark arrow skill. It's low tier, but when used correctly, it hits hard, and he combines it with his long-range weapon without warning. Aiden launches it, and demonic energy envelops the arrow like a cannonball. Massive and fast, it's too big to dodge. Especially in the middle of a pitch-black night, the monster falls instantly, and Ansel can't believe his eyes. In no time, Aiden takes down the rest, and the battlefield is cleared. By now, it feels real to everyone watching. Aiden isn't just skilled, he's overwhelming, and a silent understanding spreads through the team that Aiden Kim is not someone you can easily compare. All the soldiers take a deep breath as the fight finally ends. The monsters are gone, and the area grows calm again. Then, someone announces that all members of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon have officially passed the training. The entire group hears this. The medical team arrives quickly and begins checking the wounded. Meanwhile, Commander Kim looks around at everyone and praises them for staying strong until the end. He reminds the soldiers to stay focused, even now, because soon they'll be heading to the barracks to rest. Aiden briefly wonders where people go to be rewarded for their efforts, but the thought vanishes when Commander Kim suddenly calls out his name in front of everyone. He tells Aiden that he worked harder than anyone else, pointing out how from the very beginning, Aiden acted first. He never ran from danger and showed a bravery that truly stood out. Commander Kim is proud, but he feels a little embarrassed as all eyes turn to him, with Yoon-soo still on his back. She thanks him quietly and asks if he can put her down now. She then apologizes for causing trouble for the platoon, but Kim Min-gyu quickly reassures her, saying that no one saw her as a burden, and that he's simply happy they completed the training together. Nearby, the Major General of Socium watches the scene with a small smile, clearly impressed by the way the platoon overcame everything as a team. In the end, despite all the pressure and challenges, the entire platoon successfully completes the training. Laughter spreads among the troops as they finally relax, and more than a few admit it was all thanks to Min-gyu, because his actions truly made a difference. Suddenly, Colonel Yu Dae-ri, the commander of the 4th Battalion, arrives to check on Yoon-soo and asks about her condition. An officer reports that, aside from a minor ankle injury, she is fine, and Colonel Yu comments on how lucky she was, especially after falling into the dungeon pit. She then tells the squad to move her carefully, and they follow her orders immediately. After that, Colonel Yu Dae-ri turns to Major General Kyung and requests a private conversation about the training. Even though he hesitates at first, she insists it needs to happen immediately. Later that night, while most of the camp is asleep, Kim Min-gyu enjoys a quiet moment. The chief offers him some fried chicken, and Min-gyu's eyes light up with joy. He asks if he can really eat it all, and the chief says there's no one else around to share with since everyone is already resting. Min-gyu eats happily, saying he can't let the chief's efforts go unrewarded. The chief brings up the training and confirms that Min-gyu is from the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company. He then says he heard their unit was praised as the best in the entire division. Min-gyu nods while chewing, and the chief shares that he overheard the superiors talking about how well Min-gyu did, especially during the night raid with the Black Rakes. He confirms that Min-gyu handled them alone and seems genuinely impressed, wondering aloud how someone could accomplish something like that in the dark. The chief continues, mentioning how this round of training was really tough, saying that word got around that about 70%, 102 privates and privates first class in the entire division dropped out midway. While reflecting on everything, Min-gyu looks at his food and lets out a soft sigh of joy, completely amazed by the juiciness of the meat. The camp remains quiet until morning. Most of the soldiers are still asleep, enjoying the free time they earned. After the brutal training, some officers chat nearby, saying the exercise went better than expected, and mentioning that the division commander was very impressed. He even came to watch the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company personally, and everyone agrees that they clearly stood out. During the entire exercise, Captain Quint of the first company smiled proudly and said that the division commander is cool and not scary at all. Then he pauses, thinking he might have spoken too informally, but another officer tells him it's fine and that he didn't say anything wrong. It was honest but firm, and since the commander left his post without warning, no one could really argue against it. They also talk about the commander of the 4th Battalion, and some say that the non-commissioned sergeant seems a bit intimidating, even to them. Still, none of this changes the fact that Jinwoo Kim made a huge impression, and everyone agrees he did an incredible job. He remained strong, reacted quickly, and never backed down. Moreover, he did all of this right in front of the division commander. Now that things are calming down, everyone starts looking forward to the next monthly meeting at the headquarters of the 104th Division. Brigadier General Duke Seo reviews the dungeon clearing schedule, and everything seems to be in order, so he moves on to check on the private first class, Sun Ah-young. Colonel Yuna Lee informs him that her injury isn't as severe as expected and confirms that it's not a fracture. Her recovery is going well, and by tomorrow, the petty officer will complete her treatments and she will return to duty. Seo Kyung quietly observes that she seems to follow her father's example. Suddenly, the phone rings, and Seo Kyung answers. A voice on the other end greets him, calling him a bearded bastard. Confused at first, Seo Kyung asks who it is, but the voice replies as if it's obvious. After a brief pause, the realization hits him. It's Sun Tae-ho, the commander of the 107th Division and father of Sun Ah-young. Without wasting any time, Sun Tae-ho throws down a direct challenge and demands a duel. Instead of answering immediately, Seo Kyung explodes, asking why this guy would call him out of the blue like this. Tae-ho, completely unfazed, repeats his challenge and even lets Seo Kyung choose the location. Trying to stay calm, Seo Kyung asks if Tae-ho is acting this way just because his daughter got hurt, questioning how a man like him has the nerve to call himself a general. But Tae-ho remains calm, saying that yes, he is a general, and all he really wants is a bit of exercise using Seo Kyung's punching bag, which he claims is much more durable than the normal ones. That line pushes Seo Kyung to the edge, making him curse quietly. Still, he admits he feels bad about what happened to Yoon-sul, but insists it was part of the training. Nothing to get so worked up about. Just when it seems things might calm down, Tae-ho comes in for the final blow, casually mocking Seo Kyung for not even being able to get married, asking how someone like him could possibly understand. That's it. Seo Kyung's face turns red with rage, and he loses his cool. He demands to know where Tae-ho is, screaming for him to stay exactly where he is, because when Seo Kyung gets there, he won't be laughing anymore. When Tae-ho doesn't answer, Seo Kyung slams his hands on the table in pure frustration, shattering his phone in the process. The room falls into a tense silence, and Dori approaches him carefully, informing him that the call just ended. Seo Kyung, still furious, demands that she call Tae-ho personally, but she urges him to calm down, reminding him that Tae-ho has every right to be upset right now. This only fuels his anger even more. He can't believe that even she is taking Tae-ho's side. Suspicion arises when he asks if she was the one who told Tae-ho about his daughter's injury, but Dori firmly clarifies that it wasn't her. Most likely, the hospital contacted the guardian directly, for Yoon-sul. She also explains that Tae-ho probably found out because his daughter received special permission to finish her training before being transferred to the hospital. As these words are spoken, Seo Kyung's anger begins to waver, and guilt takes its place. He realizes he should have at least reached out. He should have explained that he wasn't targeting her specifically, just testing the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon to assess how they would react when one of their own was injured. He sighs, his eyes now thoughtful, thinking it's better to clear things up with Tae-ho properly. Knowing this confusion came from a serious misunderstanding. Since Seo Kyung's phone is in no condition to call anyone, Dori dials Tae-ho herself and puts the call on speakerphone. The moment Tae-ho answers, his voice is sharp and irritated. Already assuming Seo Kyung is with her, Dori quickly apologizes for calling out of the blue, explaining that the division commander's phone is broken, so she made the call instead. Seo Kyung intervenes, taking over. He calmly explains the misunderstanding and sincerely apologizes for his actions. But Tae-ho isn't ready to let it go. He scoffs at Seo Kyung, accusing him of backing out of their duel. Then he demands to know the identity of the man who carried his daughter on his back. The fact that someone who wasn't even a medic got so close to her clearly didn't sit well with him, and he warns Seo Kyung to be ready the next time they meet. Realizing this conversation was going nowhere fast, Daria hangs up, not waiting for any more drama. Furious, Caden grips the edge of the sofa, his knuckles white, and shoots her a death glare, clearly blaming her for pushing him to make the call. Without another word, He demands that she prepare a vehicle immediately. They are going to Daidong to meet Tyler in person. Daria, knowing there is no winning this, remains silent. She thinks to herself how ridiculous these two hot-headed men are. In another corner of the base, Medion walks down the hall, completely focused on one thing, his free chicken from the cafeteria. But just as he is lost in that thought, he senses something. Turning, he sees his Nightwalker jumping with joy at the sight of him. As cute as the little guy is, Medion has had enough of it popping up in public. Without warning, not wasting a moment, he snatches the small creature and stuffs it into his pocket. He heads out of the building for a private chat. Behind the building, Medion double-checks to make sure no one is around before letting the Nightwalker out. As soon as the little one is free, Medion gives it a firm scolding, warning it not to show up, unless it is absolutely safe. The Nightwalker looks hurt, but trying to explain itself, it says it made sure no one was around, and only came because it missed its master. Medion, realizing he might have been a bit too harsh, softens and summons some demonic energy to feed it. After it has had its fill, the small creature suddenly points at Medion. Curious, Medion touches its little finger, and instantly, a connection forms between them. Through the link, Medion saw what his minion had witnessed earlier. He saw a figure, completely devastated, and radiating clear signs of demonic energy. He is surprised that the Nightwalker traveled so far, and actually, gathered solid information. Praising it for the incredible work, Medion watches his little one glow with pride. But while the Nightwalker soaks in the praise, Medion is already thinking of an excuse to sneak off base. Again, as he approaches the dorm, Medion's mind is racing with thoughts. He thinks it might look suspicious if he leaves right away, but it also seems like a waste to use his days off if it is just a false alarm. He is still grateful for the day off he earned, last time during the Angu operation. Just as he opens the dorm room door, he is hit by a wave of noise. Everyone inside is celebrating. The moment he steps in, everyone starts congratulating him for being chosen as the division's top soldier during the Hunter Field maneuvers. They mention an upcoming award ceremony, and even better, the entire platoon is getting a day off because of his achievement. Mindium's eyes sparkle, and he wastes no time asking if he can use his day off tomorrow. The platoon commander, without much room to argue, said he would check the schedule, and just like that, Mindium gets a day off. The next day, he heads to the scene of the action, but everything seems strange. The chaos appears to be over, with a few hunters cleaning up, but he can't understand why so many of them are still around, and he is especially annoyed for having fed his servant a boost of demonic energy earlier as a reward, only to arrive after the action was over. Suddenly, a voice calls his name, and he turns to see a girl lowering her mask, and it's none other than Sun Hanul. A few minutes earlier, on the outskirts of the Wakion civilian zone, even before Mindium arrived, the girls were already hard at work, disinfecting the entire area. Private Choi Maria was getting tired and annoyed, still unable to understand why they had to clean up. After their Hunter Field maneuvers were over, a sensible Private Riju figured it was a punishment from the battalion commander, since their training results were quite bad, and judging by the company commander's expression, it wasn't something to be taken lightly. She told the others to stop complaining and just do the work. But Mari was absolutely exhausted, complaining that a monster just had to emerge from a portal the moment they finished their training. Still, she admitted that they were lucky not to be assigned to the strike team, especially since some people even lost their homes in the chaos. Soon, her attention turned to Sun Hanul, who was at the end of the street, cleaning silently without a single complaint. Mari approached to check if she was okay and gently told her not to push herself too hard. As expected, Private Sun Hanul snapped to attention and assured her that she was completely fine. Mari couldn't help but be impressed with how quickly Hanul seemed to be recovering, but she still told her to take it easy just in case. Then they heard some murmurs from the other girls. They were wondering what a male hunter was doing in their area. The corporal might not know what was going on, but Hanul recognizes the guy instantly. It's none other than Mindium. Although some of the girls can tell he's from the same division, none of them seem to know much beyond that. Back to the present moment, Hanul lowers her mask, and Mindium is visibly surprised. He never imagined he would find her here. Hanul asks what he is doing in the area, pointing out that as far as she knows, only her battalion was called for support. Meanwhile, the other female troops are completely confused by the appearance of a male hunter in their zone, with an annoyed look. Mindium replies that he is on leave, and Hanul is irritated by it, asking who in their right mind comes to a place that was just attacked while on leave. Her suspicions rise quickly, and she begins to question him, asking if he just made it all up. She presses further, questioning why someone on vacation would show up in a military uniform. Without answering, Minjun casually hands over a leave form, signed by his platoon commander. Although her suspicion lessens a bit, she isn't fully convinced. She hands it back and asks why he would choose to come to a restricted zone like Watan. This question catches Minjun by surprise. Knowing full well he can't reveal his true reason, he deflects with an excuse, saying he had business in Watan, and when he heard there was an emergency, he decided to check it out. Suddenly, everyone's attention turns to an unexpected gate that appears behind the troops. It stretches out in all directions, instantly heightening the anxiety on the field. They had just cleared the area, and now it seems they are about to face another round. One of the corporals quickly orders everyone to fall back, to the platoon commander's position. Chaos ensues as the troops begin to retreat, but in the midst of the confusion, Minjun does the opposite. He walks straight towards the gate, and Yunso sees him, and immediately urges him to evacuate. But of course, he has other plans. Calmly, he makes an excuse, saying he will buy time while the others escape. Yunso is frustrated and thinks he is being reckless, especially since they have no idea what might come out of that thing. But Minjun points out that the strike team has already withdrawn, and if a monster appears now, everyone could be in serious danger. In that case, he will do what he can to delay it, and if things get worse, he will run. So he asks if she has any extra gear and tells her to lend it to him. Still visibly worried, Yunso hesitates. But when he mentions her injured foot, she clenches her jaw and reluctantly hands her weapon to him. Before turning to leave, she says again that if things go wrong, he had better run. Now that everyone is gone, Minjun finally has the gate all to himself and prepares for the real action. As he gets closer, he remembers that some monsters tend to stay inside the dungeons instead of coming out. Drawing his weapon from its sheath, he hopes this is not one of those gates that holds monsters like that. Otherwise, all his excitement would be for nothing. Still, he knows it is rare for such monsters to appear, since most tend to move in groups. Then, as expected, a slight smile appears on Minjun's face, as he sees a red boar emerging from the gate, shrouded in a thick layer of purple demonic energy. One by one, more red boars begin to crawl out behind it, forming a pack, as Minjun stands his ground. The terrible stench coming from these beasts. They don't hesitate, all of them advance on him at once. Without hesitation, Mindium prepares himself, assumes an attack stance, and advances. He begins with a series of dark arrows launched from his palm, but to his surprise, they ricochet off the boar's thick hides. Realizing they just have high defense, he leaps high into the air and descends, with a sequence of sharp, calculated cuts. His blade slices through their hides, but not a single one falls. Mindium narrows his eyes, fully aware that while their outer layer is tough, it doesn't mean their insides are built the same way. Because of this, Mindium unleashes a downgraded skill called Corruption, sending pulsing waves of demonic energy out from his body and into the monsters. Through the cuts in their thick hides, the red boars begin to bleed internally, but they still try to advance one last time, only to collapse miserably. Without missing a beat, Mindium absorbs the demonic energy from their slain bodies to ensure they are truly defeated. He slashes their bodies once more. As a result, he gains a boost in demonic energy, and notices a remarkable growth in both his night walk and basic swordsmanship skills. Now that the red boars are dealt with, he waits to see if more monsters will appear, but then his face falls, when a familiar voice calls out from behind. It's none other than Platoon Commander Diana, arriving with the other corporals. She grabs Mindium to check if he's alright, while the rest of the female troops can't help but cheer. After seeing him take down those monsters all by himself, Diana immediately begins to scold him for acting recklessly and fighting instead of reporting the gate's appearance. She demands to know which unit he belongs to and why he's here. Without going into detail, Mindium hands over his signed leave request and explains that he had some business in the area but rushed to help when he heard about the emergency. With her doubts cleared, Diana instructs everyone to withdraw, as the monsters have been taken care of and the investigation team will arrive shortly. As she walks away, the rest of the girls swarm Mindium like bees, bombarding him with questions about how he managed to fight alone. Diana lets out a weary sigh, seeing them all acting like fangirls, while Alara stands at a distance, silently observing the chaos. Meanwhile, Mindium's patience is wearing thin, and deep down, he just wishes they would all go to hell. During the night, a loud cry of confusion echoes from the administrative office as the platoon commander receives a call, informing him about the recent incident in Joatim involving Mindium during his supposed leave. On the call, the commander double-checks if they are really talking about the Corporal Mindium of the 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion, and the person on the other end confirms it. The commander immediately jumps out of his chair in shock upon hearing that Minjun Kim handled the monsters all by himself, and even volunteered for public welfare work on the other side. The platoon commander explains that, although all the gates have been sealed for now, They are currently disinfecting private homes that were affected, and surprisingly, Minjun is still there, helping them. She admits it's the first time she's seen someone act like this. Meanwhile, Corporal Ryujin and Corporal Chamari are busy watching Minjun from afar. Ryujin is still struggling to believe that he defeated the boars, red ones, so easily, considering she heard that being hit by one is like getting run over by a truck. On the other hand, Chamari is completely obsessed with Minjun and his incredible monster-slaying skills at the same time. Minjun is annoyed because he didn't get the full benefits from killing those monsters. Determined to salvage something from this mess, he decides to help with the cleanup duties to improve his image. Before he can leave is when Yunso quietly approaches from behind, catching him by surprise. Since his head is already full of thoughts, instead of greeting her properly, he immediately says something ridiculous about almost punching her in the face and tells her to get out of the way, ignoring the fact that she clearly wants to talk. Still, Yunso stands her ground and gets straight to the point, saying there's something she really wants to talk about. After finishing the cleanup, Minjun and Yunso stand face to face, the air between them tense. But calm Minjun asks directly why she came to talk to him. Yunso doesn't beat around the bush. She mentions their first encounter and asks if he really cursed at her from the bus window. At first Minjun seems confused, but then he understands and corrects her, saying he didn't curse, he just said that if she messed with him again, she'd be dead. Yunso lets out a deep sigh, clearly frustrated, but trying to be the bigger person. She admits that she was the one who got annoyed first that day, and with that she apologizes. Surprisingly, Minjun lets it go, saying he doesn't hold a grudge, and tells her to forget about it. As he turns to leave, she stops him again and brings up something more serious. She mentions that there was only one other person who achieved a perfect score on the promotion test. This catches Minjun's attention, and he naturally assumes she's talking about him. But he's surprised when she reveals she's actually talking about someone else, her father, with a mix of pride and admiration on her face. She explains that her father was the only person to start as a private and earn stars, and wanting to follow in his footsteps, she chose to enlist as a private as well. Minjun becomes genuinely curious now that he's hearing about someone who accomplished something similar to him, but he's a bit surprised, mentally calculating the timelines and realizing that the Hunter Army only came into existence when the portals began to appear. He was only 7 years old at the time. This leads him to assume that Yunso's father must have re-enlisted as a private after becoming an awakened, and Yunso quickly clears up the misunderstanding. She explains that her father wasn't actually strong back then. He was deemed unfit for military service due to poor eyesight and some other physical issues, but after awakening and seeing his body improve, he enlisted voluntarily. The pride in her eyes as she speaks about him makes Minjun think that he would like to meet this man someday, and Yunso assures him that her father would be thrilled to meet someone like him. He has a great deal of respect for strong warriors. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 107th Division in Daejeon, things are getting chaotic inside the exclusive academy for hunters. The entire building is shaking, and Colonel Lee Sanjin, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, looks like he's about to pass out from stress, and Gil is there too, completely overwhelmed and unable to control the situation. It turns out it's not an earthquake, it's a fistfight between Taeho and Seo Kyung-do. The two experienced warriors are brawling like wild beasts. Both are bruised and scratched from head to toe. In the midst of the confrontation, Taeho makes a sarcastic comment, asking if Seo Kyung-do really came all this way just to mention Minjun Kim's name. This catches Seo Kyung-do completely by surprise. He didn't expect Taeho to already know about him, but Taeho just laughs, asking if Seo Kyung-do really thought he wouldn't find out just because he decided not to mention it. Without wasting another second, the two start trading punches again, as if they've forgotten they're not in their 20s anymore. Lee Sanjin is losing his mind, convinced that no one can stop them at this point. But just then, Yuji steps between them when he realizes things are getting too intense. The punches stop, but the two men are still glaring at each other, trading insults like children on a playground. Eventually, the madness subsides, and they find themselves outside the building, sitting on a park bench. Diri walks over to Seo Kyung-do and hands him a report from the commander of the 3rd Battalion regarding the Red Boar Gate. Seo Kyung-do praises her and the commander before she leaves. As soon as she's gone, Taeho finally breaks the silence, asking directly what Seo Kyung-do's real reason for showing up is. He's convinced there's something more to it. Seo Kyung-do doesn't hold back. He admits he came to promote Minjun to the rank of sergeant. Taeho's calm expression twists into pure rage, clearly furious because his Tyro is furious that Kyung is siding with the man who dared to mess with his daughter. But Kyung retorts, equally irritated, making it clear that no one messes with one of his own. He tells Tyro to stop acting like a raging bull and start being grateful that Minjun was the one who helped from the very beginning. Tyro reminds Kyung that Minjun was recently promoted to corporal, and before that, he received a special promotion to private first class. Kyung nods his head and admits he already has plans to promote Minjun to a commissioned officer. Upon hearing this, Tyro lets out a deep sigh, saying that Gorak Shell will not stay quiet and will definitely become interested in anyone Kyung values so highly. But that is exactly why Kyung told him everything. He wants Tyro on his side. A small smile appears on Tyro's face, but he says he will decide after meeting the guy in person. Meanwhile, in Wachon County, a shadowy figure, shrouded in demonic energy, appears right in front of Minjun. Minjun is paralyzed, too stunned to react to what is happening. The man slowly rises. A crooked smile spreads across his face as he finally lays eyes on Minjun, clearly thrilled to have finally found him. Moments earlier, all the female corporals were sitting inside the bus, while Minjun stood outside waving at them. The girls waved and shouted back, hoping to meet him again someday. Corporal Chamari seemed to be a second away from asking him out, or at least giving him her number, but Corporal Unreju quickly shut it down and thanked Minjun for helping them, while Chamari kept arguing with her friend about ruining the perfect opportunity. Unsol exchanged a silent glance with Minjun, and just like that, the bus departed, leaving Minjun behind. To be honest, he felt a little relieved to finally drop the nice guy act, but as soon as he turned around, the Nightwalker suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The little shadow creature coughed and shamelessly begged for more demonic energy to feed its enormous belly, but what it did not realize was that its master was still angry because of the bad information from before, so there was no chance of getting any rewards today. The little servant looked desolate after being denied its treat, but its expression changed the moment it sensed something strange. Suddenly, it began to jump around and emit urgent waves of thought directly to Minjun. Through the signals, Minjun learned that a foreign demonic energy was entering this dimension, not through a dungeon portal, but by tearing through the barrier on its own. Impressed that the Nightwalker could detect such faint traces, Minjun finally understood that maybe his minion was not cut out for stealth, but it had incredible potential as a danger radar. Without wasting a second, Minjun asked the little one to lead the way. A few minutes later, the two arrived deep in the forest. As a reward, Minjun summoned a small burst of demonic energy and offered it to the servant. But before he could relax, the air around them began to twist, and a demonic portal opened right in front of them. Slowly, a figure began to emerge. The moment the man stepped out and laid his eyes on Minjun, his entire face lit up with joy, and he cried out, "Master Minjun," with tears streaming down his face. Minjun, however, was not thrilled. He immediately backed away and told the man to keep his distance, but when the guy clumsily tripped over his own feet, Minjun instinctively rushed to check if he was okay. Frustration appeared on his face as he knelt beside him, asking why the hell he had followed him here when he was explicitly told not to. The man, still awestruck, could only weep with joy, overjoyed to see his master again. Minjun let out a deep sigh as memories of their first encounter in the other world came flooding back. This very same guy had been on the verge of death. Lying helpless in the middle of a deserted dungeon, a monster appeared, ready to deliver the final blow to someone who had already lost all hope. But something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a wave of demonic energy pierced through the creature, saving him at the last second. When he looked up, he saw Minjun standing over him. Surrounded by a dark aura, the man immediately assumed he was the master, Mihaud. Minjun had no idea how this stranger knew that name, but one thing was obvious. The guy was weak beyond belief. Before turning to leave, Minjun told him to avoid more dungeons like that one, unless he had a death wish. Just out of curiosity, he asked for the man's name, and was surprised when the man said he didn't have one. So Minjun casually named him Bongo on the spot. Now, back in the present, Minjun grabs Bongo by the collar and shakes him, calling him a fool for trying to cross dimensions alone. Bongo desperately tries to explain that after Minjun disappeared, everything back home started to fall apart. The cult was crumbling without its master. But Minjun had never asked for this devotion in the first place. He never wanted followers or to be worshipped, so why would he have told anyone about his departure? Frustrated, Minjun shoves Bongo to the ground. Bongo begins to cry, saying the least Minjun could have done was take him along as his right-hand man. Minjun can't even stay, angry at the guy's pathetic state. Shaking his head, he sighs again and holds out his hand, pushing a small amount of demonic energy into Bongo to help him recover some of his strength. Just like that, Bongo feels alive again and swears to repay his master's kindness with his life. But Mindium has no time for dramatic vows and just wants to know how Bongo actually got here, cutting through the formal act. Bongo admits that his arrival in this world was a miracle, driven by his faith in Mindium and his desperate desire to be by his side. Mindium rolls his eyes, tired of the nonsense, and demands the real answer. None of it makes sense. There's no way someone with Bongo's skills could cross dimensions alone, unless someone powerful like the Saintess was involved. That's when Bongo finally explains. After Mindium disappeared, he stayed behind to watch over the giant because of some strange rumors. Apparently, ever since that day, strange noises had been coming from the temple every night. News spread that large quantities of monsters were being captured. But when Bongo checked for himself, there were no bones, no flesh, nothing, just empty space. That's when he realized they weren't killing the monsters. They were sending them somewhere else. Upon hearing this, Mindium is shocked, realizing just how dirty the Saintess is willing to play. Now convinced that she's behind the recent demonic attacks, he wonders if Bongo knows anything about the strange object he found a few days ago. He pulls out a piece of steel that he had recovered from inside a troll monster. Bongo takes one look at its shape and confirms that it looks like a broken fragment of a guard's blade from the temple, likely belonging to the captain of the guard himself. On the other hand, Mindium can't stop thinking about how reckless Bongo truly is, and what if that gate had launched him into a completely different world? If he had arrived a second later, he could have been trapped in the dimensional rift, dead and gone without a trace. But the unsuspecting Bongo clearly had no idea how close he was to disaster. Shaking his head, Mindium looks at the blade fragment again, his thoughts spiraling. He still can't understand what the Saintess is, truly, plotting, and this unknown is starting to get under his skin, like a splinter he can't remove. 1,224 days before Mindium returns to Earth. During a beautiful sunset in Isgard, the Saintess was standing silently, gazing at something in the distance. She was interrupted when she heard a familiar voice behind her, asking what was going on and why they had been summoned there. Turning around, she was greeted by none other than Mindium. The Saintess offered him a warm smile, commenting on how nice it was to be outside and feel the breeze. But Mindium was clearly irritated, pointing out that he had been sleeping outdoors for days. So what exactly was so special about this moment? Realizing that her words realizing it came out wrong, the saint apologized, although she did remind him that she couldn't leave the temple's territory. Then she mentioned hearing that several of Mindium's so-called colleagues were gravely injured in the park's dungeon. She was about to mention the ridiculous name of their cult when Mindium cut her off, making it clear that none of those idiots were his colleagues and that there was no cult to begin with. He told her they just followed him of their own accord and got mauled by some black hounds, but that they had been treated and would survive. The saint smiled at the mention of black hounds, amused to learn another term from him. As Mindium leaned in a little closer, he explained that in his world, an underling is called a dog, so he chose to call them the Black Hounds of Parks. Though he was dragging out the conversation, it was only because he really wanted to know if there was truly no connection between Isgard and the monsters that kept appearing on Earth. The saint assured him there wasn't. She explained that portals and monsters had been appearing in Isgard for hundreds of years, and if there was any link to his world, it was simply that both were suffering from the same phenomenon. She understood why he was suspicious, considering he had seen the same monsters back home and had even ended up in Isgard through a portal himself. Still, she reminded him that dimensional travel wasn't something easily accomplished. Even summoning him had required an incredible effort, so the idea of transporting entire dungeons and armies of monsters was ridiculous. After hearing all this, he didn't argue, he just turned and walked away. But before he left, he told her not to give up when the time finally came for him to return home. Now, back in the present, Minjun remembers how he never really trusted the saint from the very beginning. He did his own investigation and confirmed that Isgard had been dealing with gate-related problems long before he arrived. He even learned that transporting something as large as a dungeon to another dimension wasn't impossible, but it was definitely not easy, not even for someone like the saint. What still bothered him was why she would waste so much holy power just to keep sending monsters. Was she trying to lure him back, or was she using holy relics for some other twisted plan? It was all speculation, because the only person who knew the truth was the saint herself. As his thoughts spiraled, his attention turned back to the idiot kneeling before him, still ready to die for his supposed master. Minjun was more than tired of this religious fanatic, but he figured he couldn't just send him away now. So, just to shut him up, he told him to stop calling him Minold and start using his real name, Minjun. With his face filled with excitement, the fanatic tried to call his master by the correct name, but completely butchered the pronunciation. Mindium tries to correct him a few times but ends up giving up, realizing that there's definitely something wrong with this guy's head. Putting that aside, he asks Bong if he can use his imitation skill. The man eagerly confirms that he can, although Mindium is a bit skeptical, since he's barely given him any demonic energy. Still, the fanatic thanks him repeatedly for the small amount and assures him that he can still transform into a small animal. Upon hearing this, Mindium points to a nearby crow and tells him to imitate the bird. Without missing a second, the dark mage envelops himself in demonic energy and transforms into a crow. Proud of his new form, Bong flaps his wings excitedly, but Mindium tells him to calm down and move along with the Nightwalker. The Nightwalker looks clearly annoyed by Bong's presence, and the two are almost ready to fight until Mindium intervenes and tells them both to shut up and get along. With no choice, they silently obey. Mindium then tells Bong to take his instructions from the Nightwalker while he keeps an eye on him and ensures he doesn't try anything reckless. With that, both of them depart. As Mindium watches them fly off, he lets out a sigh of relief, though his rumbling stomach quickly reminds him that he's long overdue for a meal. A few days later at the camp, King Gwansik bursts into the living room, practically bouncing with excitement. The guys inside look at him like he's crazy, but he announces the big news that the platoon's quarterly performance board has finally been posted in front of the administrative office. This gets everyone's attention real quick. As Sergeant Lee buttons up his uniform, someone jokes that he probably got first place again. But then Gwansik lowers his voice and reveals that Lee Sung-ho actually came in second this time. The room falls silent. As jaws drop and curiosity takes over, everyone is dying to know who managed to score over 75 points in their platoon. Before they can keep guessing, Mindium walks into the room, casually announcing that he's back from vacation. As he greets everyone, some of the corporals start to whisper about whether he could be the one at the top of the list. Gwansik immediately confirms it and adds that Mindium's performance practically shook the entire division. Everyone is stunned, still trying to process the news when the platoon commander walks in and the entire room snaps to attention with a salute. The commander steps forward, holding an emblem, the symbol of a sergeant, and announces that Mindium is being promoted. The room goes completely silent, as no one can believe he's getting another special promotion so quickly. But the commander confirms that the documents had just arrived from division headquarters that morning, stating that Minjun was officially named the best soldier in the entire division during the Hunter Field maneuvers. Furthermore, his voluntary dungeon clearing during his vacation earned him great recognition. The commander congratulates him with a proud look, explaining that this promotion came directly of the division commander himself. What now? The squad commander removes the 3 corporal stripes from Minjun's uniform and replaces them with 4 stripes, officially making him a sergeant. The entire unit erupts in applause, cheering for their newly promoted sergeant, except for Young Han-yoon, who looks a little uneasy. He pulls a folded piece of paper from his pocket, revealing the bet they all made before the dungeon training about when Minjun would be promoted again. It's the same paper where Kwon Tae-min had boldly predicted 1 month and bet his entire salary. Kwon Tae-min is practically beaming with pride over his victory, while Jung Han-yoon reluctantly accepts his defeat. Suddenly, Minjun snatches the paper from their hands, causing the 2 guys to freeze, not knowing what he's going to do. As Minjun reads it, his expression slowly changes, and when he realizes that Kwon Tae-min actually won the bet, his face twists into a mischievous grin, making the 2 even more nervous, as they brace themselves for whatever chaos the new sergeant might unleash. Minjun is grinning like a fool, clearly enjoying himself. The reason for his happiness might be the misfortune of the guys who bet on him, as Kim Moon-gi and Jung Han-yoon are already standing at attention, sweating bullets. Meanwhile, Kwon Tae-min looks like his face is about to crack, nervously offering 30% of his winnings to Minjun. Minjun, thoroughly enjoying himself, says that people might think he's doing this for the money, but that's not it at all. He's doing it for their own good. Kwon Tae-min ups his offer to 40%. At this point, Minjun is casually forcing Kwon Tae-min to do reps with some very heavy dumbbells. Once again, he insists he's not upset about the bet, nor interested in the money. Poor Kwon Tae-min is on the verge of tears, apologizing repeatedly, but Minjun decides to make things more interesting by adding even more weight, which pushes Kwon Tae-min to his limit. Just when it seems like it's too much, Minjun easily lifts the heavy barbell with one hand. The 2 nearby corporals are stunned, not just by Minjun's strength, but also deeply worried that their colleague might actually drop dead right there and then. According to Minjun, he doesn't call this punishment but training, since they were the ones who said they wanted it. To get stronger, he then turns to the other two and calls one of them to join, but they nervously refuse, insisting they're already well trained, and make up an excuse that they're needed somewhere else. But as soon as they try to escape, they freeze, hearing the sergeant's tone shift to something terrifying when they turn around. Minjun is wearing a malicious grin and calmly tells them it's a real shame that they thought they had the right to say no. Fear immediately floods their faces, and soon after, only screams echo from the training room a while later. Guanjin is completely passed out, and the other two are gasping for air, clearly exhausted from the workout. That's when Minjun casually mentions a favor he wants to ask of the corporals. Desperate for a break, the guys immediately agree to anything, as long as it doesn't involve more physical training. That's when Minjun starts listing some facts, like how soldiers ranked below private first class are not allowed to use the training room or the computer room for gaming. At first, the guys are a little confused, but Minjun continues saying they also can't use the gym, and the list keeps growing. Upon being told this, both guys take a stand and declare how unreasonable and unjustified these rules are. They look at each other and decide to work together to get rid of them. This was exactly what Minjun wanted all along, though he still warns them not to go overboard. He reassures them, saying he'll convince the sergeants himself, and leaves the rest to the two of them. As soon as he dismisses them, they run as fast as they can out of the training room. Meanwhile, Guanjin starts to finally regain consciousness and tries to follow them with his trembling body, only to be stopped by Minjun. Once again, Guanjin turns around, expecting more torture, and Minjun doesn't disappoint. He casually drops the bomb about a personnel reorganization and informs him that Guanjin has been officially placed in his squad. From now on, this means poor Guanjin will have to train with Minjun every single day from here on out, elsewhere, in a completely different setting. A dungeon houses the dangerous serpent mine, a snake-like monster that lives mostly underground. Unlike snakes on Earth, these creatures aren't venomous, but they explode when they die. That's why their tails must be removed before killing them, as the tail acts like a detonator. Otherwise, they will explode. It just so happens that Minjun's platoon is the one handling this mess. To prevent an explosion, the platoon commander and his squad are carefully severing the tails, so they can clear the dungeon safely. Normally, a small team of hunters. Experienced teams are assigned to creatures like these, but this time it's different. While Sergeant Lee is about to be attacked by one of these monsters, its tail is suddenly cut off, and the creature is taken down by none other than Mindium, who has already dealt with several of these in Isgard alone. While Mindium is as refreshed as ever, the others are completely exhausted, so they decide to take a 10-minute break. The soldiers rest in the shade of the trees. Sergeant Lin inspects his weapon, and Mindium is all smiles, because he just unlocked a new skill, called Agility Boost, which increases his agility attribute by 5. He wishes a class-specific skill would appear, but even this one seems very good. While checking his stats, a familiar voice suddenly speaks to him through telepathy. It's obviously the clumsy Bongo informing Mindium that he has detected a strong wave of demonic energy. This immediately puts Mindium on alert, and he is anxious to know where this idiot is. But he gets a shock when Bongo says it's in Inton now. A few days later, on the weekend, in the metropolitan city of Inton, Mindium finally arrives at the location, and Bongo lands on his shoulder and explains that he didn't do anything reckless and just kept an eye on things the whole time. Since there are no monsters around, he suspects that this might be the result of a dungeon. He also reveals that there was no human presence in the house until yesterday, but someone is definitely there now, and the demonic energy is still coming from that place. Bongo wishes his master had arrived yesterday, but Mindium barely managed to get away for a one-night stay. Still, he puts on his mask ready to go in. He knows this could technically be considered trespassing, but in his eyes, they're just getting rid of something dangerous hidden inside that house. Upon entering the house through the window, Mindium scans the room and sees a purple crystal on top of the TV cabinet. As he carefully approaches, he feels the demonic energy emanating from it, although it doesn't seem harmful. As soon as he reaches out to grab the crystal, he freezes when a voice warns him not to move. Mindium knows he's been caught red-handed, but he doesn't dare to turn around. To his surprise, the voice belongs to none other than Yunzo. A little earlier, Yunzo was in her room completely oblivious to the fact that a familiar guy had just broken into her house. She was talking casually with her mother on the phone, who seemed quite excited to tell her about going on a movie date with her father, and Yunzo can't help but smile thinking about how cute her father can be sometimes. As she was typing a message, a strange rattling sound echoed through the house, immediately putting her on alert. Without wasting time, she opened the door and peeked outside, realizing the noise was coming from downstairs. She went downstairs silently to see what it was, and that's when she spotted a hooded man. Approaching the crystal without hesitation, she ordered the intruder not to move. Convinced that no one these days would be foolish enough to be a thief, she demanded he reveal his identity and what he was doing there. Mindium turned around slowly, his eyes wide with shock. He never imagined he would run into Yuna again, especially not like this. The whole situation felt ridiculous. He had come searching for a dungeon byproduct that was emitting demonic energy, and the house just happened to belong to Yuna. To make matters worse, Bongo quickly pointed out that it was that idiot, the Night Wanderer, who had detected it first, not him. Well, it's no surprise to find such an item in the division commander's house, considering her role in the Hunter Corps. But the real coincidence is that this girl is actually home today. It's as if fate keeps throwing them together somehow, just like what happened back in Watching. And that thought alone frustrated Mindium, but his attention quickly shifted to the alert girl behind him, who was now ordering him to put his hands behind his back and not move. Of course, Mindium, being as greedy as ever, decided he wasn't leaving after coming all this way. When he ignored her warning, Yuna launched a high kick, but Mindium dodged it with ease while reaching into his pocket for a pen and a folded piece of paper he just so happened to be carrying. Focused on making this supposed thief leave, Yuna unleashed a flurry of punches, using her boxing skills. But Mindium, being true to form, continued to dodge every single blow while casually scribbling on the paper. As she leaped in for a kick, Mindium's gaze followed her movements, and he admitted to himself that she was actually pretty good and would probably be promoted to sergeant soon. Eventually, after dodging enough times and clearly becoming bored, he blocked one of her attacks, grabbed her wrist, and shoved the paper into her hand. Yuna began to sense that this guy wasn't just any ordinary thief, but someone who was clearly trained. She tried to hit him one more time with a kick, but as expected, he dodged again and took the opportunity to create some distance while keeping his eyes locked on the crystal. Then, with a sly move, Mindium lunged forward, but instead of attacking, he snatched the crystal and leaped through the balcony window, as if it were nothing. Yuna was left standing on the balcony, frustrated that she hadn't landed a single hit. She then noticed the paper he had shoved into her hand. Out of curiosity, she opened it, and her face flushed red with rage, because he had only written the word burp, just to get under her skin, as always. Mindium managed to escape the house and found a safe spot near the forest. Without wasting a moment, he took out the crystal and began to inspect it, noticing, immediately, that it possesses more demonic energy than most monsters. He has encountered the fact that a 2-star from the Hunter Corps had this just lying around. At home tells him it is clearly harmless to humans, but that does not explain the strange energy coming from it. He is now sure that it is a monster crystal, but it is different from any he has ever seen, even in Isgard. Monster crystals are rare minerals found in monsters, and they vary based on the age and danger level of the creature. Each one contains a certain amount of mana, proportional to its size. That is why they are considered valuable loot for any hunter, but a crystal full of demonic energy is something completely new to him. He has never seen or heard of such a thing. Dropping it on the ground, the crystal shatters, and without missing the chance, Medeus immediately absorbs all the demonic energy into his body immediately. A system notification appears, informing him that his demonic energy level has increased absurdly, getting such a huge power boost without even lifting a finger. It makes the whole trip worthwhile, whatever they are planning behind the scenes. Medeus knows he cannot waste time worrying about it at this moment. Another update appears in the system, informing him that he has unlocked 2 new skills: Demonic Energy Singularity and Demonic Energy Grasp. Medeus is more than happy to gain new skills, and quickly checks the details of Demonic Energy Singularity, which allows his demonic energy to become colorless and odorless. This makes it undetectable to his surroundings, which reassures him since he was getting worried that, the higher his demonic energy stats climbed, the harder it was becoming to control the pressure it released. This skill was exactly what he needed. Besides that, the Demonic Grasp skill allows him to physically control demonic energy. To test it, he extends his hand and points at the goofy Bongo, who is immediately lifted into the air. Medeus is not sure if there is a weight limit, but it is still impressive. After that, he gives a task to Bongo and Nightwalker to search for dungeons and their byproducts suspected of containing demonic energy as a small reward. He tosses each of them a bit of demonic energy to savor. But of course, the 2 idiots start fighting over who received the better portion. When Medeus turns to face them, they suddenly act like long-lost brothers, who have never had an argument, in a very good mood. Medeus asks Bongo if he has ever eaten Korean food before, and so the 3 of them go to a Korean restaurant. The table is full of all kinds of dishes, and the moment Bongo takes his first bite, he begins to cry, moved by how delicious the food is. His dramatic reaction makes Aiden question just how silly this guy is, while the waiter stands by, completely taken aback by the performance. Yet, as Aiden watches him eat, a small smile appears on his face. He remembers what they used to eat in Asgard, dry and flavorless biscuits, and he realizes this might be Bongo's first real meal. Instantly, Aiden's phone starts buzzing in his pocket. When he checks it, he sees a flood of messages from Quan Shik, practically begging him to reply. Quan Shik seems to be on the verge of a breakdown, urgently reminding the sergeant that guerrilla training starts next week and that the schedule looks absolutely insane. Fast forwarding a bit, the guerrilla training has officially begun for the elite soldiers, who have surpassed the limits of normal humans. At the beginning, the training seems quite standard: squats, burpees, the usual. But while most of the soldiers are struggling to keep up, looking half dead already, Aiden is the only one who is actually having fun. When they reach the third course with 3 rope bridges, he is already swinging across them like a child on a playground, while the others are tensing every muscle, just to keep from falling. Next up are the rappelling exercises, which he also aces effortlessly. Finally, a man in a protective suit appears and gives a random lecture, forcing everyone to memorize the national anthem up to the 4th verse, and the hunter's military oath in its entirety. After that, they are dismissed. Most of the soldiers drag themselves directly to their beds, which are as uncomfortable as the food they are about to face. Others sit in misery, staring at the disgusting meal before them, clearly regretting everything. They had hoped for rest and something edible after the training, but instead, they are stuck with food that is barely fit for consumption at this point. Some of them genuinely wonder if the division master holds a grudge, personally, against them. On the contrary, Aiden is acting like a lunatic, devouring the food as if he were dining on a 7-course banquet in a 5-star restaurant. One of the guys nearby is too afraid to eat, utterly terrified of what the bathroom might be like later. Later that night, the platoon commander, Captain Jong Gun, arrives at the camp. The sergeant immediately stands and salutes his superior. The commander tells everyone to be at ease and informs them that since everyone is clearly exhausted, the instructors will stand guard at the camp. He also congratulates them on doing well in the training so far. But his tone shifts as he mentions something more serious. With total determination, he suddenly shouts, ordering everyone to give their absolute best in tomorrow's trench combat. The next morning, every platoon is fired up cheering for their own squads. The trench combat itself is quite simple in a square arena. Designed to simulate a trench, the objective is to push your opponent out or defeat them within the boundaries. 2 heavy soldiers are dominating, tossing people around like rag dolls and slamming them to the ground. The defeated soldiers pile up one after another as the referee ends the fight. It's the 16th round. Third match and the 1st Battalion, 2nd Company, 1st Platoon. 1st Squad takes the victory. No weapons are allowed, and no one can bring in outsiders. It's all about pure physical strength, despite how it looks. Trench combat holds a significant meaning for the 4 battalions of the 104th Division during this hunter-guerrilla training. The commander of the 2nd Battalion, Colonel Lee Diembim, is surprised to see them win, finding their strength incredible, especially since they're the same guys who dominated last year. Colonel Johnson Kim of the 2nd Battalion agrees and recalls that these guys were just corporals last year, and now they're sergeants even when 10 squads charged together that heavy guy. Choi Sung-woo pushed them back all by himself, but then the commander of the 3rd Battalion, Colonel Go Jong-chul, casually reveals that Sergeant Choi Sung-woo recently passed his promotion exam, but the 1st Battalion has been delaying it. This instantly infuriates Daeum-bim, and he starts yelling at Sun Kun, accusing him of holding back the man's promotion just to keep using him in trench combat, since a higher rank would make him ineligible. Sun Kun also loses his temper, denying everything, and insisting that he never agreed to any of it. This kind of confrontation was expected. The combat. Trench combat always turns into a proxy war between battalion commanders, while Colonel Go Deontae watches with a smug smile, enjoying the chaos. The commander of the 4th Battalion, Yu Dari, remains silent as the referee announces that up next is the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Squad, and Yu Dari looks a little nervous. Since only one squad from her entire battalion has made it this far, everyone knows the training gets tougher. For battalions that don't perform well, Choi Sung-woo and his team leave the stage, while Minjun and his team are sitting in the corner. Watching the match, it's then that Choi Sung-woo spots Minjun and greets him for the first time. He confirms that it's the same Hunter Minjun from the 2nd Battalion. He seems thrilled to meet Mindium, stating that he never thought he would run into a celebrity here, the fastest man to ever make sergeant, but then he scoffs, saying he had high expectations because of the rumors. He declares that Mindium is actually an idiot, and as soon as Guanchek and Jung Han-yoon hear this, they both get angry and stand up to handle it with this situation, but they freeze in place when the giant guy places his hands on their shoulders to stop them, declaring with a smile that he meant it from the heart. He apologizes and leaves with his group, letting out a mocking laugh as both Guanchek and Rainium become furious. Their faces turn red with rage, but Mindium tells them it's all right. However, Guanchek's anger is too much to hold back, and he wants to smash that guy to pieces. Meanwhile, Mindium, who seemed calm just seconds ago, is now as red as a tomato, looking like he could explode at any moment. Even so, he manages to control his unbearable anger, assuring them that everything is fine, because they will soon meet that bull of a man again. The trench combat resumes, and the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad is now on standby. Kabuto. Mari sits silently, clearly annoyed. She is irritated because she sees no point in these fights. They are exhausting, and worst of all, they involve physical contact, which she finds absolutely disgusting. Corporal Riju agrees, saying that all of this seems unfair, and they always get criticized if they don't perform well. She doesn't understand why they have to do all this just to crown some so-called guerrilla king. But while Riju is venting, Mari is more worried about their battalion commander being angry, especially since they are the only squad from their battalion that has made it this far. When Mari looks towards her commander, she grows uneasy at the sight of her stern expression. But at this point, what's done is done. The referee calls for the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, and 4th Squad to enter the arena. The team's commander, Sergeant Osei Buell, tells the girls to win this and claim the title of Guerrilla King. She's the only one who actually looks excited and confident, while the rest are just trying to hold themselves together. The round begins, and Mari starts running around the arena, trying to avoid being touched while Riju holds her ground, pushing her opponent back with great effort. In the background, Ranium and Kanayam are fighting, while an enormous soldier grabs both of them at the same time. Suddenly, a single hand grabs the guy by the collar and hurls him across the arena like a rag doll. It's Sergeant Osei Buell, completely stealing the show with her absurd strength. Before the guy can even react, she's already in position, and without warning, she charges forward and takes him down with a brutal spear tackle. Knocked out cold, his body slides out of the ring, officially out of the fight. Gabriel casually wipes his hands and turns to his group, his eyes locking on Mary. She is still moving swiftly, as if her life depends on it, while an opponent chases her down. The pursuer smirks, thinking he has finally caught her, when suddenly, Mary grabs his wrist and slams him to the ground with so much force that a loud bang echoes through the arena. Leaving the crowd stunned, Gabriel can't help but smile proudly as Mary looks down at the unconscious man. She remembers he was warned to stay away from her. After dealing with that weakling, her attention turns to Rydia. She is still locked in a fight with her opponent. The guy smirks as his friend rushes in, pointing out what he thinks is an opening. He plans to take Rydia down, but in the chaos, he doesn't even realize he's the one about to be knocked out. Before he can react, he's flipped upside down in midair and thrown out of the arena. This time, it's none other than Seo-un, using her sharp combat instincts to finish him off. The guy fighting Rydia, caught off guard by what just happened, also lowers his guard, and Rydia doesn't waste the opportunity. She grabs his arm and hurls him to the ground, with all the strength she has. Now that the small fries are out of the picture, only 2 big, strong guys remain. They never imagined the girls could even push a single one of them out of the ring. But now that it's happened, they're ready to get serious. Confidently, they charge forward, vowing to win this round. But before they can even land a proper hit, both are stopped dead in their tracks by Sybil, who holds them back with both arms. The guys laugh at first, thinking she's crazy for trying to take them on alone, but that laughter quickly vanishes when they realize they can't even fathom how strong this girl truly is. The rest of the team moves in, and together, they launch the 2 strong guys out of the arena in a single, fluid motion, leaving everyone watching completely shocked. The referee announces their victory, and the whole team erupts in celebration. At this moment, Pinky watches silently from the sidelines, acknowledging that the girls have incredible teamwork. On top of that, they are clearly well-trained and highly skilled. Even Guanchol and Ranjun nod in agreement, convinced that this team will be the one to face that giant bull, Choi Sung-woo, in the quarterfinals. They are both excited at the thought of finally seeing that beast lose. Still, Ranjun hopes Sung-woo makes it to the finals, because he wants to face him personally and teach him a lesson. But seeing how strong the girls' team is, they start to wonder if they'll even get that chance. On the other hand, they remember they have Minjun and Lee Sung-ho on their side, so there's no way they can lose. Just then, Mary spots her crush, Minjun, and waves at him, but he remains as serious and stoic as ever. Meanwhile, Wancheol and Ranjun blush like fools, assuming she is waving at them, and a completely fed-up Yeju tells them to stop being complete simps, while the guys are even worse, now deciding to cheer for the 4th Battalion instead of focusing on fighting that bull giant. Seeing them act like this, Minjun lets out a quiet laugh, totally convinced that those 2 are complete idiots. On the judges' panel, Colonel Lee Ji-wong looks visibly disappointed, especially since he had high expectations for the boys. He points to the commander of the 4th Battalion, asking if she is proud now, but she remains silent and gives him no answer. Then, the referee calls the next two teams for the battle, and this time it includes Minjun's team. At that moment, Yuji's gaze turns to Minjun as she remembers he is the same guy her Kyung has a strange obsession with. Her curiosity is piqued, and she becomes genuinely interested in seeing what he is capable of. As all the boys walk towards the stadium, Han-wook casually informs Minjun that, if they get first place in this competition, the team will win a vacation. The instant he hears this, Minjun's spirits plummet. He has no interest in traveling with a bunch of idiots. Kwon-shik and Han-wook burst into laughter at his reaction, joking that maybe they should give up on first place. Ignoring their nonsense, Minjun keeps his eyes fixed on the arena, a smile pulling at his lips as he confidently declares that they will still take that vacation, but separately. The test begins as both teams stand face to face waiting for the signal. The coach tells them to get ready, and the moment the whistle blows, the match begins. Han-wook and Lee Seung-ho charge directly at their opponents while Sergeant Kim Minjun remains completely still. Lee Seung-ho grabs two opponents by the waist and starts pushing them back with ease. Kwon-shik locks onto another guy, grabbing him by the waist and commenting on how he seems light. He and brown hair effortlessly lift their opponents, but on the other team is a guy built like a tank muscle man. He sizes up Han-wook and then Lee Seung-ho, clearly trying to decide who to attack. Just then, Minjun finally moves forward as he approaches the muscle man. He sizes him up, thinking the guy might be quite useful for testing something. Muscle man doesn't hesitate and charges towards Minjun. With a small smile, Minjun admits that his control still needs work, but at least he can mess with their balance. He activates his level 1 skill, Demon Energy Grasp, and instantly throws Muscle Man off balance, making him fall to the ground. Confused and angry, Muscle Man gets up and charges again. Minjun calmly uses his ability once more, pulling the guy's arm and throwing him to the ground again. Now the muscle-bound man is shaken and terrified, unable to understand what's happening. But Minjun knows it's best not to continue using his ability in plain sight. He thinks that if he keeps taunting a guy like this, someone might become suspicious. He signals for his opponent to get up and come at him again. This time, Sergeant Kim Minjun doesn't rely on his ability. Instead, he puts all his faith in his agility and physical strength. As soon as the muscle-bound man stands up, Minjun rushes forward at high speed, grabs him by the waist, and throws him backward, ending the match with ease. Their team wins and smoothly advances to the final round. However, Minjun points out that even though they won, they won't be facing the 4th Squad of the 4th Battalion. In the finals, contrary to what Kwon-shik and Han-wook expected, the coach announces that the final battle will begin shortly, and instructs both teams to head to the arena. The opposing team has a powerhouse named Choi Seung-gu, known for his strength. As the two teams enter the arena, Han-wook turns to Kwon-shik and asks if Choi Seung-gu used to be a fighter. Kwon-shik confirms that Seung-gu fought until high school, and only stopped because of his awakening. Han-wook comments that, judging by his movements, the guy was definitely skilled back then. Kwon-shik adds that he heard Seung-gu won practically every competition he entered. This only makes Han-wook even more irritated, especially because Seung-gu now uses cheap tactics to win matches. Both Han-wook and Kwon-shik are exasperated, practically fuming, but Lee Seung-ho tries to hold them back. Minjun explains the real reason behind their anger. It's not just that Choi Seung-gu's team won the quarterfinals, it's how they won. Their opponents in that round were all girls, and the final score was 6-0. Not a single one was pushed out of bounds. Minjun said that it's not exactly Seung-gu's fault for winning within the rules and not throwing any punches. It's more about how weak the opposing team was. But Kwon-shik doesn't accept that and yells at Seung-gu, promising to teach him some manners. Meanwhile, Minjun watches and thinks that they still have a long way to go. If they're so angry with Seung-gu, then the only real answer is to defeat him in the match. Really, there's no need to get so worked up before the round. But the tension is already in the air. Both teams finally enter the arena and stand face to face. Han-wook looks at Choi Seung-gu and asks if he plans to face them alone as well. Choi Seung-gu smiles and replies that he wouldn't dare, not in the presence of the infamous Sergeant Lee Seung-ho. But then he taunts them, asking if they could even win, even if he went at it alone. That arrogant smile immediately infuriates both Han-wook and Kwon-shik, but Seung-ho keeps them in check. Then, Choi Seung-gu shifts his gaze to Sergeant Kim Minjun and says he thought that beating up Minjun's little girlfriend might provoke a reaction, but the guy seems completely unfazed. This declaration leaves the entire team baffled. Kwon-shik, totally confused, asks what he's talking about. Seung-gu casually mentions the pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion, saying she seemed very excited to see Minjun and was cheering like crazy. Kwon-shik, half blushing and half furious, yells that she wasn't waving at Sergeant Kim Minjun. Anung chimes in, saying it's true that Minjun doesn't care about girls, except for Lumi Dan, the power fighter. This random comment plunges everyone into an awkward silence, and for a moment, the battlefield feels more like a high school hallway. Suddenly, Sunggu and his entire team burst out laughing. Sunggu mocks them, asking if they're really talking about that beginner NPC from that terrible game, still laughing uncontrollably. He taunts them, asking if Lumi is really Sergeant Kim Minjun's crush. Anung thinks the guy is a real jerk. Meanwhile, Kim Kwang-shik and Brown Hair look at Minjun with visible fear. Sunggu continues to laugh even louder, saying he's only heard of losers like that, and now he's face to face with one. Someone who has a crush on a 2D girl. The referee steps in, telling both teams to get ready, and reminds them the match will start at the sound of the whistle. Choi Sung-gu lets out one last laugh as he wipes tears from his eyes, saying he'll go easy on Minjun, since the guy needs to return safe and sound to his precious little Lumi. The whistle blows, and the match begins. Both teams rush towards each other, but Sergeant Kim Minjun remains completely still. Choi Sung-gu charges straight for him, smiling and asking if Minjun is still distracted. Out of nowhere, Minjun tilts his head and delivers a headbutt straight to Sung-gu's face. The sound of the impact echoes throughout the arena, causing everyone to freeze. Choi Sung-gu's forehead starts to turn red and swell, but he quickly plays it down, saying he just took a wrong step, and asks the coach to let it slide this time. The coach looks to the judges for a decision, and they give a silent nod. He then tells both teams that this one will be overlooked, but he reminds everyone that headbutts are forbidden and they should avoid them from now on. Choi Sung-gu is clearly irritated, but he forces a smile, saying that was cute of Sergeant Kim Minjun, though he won't be going easy on him anymore. The coach restarts the match, and Minjun grins, saying he's not done being cute yet. He leaps away from Sung-gu and rushes towards Randyung and his opponent, knocking them both out of bounds, even though Randyung is his own teammate. It's clear Minjun is still mad at him for mentioning Lumi. Sung-gu is stunned, watching as Minjun begins to take down his own team members along with their opponents. Next, Minjun charges at Kim Kwang-shik and his rival, effortlessly throwing them out. Then he heads for Alice and Yunho and their opponent. Unlike the others, Sung-ho holds his ground, calling Minjun a psychopathic bastard. While reinforcing his body and preparing to counterattack, he manages to hold Minyoung for a while, but is eventually overpowered and thrown out as well. Now, the arena holds only two people, Sergeant Kim Minjun and Choi Sung-gu. Minjun is smiling darkly, a sinister mist escaping from his mouth, his eyes completely white, and every muscle in his body is flexed and overflowing with power. Sung-gu is afraid to even look at him. Wondering what kind of disturbed psychopath this guy is, the heavy-set man stands up and demands the fight be stopped since the guy is attacking his own teammates. The gray-haired man tells him they can't stop because he hasn't broken any rules, yet the heavy-set man argues that, even if no rules were broken, it's not normal to eliminate your own team. He asks if the gray-haired man plans to take responsibility if someone gets seriously injured. A young woman interrupts, saying the judge will handle things himself, just like in the previous matches. Sergeant Kim Minjun suddenly steps in and starts fighting Choi Sung-gu, catching him by surprise and making him question what's happening. First the guy ensured it would be a one-on-one, and now he wants to fight. Choi Sung-gu thinks Kim Minjun has made a mistake. Sure, the guy is strong, but wrestling isn't just about brute force. It's all about technique. He braces himself using all the strength he has, and makes a solid move to try and throw Kim Minjun out of bounds, but no matter how hard he tries, the guy doesn't budge an inch. Then out of nowhere, Kim Minjun lifts him completely off the ground and slams him down. Forcefully, he tells him to get up again. The sergeant, Kim Minjun, grabs him again and hits him with a suplex. He locks him by the waist and lifts him up, saying he can't let him surrender, yet he lifts him and throws him again before he can do it a third time. Choi Sung-gu quickly says he gives up and that he's withdrawing. Sergeant Kim Minjun looks directly into his eyes and tells him to listen carefully. He says that Luminuna is not just a two-dimensional character. She is his absolute favorite, so he slams Choi Sung-gu to the ground one last time as foam starts to trickle from his mouth. The coach announces that the fight is over and declares the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Squad. The winner's Sergeant Kim Minjun steps off the stage and looks at his team, the same guys he threw out during the fight. He nervously tells them that he might have gotten carried away a little too much, but his teammates cheer for him and congratulate him on the victory. Kim Won-shik says it was the most impactful match he's ever seen, and that he defeated the infamous Choi Sung-gu. In a one-on-one, Minyoung adds that it was refreshing to see Choi get completely destroyed, and asks if Kim Minjun did it on purpose, just to make things more dramatic. Kim Minjun thinks it's nice to see how positive everyone is, but Lee Song-ho interrupts and tells him that, no matter what the reason was, Team deaths cannot be justified. He says he is truly disappointed and walks away from the group. After a short walk, Lee Chen-ru smirks to himself, thinking he cannot afford to let his guard down. He might be the next target. He tells himself that next time, he will be the one to defeat Kim Minjun. Meanwhile, the winners are awarded medals for their performance. At the same time, Hunter Sir leaves the tent to use the restroom. He wonders why they have to go through guerrilla training in times like these, when they are part of the Hunter Corps. Just then, a voice calls out to him from behind. He turns around and blushes upon seeing Xian there. The next day, right after the short but intense guerrilla training of the 104th Division, the class starts to plan something. Kim Guanshik says they need to approach this carefully. Ran Young adds that, even if they get punished for it later, they still have to go through with it. Brownhead looks nervous because of the sergeant, but Kim Guanshik tells him not to be afraid. He says they just need to lure them to the meeting point, and once they are there, they will not be able to do anything. Han Jung turns to Mohawk and says his role is the most important, asking if he can handle it. Mohawk remains silent. They were already planning before the fatigue from the training had even worn off. Kim Guanshik reminds them that they do not have much time, and they need to be as efficient as possible. Ran Young agrees that choosing the right meeting point is essential, and asks Kim Guanshik which location would be the best. Li Dongjin suggests the eastern part of Gyeon, since it is the border and going any further would take too long. Kim Guanshik agrees and tells him to keep suggesting more options. Suddenly, they receive a message from Hunter Sun and Xian. They briefly talk about setting dates to use the vacation days they won from the game. Xian tells them to choose the place, then she casually asks if they can give her Kim Minjun's number. Han Jung tells Kim Guanshik that they might get caught. Kim Guanshik turns to the class and asks if he should just say he does not have Kim Minjun's number. Han Jung shakes his head and says no one will buy that. Li Dongjin points out that Kim Minjun is on their team, and they all live together, so it would be very strange to say they do not have his number. Ran Young gives up, saying the plan is already ruined, and tells Kim Guanshik that he was the one who started this, so the rest of them know nothing about it. He walks away and tells Mohawk and Li Dongjin to get out too, before they all get into trouble, leaving Kim Guanshik there alone. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun enters the academy and opens his status window. He checks his stats and sees that his power has increased by 5, and his agility by 1. He thanks Choi Sang-woo for the help, saying that once he hit 60 points it became almost impossible to level up. He lies down and starts lifting dumbbells. Clearly excited because his strength increased by 5 points, he's in the middle of his reps, when a voice suddenly interrupts him. Someone calls out to him, and Kevin Kim sits up and asks the mage, "What's going on, Leo?" Lee says he wants more soup, and annoyed Kevin Kim says that he already gave him money to buy food for himself. Leo Lee casually thanks him and says that he forgot to mention something about a mysterious aura. Kevin Kim makes a face and says he should have led with that. He asks what kind of aura it is, wondering if it's some kind of demonic energy or something like that. Leo Lee says it's not demonic, but it's definitely foreign. He says he's never felt anything like it in Isgard. Kevin Kim asks why he suddenly stopped talking. Leo Lee says that the soup just arrived, and he'll share the rest of the details after he eats. Kevin Kim curses him out in frustration, calling him a piece of crap. Right at that moment, he receives a text message from Sarah Sun, asking if this is Hunter Kevin Kim's number. He groans, wondering what's going on today and why everyone suddenly wants to talk to him. He questions how she got his number and decides he's just going to block her. But before he can do that, Ken Kang comes running towards him and begs him not to do it. Kevin Kim has no idea what he's talking about. Ken Kang asks if he received a message from Sarah Sun and says this is a rare chance, begging him to think about his squad members. He grabs Kevin's arm and says he's sure that Kevin will be moving up in rank, and that it's natural for him to need to start managing the mental health of his subordinates. Kevin Kim looks completely confused and asks if he was the one who gave his number to Sarah Sun. Ken Kang keeps holding his arm and finally admits that he did. It was him. He tells Kevin to be a little more understanding, reminding him that everyone is giving their all for the army, and something like this is the only thing that keeps them going. Kevin Kim gets furious and asks if he planned something. Ken Kang blinks in confusion and asks if Kevin hasn't already heard this from Hunter. Sarah Sun, Kevin Kim, looks at him with a dark expression and says they're in the training room, so he better answer straight. Ken Kang looks back at him with a terrified look, as if his soul had just left his body. 1 week later, the group arrives in Thunderland, all dressed in their military uniforms. Henry Han thanks Sergeant Kevin Kim, saying he never imagined they would actually make it there. Ken Kang shoots a disapproving look at Henry Han and says sharply that a traitor like him has no right to thank anyone. After abandoning him during the plan, Kevin Kim interrupts and tells Ken Kang that they aren't there because of him. It was all thanks to Mr. Horan. says he didn't expect Sergeant Lee Song-ho to approve the plan so easily, and jokes that maybe Kim Minjun is really just a normal guy after all. Kim Minjun tells his platoon that the only reason he agreed to this was because he'd rather do this than spend the whole day with them. Rania starts to look around, asking where the girls are. Her face lights up with joy and turns red as she spots them in the distance, near the ticket booth area. As the group gets distracted by the girls, their attention quickly turns to a huge figure, standing behind them. Kim Kwang-shik and Ryan freeze, thinking the guy must be some kind of monster, but Kim Minjun interrupts them and orders them to salute, telling them that the man is the commander of the 107th Division and that he saw him on television giving a briefing. Soon, Tae-ro starts walking towards the group, but his daughter, Yoon-sil, grabs his arm and reminds him that he said he was just dropping her off and asks him to go back now. Tae-ro smiles warmly and says he just wants to meet the hunters she works with, and then he'll leave. He gently removes her hand and continues walking towards Kim Minjun. He stops right in front of him, looking him over, and his expression changes from cheerful to serious. He looks at Minjun and asks if he is Kim Minjun. Both groups enter the park. Ritas calls for everyone to hurry up and get inside since they don't have much time. She takes Kim Minjun's arm and walks with him. Kim Kwang-shik and Ryan Young also rush in, telling the girls they've planned the fastest route. The girls are impressed and thank them. Everyone goes in except for Sae-bok and Lee Song-ho, who stay behind and look at each other. Sae-bok says he doesn't really like places like this. Lee Song-ho nods and says he prefers to spend his weekends just working out alone. Sae-bok smiles and says he figured he was that type too, then asks how much he can squat. The two start walking into the park together. Inside, the group goes on rides, buys souvenirs, and gets cotton candy. After a while, Lee Song-ho and Sae-bok end up in an arm wrestling match. Later, Kim Kwang-shik tries his luck at a shooting game but only wins a consolation prize. Ryan Young, thinking he can do better, tells everyone to watch how the pros handle it. He plays the same game and ends up with the same prize. The girls in the background start to laugh while Kim Kwang-shik reminds him not to forget their bet that the loser has to pay. Ryan Young complains that something must be wrong with the toy gun. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun approaches and notices that the second prize for the same game is a Luminuna keychain, a limited edition from the first anniversary of Dungeon Power Fighter. He picks up the rifle, fully determined to win the prize at any cost, with sharp focus. He hits all the targets in quick succession. The shop owner told him that there is still one shot left in the gun, but Kai replies that he doesn't need it. His goal was to win the second prize from the very beginning. Emerald and Ginger talk to each other, with Emerald pointing out how cleanly he hit every target, while Ginger wonders why he didn't bother with the last one. The shop owner hands him the Lumina keychain. The girls look on, confused about what the prize actually is. Meanwhile, Kai is visibly emotional, saying it was really worth coming here. His friends laugh in their peculiar ways, while Liam simply smiles, happy to see him having fun. The rest of the team moves on, but Kai stays behind, looking at his prize at that moment. Yuna calls out to him and asks what he talked about with her father. In a flashback, Kai is seen standing in the parking lot with her father. Mr. Sun apologizes for pulling him aside even though he is technically on vacation. Kai says it's no problem and asks what he wanted to discuss. Mr. Sun looks at him seriously and places a hand on his shoulder, tightening his grip, but Kai remains calm and doesn't flinch. After a moment, Mr. Sun lets go and says that it seems Kai is well trained. He then reaches into his car and pulls out an item from a dungeon. He explains that the item is usually meant for high-ranking hunters, but he's going to give it to Kai anyway. He adds that the military's evaluation system isn't always 100% accurate, and the item should increase his stats by random proportions. He gives him a bracelet. Kai smiles inwardly, thinking he just hit the jackpot, but maintains a serious expression on the outside. And thanks Mr. Sunday. Mr. Sun says he is giving it to him, only on the condition that he continues with his training. Mr. Sun tells him not to mention this to anyone. He then adds that if Kai ever visits Daejeong, he should give him a call, so that he can treat him to a meal. Finally, with a serious expression, he warns him that if he tries anything funny with his daughter, he will kill him. Kai calmly replies that it won't happen, putting the bracelet in his pocket. Back in the present, Kai tells Yuna that he didn't talk much with her father. He just said to call him if he ever visits Daejeong so they can meet for a meal. Yuna asks why her father would invite him for a meal, and Kai said that maybe it's because he saved her once, so perhaps he wants to repay the favor. Yuna remembers clinging to him when he rescued her and blushes slightly. She apologizes for him having to deal with her father, but Kevin Kim shows the card that Tae-hwa Sun gave him and says he'll make sure it's a very expensive meal. At that moment, the rest of the group arrives. Guanchik Kim turns to Chamiri and asks why she suggested they all go out together. She said it's because she wanted to repay Kevin Kim for getting revenge on Seonggu Choi after he crushed their team during the trench warfare match. Sibo chimes in, agreeing with her, and telling the guys that lunch is on them today, so they can order whatever they want. The boys look disappointed, realizing this whole outing was planned just for Kevin Kim, and that even the so-called revenge he took wasn't for them, it was all for Luminuna. Meanwhile, back in Daejeon, a group of soldiers stands in front of a dungeon gate, while a crow with glowing purple eyes lands nearby. The commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 107th Division, Colonel Sang-Jin Lee, looks at his tablet and sees a report showing 100 kilograms of mana stones inside the cave-type dungeon. He smiles greedily while the crow watches silently from the post behind him. Meanwhile, both platoons wrap up their day and say their goodbyes outside of Thunderland. Afterward, the boys head to the bus station to return to base when Kevin is called by Lebongo, who says there's a problem. Kevin warns that if he's about to ask for food again, he'll kill him, but Lebongo quickly says it's about a dungeon. It turns out the crow that was seen near the dungeon in Daejeon was actually Lebongo. He tells Kevin that the dungeon looks suspicious. Kevin remembers him saying the dungeon was still under investigation, and now he's on vacation in Daejeon, planning to rest. Lebongo explains that while it's true the dungeon was restricted and guarded before, that's no longer the case. He says the area has suddenly gotten much busier. Kevin Kim tells him to keep sending updates until he arrives. The next day at noon, Kevin Kim shows up in Daejeon, near the dungeon, and notices soldiers carrying loads of mana stones. He takes out his hunter card and wonders if showing it would get him a tour of the dungeon. Just then, Lebongo appears, now in the form of a pigeon. He tells Kevin Kim he changed into this form to keep watch until Kevin arrived. Kevin Kim asks if he really heard correctly about there being 100 kilograms of mana stones inside that dungeon. Lebongo confirms that's exactly what he heard. He says he's not sure how much that is exactly, but it definitely sounds like a lot. Kim Minjun tells him it's about 100 times more than he could ever find in a gate, even if he were lucky. He explains that it's an enormous amount of energy and the Earth is already working on ways to turn it into a weapon. Suddenly, a wave of otherworldly energy erupts from the dungeon, and Kim Minjun asks Lee Bongo if it's the same energy he felt before. Lee Bongo confirms that it is, but says he still can't quite understand what this aura is. He doesn't sense any monsters, but the energy feels deeply ominous. Kim Minjun says it makes sense that Bongo can't recognize it. After all, he has only seen this type of energy once in his life, without wasting any time. Kim Minjun runs towards the dungeon. Out of nowhere, large tentacles begin to emerge from it. The commander immediately orders his platoon to fall back. Abandon the stone men and return. One of the soldiers shouts that there are still platoon members inside, but the commander tells him to follow orders and stand down. Kim Minjun observes and says this energy confirms it. This is a fake dungeon. One of the soldiers stops him, asking who he is and warning him to stay back, since the situation is dangerous. Kim Jin-jun calmly walks up and says he is Sergeant Kim Jin-jun, from the 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company. He says he will clear the dungeon from the inside, and asks the soldier to report everything to the 104th Division. With that, Kim Minjun jumps into the dungeon just as the tentacles seal the entrance behind him. The commander looks at the dungeon gate, now completely sealed by the tentacles, and thinks to himself that they are in deep trouble. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Minjun finds a group of soldiers from the transport team. Private Lee Soo-hwan, Private Young Jong-dae, Private First Class Kim Se-kwan, Private First Class Choi Tae-ryun, and Private First Class Lim Dae-soo. Kim Minjun asks if there is anyone else with them. Lim Dae-soo replies that there is no one else, and asks who Kim Minjun is. He introduces himself to the group and says the situation doesn't look good, so he will explain later. He then asks them to check their equipment and make sure no one is injured. Looking at what they brought, Kim Minjun asks if this is all the equipment they have with them. Kim Song-gwan explains that they are just the transport team, so this is all they have, and mentions that the inspection team has already left. Kim Jin-jun silently wonders who in their right mind would send the transport team in alone, and he begins to suspect that something suspicious is going on. He tells the squad to gather their equipment, and explains what is really happening. He says they are inside a fake dungeon, a rare and dangerous phenomenon. To put it simply, they are inside a giant monster that lures people in and swallows them whole. And this time the bait was mana stones. He told them not to panic and assures them he is taking full responsibility for getting them out of this mess. The group asks Kim Minjun if he really knows how to get them out of there. He replies that as long as they follow his orders correctly, he will ensure everyone gets out safely. He instructs them to kill any monster they encounter and keep moving towards the center of the dungeon. At that moment, slime-like monsters begin to appear behind the squad. Kim Minjun steps to the front and tells them to stay behind him. He takes down each monster with a single punch, clearing the path effortlessly. Watching in awe, Linda and Susie turn to their squad and say that Kim Minjun is exactly the guy everyone in the hunter community talks about. The one who became a sergeant in record time. The invincible monster of the hunter corps. Outside the dungeon, Son Tae-ho arrives and grabs Lee Sandin by the collar of his uniform, furious that he sent the transport team in alone. He demands to know what Lee Sandin has been doing. Lee Sandin nervously explains that he was just trying to retrieve mana stones from the dungeon. Son Tae-ho yells at him, asking if he was ever ordered to do that. He reminds him that the directive was to investigate the dungeon, so how dare he send in soldiers without a strike team, especially into a fake dungeon. Lee Sandin, visibly shaken, stammers that after 2 weeks of investigation, it was confirmed the dungeon was empty, which is why he decided to send the team in alone. Son Tae-ho, trembling with rage, retorts that 2 weeks is nowhere near enough, and that Lee Sandin sent in soldiers without permission. He accuses him of doing it just to improve his own record. He warns him that no matter how this ends, Lee Sandin had better be ready to take off that uniform. Releasing his collar, he adds that, if there is even a single casualty, he will personally ensure he ends up in prison, and tells him to start praying that everyone gets out alive. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Minjun is still destroying the slime monsters with ease. He turns to the squad, annoyed, and demands to know why they are getting involved when he clearly said he would handle the monsters by himself. One of the team members says they just want to help him too. Kim Minjun sighs and asks if they remember his order to get past these parasites and reach the center. He explains that these monsters are created by the fake dungeon to absorb any prey that enters. More importantly, once they reach the heart at the center, the monsters will start to swarm like crazy. He tells the team they need to save their energy for that moment, because if they get hurt now, it will be a serious problem. When they reach the core, the team nods, fully convinced by his reasoning and ready to follow his orders. But Kim Minjun has a different motive in mind. He thinks to himself that it's not about protecting the team, it's because he's farming a ton of experience points from this dungeon. A wicked grin forms on his face as he laughs to himself, saying he'll keep all those points for himself, that greedy look still on his face. He orders the squad to keep moving forward and leads the way. After walking for a while, they finally reach the center where the dungeon core is located. Kim Minjun looks back and sees that the squad is exhausted and out of breath. He thinks to himself that fake dungeons drain your stamina if your stats are low, and if he had made them fight earlier, most of them probably wouldn't have made it this far. He points to the core and tells them they need to destroy it to escape. As the swarm of slime monsters begins to stir, Kim Minjun turns to the squad and says it's their time to shine. He tells them not to get hurt or die, and to play defensively for their own safety. The soldiers quickly form a defensive formation, ready to hold the line. Kim Minjun charges toward the enemies, thinking that he needs to hold back when using his skills since there are other people around. Even so, he destroys the monsters one by one with ease. The creatures hesitate, clearly terrified to face him, but Kim Minjun doesn't stop. Laughing menacingly, he orders the monsters to hand over all those juicy experience points. It's starting to look like he's more of a monster than the things he's fighting against. Suddenly, the dungeon core begins to glow and releases a cloud of poison. Minjun quickly tells his squad to back away. He'll be fine thanks to his antidote. He prepares to use his skills, but then something in his pocket starts to glow. It's the item that Tyrell gave him. The bracelet reacts to the demonic energy in the air, and its hidden powers awaken. Kim Minjun murmurs that he was saving this item for later, for when he reached a point where it would be difficult to raise his stats. His status window appears, revealing that the bracelet allows the user to cast any spell they know, even ones they don't possess, but it will disappear after being used. Kim Minjun smiles, realizing how lucky he is to have this at a time like this. Without hesitation, he activates the skill of the Black Knight he once faced. He summons a demonic sword that tears through space, launching nearby enemies into a dimensional rift with one powerful swing. The sword opens another rift, sucking in all the surrounding monsters and dealing a heavy blow to the dungeon core. As the battlefield calms for a moment, Leo runs up and tells Kim Minjun they have a problem. The soldiers outside planted a mana bomb in a panic, telling him that they need to get out of there right away. While he destroys the last remaining pieces of the core outside the dungeon, the bomb is successfully installed. A soldier hands the detonator to Division Commander Sun Tae-ho. He holds it, thinking it would be great if they could use it to force the gate open. But the dungeon's reaction is too unpredictable to ignore. Then, he is informed that Kim Minjun, from the 104th Division, has entered. Another soldier confirms, saying it has been verified that Kim Minjun is in the dungeon along with his personnel. Sun Tae-ho yells, asking why he entered when this isn't even his area of duty. The soldier explains that, according to witnesses, Kim Minjun rushed in after declaring his affiliation. Sun Tae-ho asks if contact has been made with the 104th Division, and the soldier replies that their commander is already on his way. Another soldier informs Sun Tae-ho that all troops have been evacuated to a safe location. Sun Tae-ho thinks to himself that 4 hours have already passed since they went in. They don't even have the right equipment. He wants to believe in Kim Minjun, but he knows he can't wait much longer. Just as he is about to press the button, the dungeon gate begins to crack. Sun Tae-ho runs and orders his men to alert the medics and prepare the convoys for any survivors. He also tells them to bring all available officers to the gate, fully armed. Without hesitation, Sun Tae-ho grabs a tentacle from the portal and begins to tear it off. The paramedics arrive, and he asks them to wait as he continues to break through the dungeon's defenses. Finally, the gate opens, and the soldiers emerge safely. Sun Tae-ho breathes a sigh of relief, happy to see them all return in one piece. He asks the soldiers about their condition, and they reply that they managed to clear the dungeon. Kim Minjun exits the gate with the last 2 soldiers and salutes Commander Sun Tae-ho, who smiles and returns the salute. That same night, at the headquarters of the 107th Division, Kim Minjun and Sun Tae-ho sit down together for a talk. Kim Minjun explains that he was on vacation when he arrived. Sun Tae-ho asks why he was in Dun in the first place. Kim Minjun tells him he was there to meet him, since Sun Tae-ho had offered to buy him a meal. Sun Tae-ho raises an eyebrow and says so it just happened that in coming to meet him, Kim Minjun passed by the dungeon, and when the incident broke out, he jumped right in. With a confident and cheerful smile, Kim Minjun admits that's exactly what happened. He adds that when he saw the anomaly, his body simply moved on its own before he even had time to think. Sun Tae-ho laughs and says that the more he looks at Kim Minjun, the more eccentric he seems. He praises him, saying that clearing a false dungeon by himself is a remarkable feat, and he truly appreciates his effort, but also warns him that he's starting to stand out too much. He's rising through the ranks faster than normal, and after what happened today, the Hunter Corps headquarters will certainly start watching him. He tells Kim Minjun that if this causes any trouble, he shouldn't hesitate to seek him out. Kim Minjun thanks him and says he will definitely get in touch if anything comes up. Sun Tae-ho said that he won't be able to offer him a meal, for now, since he's swamped with work. But if Kim Minjun has anything else he wants to ask in person, he is more than welcome. He said that if it's within his power, he will do it for him without hesitation. Kim Minjun immediately asks for one promotion. His eyes sparkle with hope. But Sun Tae-ho quickly refuses, saying that it's not something within his authority. Kim Minjun pouts, but then his eyes are drawn to a crystal on Sun's desk. He feels a faint but refined demonic energy emanating from it. Sun Tae-ho catches him staring and asks if he wants it. Kim Minjun's eyes light up again, and he says it's the first time he's ever seen this type of stone, and that he would love to add it to his collection. Sun Tae-ho says that his house was recently burglarized, and that this is the only one left. He picks it up and hands it to Kim Minjun, mentioning that, although it hasn't been identified yet, it was deemed safe for humans, so he can have it. Sun Tae-ho watches and thinks to himself that, just as with Eon Seol, he keeps getting involved in things related to Kim Minjun, and in fact, he doesn't mind at all. Then, with a serious expression, he asks Kim Minjun what kind of relationship he has with his daughter. Kim Minjun casually replies that they are just fellow hunters. Nothing more, nothing less. This answer seems to put Sun Tae-ho at ease, and he smiles, saying he has already taken up too much of Kim Minjun's vacation time, and tells him he is free to go. As he leaves, Sun Tae-ho asks him to tell his commander to come in. Kim Minjun nods respectfully and heads out. Outside, Lim Bong-gu is loudly chewing on a grilled carp, shouting about how delicious it is. Kim Minjun tells him to shut up and eat properly, or he'll wake up the entire neighborhood. Then, without hesitation, Kim Minjun crushes the crystal in his hand. Demonic energy explodes from it and flows into him, raising his demonic energy level to its limit, and unlocking a new skill called Demonic Energy Whip. Kim Minjun smiles, and says this is a complete game changer. Meanwhile, somewhere, deep within the Hunter Corps headquarters, Lieutenant General Kim Tae-ho is yelling at Sun Tae-ho for his incompetence. He says that the 107th Division is about to be audited, so he had better be prepared. He adds that Tae-ho-sun should consider himself lucky that it ended just like this, because he could have easily stripped him of his uniform. He orders them to send Sang-jin Lee to headquarters tomorrow morning. At this moment, the door opens and another high-ranking officer enters. Lieutenant General Kim Tae-woo immediately stands up and salutes. The officer tells him not to pressure his subordinates too much, mentioning that he could hear him yelling from outside. Chang Mo Kim quickly apologizes and says he will take care of it immediately. The officer sits down and says he received the report, then asks if it was Minjun Kim again. The officer is none other than the commander of the hunters himself, General Gurak Til. Meanwhile, the commander rushes back to his headquarters, in his car. He gets out of the car and goes straight to the commander's office, looking around urgently. Minchul Kim salutes him. The commander asks where they are, and if it's what he thinks it is. He confirms with Minsu Kim that he is the target, and Minsu Kim says yes. The commander sits down and says that those bastards clearly timed their attack for when he was away. Just 1 hour ago, 2 men, members of the Special Task Force, arrived first. Sergeant Tae Won-yu and Sergeant First Class Min Soo-jung. Min Chul Kim explains that he understands what they're saying, but they showed up early in the morning, demanding to see one of his soldiers, who just got back from leave. Tae Won-yu interrupts him, and asks if he realizes under whose orders they've come. He politely asks Min Chul Kim to cooperate this time. Min Chul Kim tells them that both the battalion commander and the company commander are absent, so this doesn't seem to be the right way to proceed. Tae Won-yu asks if he needs an official notice, and says they can provide one immediately if necessary. He assures him they will leave quietly after a brief meeting and asks him to bring Min Jun Kim. Suddenly, Min Jun Kim arrives and notices the badges on the officers, realizing they belong to the special unit that works directly under the command of the Hunter Corps. Tae Won-yu introduces himself and shakes his hand, saying it was incredible how Min Jun Kim rescued so many hunters by jumping into that fake dungeon. He adds that the Hunters' Special Task Force needs capable people like him. Min Jun Kim asks if this is a recruitment offer. Tae Won-yu explains that they are deployed in special situations like high-risk dungeon raids, protecting important people, overseas missions, and much more. He continues to talk about all the advantages and benefits of being a hunter in the Special Task Force. But Min Jun Kim is lost in his own thoughts, thinking that none of it matters, unless they offer a huge promotion. Then, he's in. And Theo On says they also handle crimes committed by civilian hunters who aren't affiliated with the military, so strong combat skills are crucial. He tells Kim Minjun that his exceptional performance has not gone unnoticed by headquarters, and that's why he's here to offer him something he deserves, including a special promotion. Kim Minjun gets excited hearing the words special promotion, and Theo On explains that their unit doesn't accept regular soldiers, so if Kim Minjun joins the Special Hunter Task Force headquarters, will promote him immediately. Sergeant Jang Min-soo adds that the task force offers more opportunities for advancement than other corps, as they are sent to places where achievements accumulate quickly. Kim Min-jun thinks there's no reason to refuse this. At that moment, Theo On's device starts to vibrate. He takes it out and places it on the table. Kim Min-jun asks if it's a phone, and Jang Min-soo says it's a special device issued to the task force. It's not a smartphone but a secure communication tool, since most of the matters they handle are confidential. Kim Min-jun suddenly tenses up and asks if he'll be able to use the internet and computers as much as he wants. And Theo On tells him that security is the top priority in the special task force, so personal electronics and internet access are strictly forbidden in the barracks and even discouraged during leave. Jang Min-soo says it's a small price to pay for serving the country at this level and receiving such exceptional treatment. Kim Min-jun is heartbroken to hear this, however. Kim Min-jun starts to smile mischievously, and Theo On offers Kim Min-jun a card, and says they don't make this offer to just anyone, so he should think it over. But Kim Min-jun refuses and says he'll stay where he is. Both officers are shocked by his response, and Theo On asks why he's refusing, and Kim Min-jun tells them that if he joins the task force he won't be able to play Dungeon Power Fighter. Jang Min-soo is furious and yells at him, asking if he's really going to waste an opportunity like this over a game. He tells Kim Minjun that the generals held a meeting just for this, and now he's rejecting it because of Dungeon Power Fighter. He questions if Kim Minjun is trying to be funny. But Kim Minjun calmly replies that he's not joking, and that the game is an essential source of energy for him, and Theo On nods, and says he understands his reasoning, then says they'll be leaving. Kim Minjun quickly stands up and opens the door to help them leave faster. As soon as they leave, Jang Min-soo turns around, and says he's sure that the achievements of Kevin Kim's claims are exaggerated, and that he's just making excuses, because he's afraid of not surviving in the special forces. He adds that without lucky breaks like this, someone like him would never pass the entrance exam. It's then that Kevin Kim finally loses his patience, and asks how they can be so sure he wouldn't pass. Alex Jang steps forward, gets face to face with him, and asks if he wants him to prove it. Michael Kim tells Kevin Kim to stop, and asks Alex Jang what he's trying to do. Ethan Yu places a hand on Michael Kim's shoulder, and asks if they can use the training center for a while. Shortly after, Kevin Kim and Alex Jang face off in the training room. Alex Jang says the entrance exam is a free-for-all duel with a senior member of the Special Forces, and offers Kevin Kim a chance to back out if he isn't ready. However, Kevin Kim tells him he has no intention of joining the Special Forces, but if he wins, then Alex Jang will have to apologize politely. Alex Jang becomes enraged and yells, "How dare he show up with that ridiculous weapon and speak like that?" He says he's going to fix Kevin Kim's attitude. Ethan Yu steps in to announce the match will be 3 rounds, each lasting 3 minutes, and starts the combat. As soon as it begins, Alex Jang lunges toward Kevin Kim with a swift attack, but Kevin Kim dodges. Alex Jang immediately follows up with a second strike that connects, and sends Kevin Kim flying into the wall. But instead of showing any pain, Kevin Kim just smirks. In a flashback, Michael Kim asks Kevin Kim what he plans to do, and Kevin casually replies that he plans to win, of course. He then asks if something bad might happen if he actually wins. Kevin Kim says it's possible, since that group is known for having massive egos, and he's worried they might do something reckless if their pride gets hurt. Kevin Kim smiles and says that, if that's the case, he'll just let him land one hit. Back in the present, Alex Jang walks away from Kevin Kim, who is lying on the floor. Ethan Yu declares the training is over, and asks Michael Kim to take him to the medics. Michael Kim maintains a neutral expression, and remains silent. Ethan Yu approaches Kevin Kim and tells him he should still be proud for managing to dodge the first attack. But from the perspective of the Special Hunter Task Force, he still isn't strong enough. Just before Ethan Yu can finish, Kevin Kim gets back on his feet, smiling as he brushes off his uniform. Both Ethan Yu and Alex Jang are stunned to see him still standing. Alex Jang wonders how he's still on his feet, since the attack landed exactly where it was supposed to. Ethan Yu asks Kevin Kim if he really wants to continue, warning that pushing himself too hard could cause serious injuries to both of them. Kim Minjun doesn't care and says he wants to try again. Jang Min-soo smirks that he's being arrogant and vows to make him regret getting up again. Kim Minjun envelops his whip in demonic energy and prepares to attack. Jang Min-soo rushes forward and unleashes a series of sword attacks, but Kim Minjun blocks all of them. Then, with a swift movement, he grabs the sword with his whip and throws it aside, leaving Jang Min-soo completely disarmed. After that, Minjun strikes Jang Min-soo with a few lashes of his whip. Jang Min-soo tries to keep his cool and praises Minjun, saying he's skilled with that whip, but claims the attacks won't do much damage to him. It was then that the pain from the whip strikes began to take effect, and he screamed, like a little girl. Lee Tae-hwan was surprised to see a big, muscular guy, like Jang Min-soo, on his knees because of those blows. Minjun pulled his whip back to strike again, and Jang Min-soo, now in a panic, begged him to stop. But Kim Minjun didn't listen and landed a direct blow to his chest. The pain almost knocked out Jang Min-soo. Kim Minjun thinks to himself that the attack was high level, and while the Special Task Force is definitely elite, it seems this is Jang Min-soo's first time being hit by a whip infused with demonic energy. He notes that even warriors, like thick-skinned orcs, would fall after a single blow from that thing. He raises the whip again and tells Jang Min-soo that he should stop showing off as if he's the best just because he's decent in combat. Lee Tae-hwan asks Minjun to stop, but with an evil smile, Minjun cracks the whip again, this time landing it on the ground between Jang Min-soo's legs. You can imagine. The shock makes Jang Min-soo faint, and Lee Tae-hwan rushes to catch him, perplexed that the same guy who didn't flinch when being beaten by a horde of orcs is now unconscious just from fear. He wonders if a training whip could really cause so much damage. Turning to Kim Minjun, he says that when a subordinate makes a mistake, the fault lies with the superior. He offers an apology, sincere in Jang Min-soo's place. Kim Minjun admits he acted out of line and apologizes in return. Lee Tae-won hands him a card and tells him to get in touch if he changes his mind. Kim Minjun scoffs at them and asks if they would like to be treated by their medics. Lee Tae-hwan refuses and says they need to leave soon. Back to the present, Lee Dae-byum asks where Kim Minjun is. Kim Minjun says he's training alone right now. Lee Dae-byum said he will report directly to the division commander, Seo Kyung, that Sergeant Kim Minjun refused the offer from the Special Task Force. He adds that, although Kim Minjun rejected it, today, he is sure they will want him even more now. There's no way they'll give up so easily. Kim Min-chul replies that, in that case, they must think of something to keep Kim Minjun exactly where he is. Colonel Lee Jung-byum smiles and says that the division commander, So Kyung, had already predicted this could happen, so there's nothing to worry about. Now all they need to do is wait and see what kind of offer the commander has prepared for Kim Minjun. The next day, Division Commander Seo Kyung bursts into laughter upon hearing from the colonel, Lee Jung-byum, that Kim Minjun rejected the offer from the Special Task Force. He said that those arrogant bastards must be furious now. He adds that it doesn't matter what privileges they offer. If Kim Minjun decides to join them, no one can stop him. That's why he had been cautious about the situation, but now everything has been resolved. The commander agrees and says it's time for them to make a move. Seo Kyung agrees, with a nod, and says it's the perfect moment to show proper gratitude to Kim Minjun, and makes a call, asking if what he mentioned is ready. Then he smiles, confidently, and says to bring all the related files immediately. Meanwhile, back at the barracks, Lee Sung-ho announces to the squad that from this day forward, the commander of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, will be Sergeant Kim Minjun. Han-jun asks if Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is being promoted. He shakes his head and says he's planning to try for the rank of Sergeant Major, since he has enough points for a promotion, which is why he is handing his position over to Kim Minjun. He asks if anyone has any objections to this decision. The group replies that they are fine with it and agrees that Kim Minjun is the only one who could replace Sung-ho. Lee Dong-jin then says he has a question for Sergeant Kim Minjun. He asks if the rumors are true. Was it really Kim Minjun who cleared the fake dungeon all by himself? He adds that he was also on leave that day. The rest of the group agrees and says that the entire hunter community is talking about what happened. Kim Minjun casually confirms that it was him. He just happened to be in Daejeon when the anomaly occurred and was swept up by it. The entire squad is surprised that their sergeant is so powerful. Kim Kwon-sik asks if that's why he is being appointed squad leader, and if he received any rewards. In addition, Kim Minjun admits that he did indeed gain some advantages for clearing that dungeon. The entire squad gets excited, curious to know what those advantages are. A few days later, in the Goblin Colony dungeon, some soldiers are fighting goblins while Han-jun and Eyebrows talk about Kim Minjun. Eyebrows asks if it's really true that Kim Minjun received an offer from the Hunter Special Forces so quickly and then rejected it. Han-jun confirms, and adds that he even defeated one first-class sergeant in a training match. Zaka finds it hard to believe and says that people outside the military probably wouldn't believe any of this. He asks if it's also true that the division commander appointed Kim Minjun as their squad leader and plans to promote him to sergeant within a year as soon as he earns enough points. Han-jung nods and says that even Sergeant Lee Sang-ho supported the decision when he heard the news. At that moment, their conversation is interrupted when an orc suddenly bursts out of the forest, roaring. But the two soldiers maintain serious expressions, completely unfazed by the monster's appearance. The orc swings its club to attack them, but out of nowhere, a glowing whip cuts through the air and strikes the orc right in the eyes. The monster drops its weapon and screams in pain, clutching its face as the whip retracts. The soldiers look at the wounded beast impassively, as it screams in agony. Kim Minjun arrives at the battle, and it's revealed that he was the one who struck the monster with his newly acquired whip. Zaka comments that it's personal equipment given to Sergeant Kim Minjun by the division commander, Han Jung. Adds that not even the platoon commander has personal equipment yet, so Kim Minjun is clearly being treated differently. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun continues to whip the goblins like a relentless master. Zaka asks why it had to be a whip, and Han Jung explains that the division commander let him choose any weapon he wanted, and Kim Minjun chose the whip. Zaka says that now it makes sense why he refused the Special Hunter Task Force when he's receiving this kind of treatment. Han Jung agrees and adds that it's extremely rare for a sergeant to receive personal equipment. The division commander had to sign more than 10 documents just to make it happen. While all this is happening, Kim Minjun is deep in thought, realizing that this weapon is much better than he expected. Thanks to the Mana Stone, he doesn't even need to use his own demonic energy. to make it powerful. He thinks that if this little thing stays with him, he will rise through the ranks, much faster than in a year. The following Saturday, in a restaurant in Chuncheon, Kim Minjun sits at a table, ready for dinner. Eun-seo is with him and asks if they should start eating. Kim Minjun looks at her and asks why she is asking him that, and more importantly, why she is having dinner with him in the first place. The elderly woman who runs the kitchen approaches and tells Eun-seo that the food is ready. Eun-seo smiles, thanks the chef, and starts to eat. She looks at Kevin and asks if he isn't going to eat. She tells him not to worry, that she's paying, so he can eat as much as he wants. Kevin says that's not the problem. He asks how she knew he would be off today, coming to Chuncheon and to this exact restaurant. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He asks Yuna if it was Kyle, who told her his plans. She looks around nervously and says it's all just a coincidence. Kevin doesn't buy it, and his expression darkens like a villain in a drama. She quickly apologizes and admits it was Kyle, but begs him not to be mad at him, since she was the one who asked. Kevin, clearly irritated, says it's up to him to decide how mad to get, and mutters that this is all very strange. A confused Yuna asks what he means. Suddenly, he asks if she likes him. She's completely caught off guard, turns bright red, and says that's absurd, asking why he's being so casual with her all of a sudden. Kevin grits his teeth, crosses his arms, and says she can speak casually too, since they're close in age. She says that might be true, but insists she doesn't like him or anything, and tells him not to get the wrong idea. He asks why she's having dinner with him then, and adds that he's sure she took a day off today because she heard from Kyle that he was going out. She admits that's true, but says there's another reason she's here. She mentions the previous incidents, the sealed dungeon at the training center, the Red Boar Gate at the public welfare office in Wakran, and the recent fake dungeon. She said that wherever he goes, something always happens, so she was curious to see if something would happen this time too. Then she snaps back to reality, realizing how crazy that sounds, and gets super embarrassed for having said all that out loud. Kevin lets out a nervous laugh and says, it's not like he's a walking disaster. Deep down, however, he's anxious, wondering if she's starting to figure out the truth about him. Kevin notices the badge on her chest and realizes she's been promoted to corporal. She casually mentions that she passed the promotion exam last week. He congratulates her, saying she moved up the ranks pretty fast. Not that he expected any less from her. She asks if he's teasing her, considering he's already a sergeant, and questions why he keeps speaking to her so informally. He reminds her that he already told her she could also drop the formalities. She replies, all right, I will. Then, meanwhile, Kevin starts to feel something. A vision of a dungeon forming nearby. He's clearly annoyed that this is happening now, especially with Yuna around, since she's always so sharp and observant. Internally, he remembers that the only reason he took this time off was because his best subordinate warned about a gate that was about to open. He excuses himself, saying he needs to use the restroom, and then heads to the park where the gate is supposed to appear. As he looks around, he spots his best agent already waiting. He gives the guy credit for showing up right on time, even after splitting up from Lien. They give each other a thumbs up, and Mindy hands him a ball of demonic energy. He wonders where Lien has gone, since there's been no word from him for a while. Suddenly, the portal begins to manifest. Mindy watches intently, relieved that the cold weather has kept most people indoors, but still annoyed that the portal opened in a residential area. He tells himself he needs to finish this quickly for public safety and for his promotion. Just as he starts to move toward the gate, a monster begins to emerge. His phone buzzes with a military emergency alert about the dungeon. Mindy thinks that if something appears that he can't handle alone, he'll just buy time until reinforcements arrive. He braces for the fight as a demon steps out of the portal, but something about this one seems off. Mindy notices it appears to be alone, and begins to wonder how much demonic energy it has already absorbed. He observes its blade-like arms, and mutters that they look dangerous, though they're useless if they can't even reach him. He leaps back to dodge the first strike, and prepares to launch his demonic arrow skill. But before he can activate it, the beast suddenly hurls one of its blade-like arms straight at him. To his surprise, the blade is attached to a chain. Mindy grabs the chain mid-air and scoffs at the creature, asking what kind of lame trick this is, but the monster yanks the chain, launching Mindy high into the air. While airborne, the monster launches its second blade. Mindy barely dodges, and counters with a solid punch to the face, slamming the monster to the ground. He glances back, thinking it's over, but the creature gets up again, its jaw broken but still eager to fight. Then, someone shouts his name. It's Eun-seo, running towards him with a traffic sign in her hand. He's surprised to see her here. The beast hurls a blade in her direction, but Mindy grabs the chain just in time and redirects it. Curious, he demands to know what she's doing here. she retorts, annoyed that he left her alone during dinner, and even more irritated that he's fighting unarmed. She explains that she saw the emergency alert and came immediately. Then, she tosses him the traffic sign. Mindy catches it and channels his demonic energy into the makeshift weapon, and, with one powerful swing, shatters the enemy's skull, killing it instantly. As dust billows through the area, he seizes the opportunity to absorb the monster's demonic energy. When the dust settles, he walks over to Yunso, who is stunned that he took down a high-threat monster all by himself. Mindium casually said that someone helped him, although in his mind he thinks it would have been even easier if she hadn't shown up. Meanwhile, Yunso kneels beside the corpse and notes that this was an irregular type, pointing out the detachable chains and blades. She stands up and says they need to have a serious talk, but before they can, 5 more rankers emerge from the gate. She quickly tells Mindium that they need to regroup and come back with reinforcements. He agrees, telling her to call for reinforcements and come back, but Yunso yells at him, furious that he even considered fighting them all alone, calling him completely insane as the monsters let out a bone-chilling roar. Mindium smiles and says, "Let's begin," as he charges into the fight. He thinks to himself it's time to earn that sergeant rank. Meanwhile, deep within a forest, a hooded figure emerges from behind the trees. She whispers a few incantations, and a hidden underground passage opens up next to a massive boulder. She descends into a vast stone chamber, pulls back her hood, revealing herself to be a woman, and stands before a sculpture of Luminuna. She speaks softly, telling Lord Minogue to wait because she is coming for him. If you enjoyed the summary, don't forget to leave a like, and let me know in the comments what you thought of this manhwa. I'm curious to hear your ideas. Well everyone, this is the end of the video. If you liked it, comment for the next part, subscribe to the channel, and leave a like. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.